Good afternoon, members, and welcome to today's meeting. I'd firstly like to call upon the Dean to open up with some prayers for us. Over to you, Dean.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. As we all know, it's Remembrance Tide, and so the prayers focus on remembrance, on our armed forces, and on the need for world peace. Let us pray for the peace of the world, for statesmen and rulers, that they may have wisdom to know and courage to do what is right, for all who work to improve international relationships, that they may find the true way to reconcile people of different race, colour and creed, for men and women the world over, that they may have justice and freedom and live in security and peace. And we pray for all who suffer as a result of war, for the injured and the disabled, for the mentally distressed, for those whose faith in God and humanity has been weakened or destroyed. We pray for our armed forces, especially those based in and deployed from this city. And as we commit the life of this city to our Heavenly Father, so we pray for this afternoon's meeting, for wisdom, for patience and for tolerance. Amen.
Thank you. You are most welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but obviously we'll understand if you're not able to, David, so thank you for that. Members, would you all like to sit? Thank you. Can I just remind members that I'll be breaking between 4 and 4:30 for a comfort break. Can I thank councillors for the last meeting of your donations? We made £28, and to thank the councillors for providing us with tea and cakes at the last meeting. So number one, declarations of interests. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interest to declare in the items of the agenda before us, can you please indicate, members? That's no one. Thank you very much. Number two on the agenda is minutes. It is proposed and seconded that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 11th of October 2016 to be confirmed and signed as a correct record. Are the minutes agreed, members? Agreed? Thank you, Leader. Agreed. Number three, apologies and communications. Apologies for absence have been received from Councillor Bird, who is on other council business. Any other apologies? No? Okay, thank you. Filming council proceedings. Just to remind everyone that today's meeting is being filmed from a fixed location camera placed in the chamber with the intention of web streaming and recording. The camera has been positioned so that as not to be visually record any members of the public who may be in attendance at the meetings. Also, for the attention of those in the galleries and in the chamber, can I strongly impress upon you, all those present, that the council rules strictly do not allow the filming, photographing or recording of members of the public unless they are addressing the meeting and only if they have not objected. Filming from gallery to gallery is also not allowed. Consequently, can I remind all persons making deputations that if any of you do not wish to be filmed, photographed or recorded when addressing the council, please indicate now so that we can advise all those present. Okay. Evacuation procedures. Also, just to remind you that the evacuation assembly point is at the Guildhall Square in the vicinity of the Queen Victoria statue. There is also an in and out logbook at reception for the public attending council meetings. In the event of a roll call being needed, the officers will undertake the roll call of members and officers. Finally, signs indicating the location of the public toilets are within and without and outside the council chamber. Number 4 on the agenda is Save the Animals and Birds at Victoria Park petition. The council has received a petition in respect of animals and birds at Victoria Park, as set out on the agenda. The council rules state that as the petition contains more than 1,000 signatures, it will be debated by full council if the lead petitioner so requests, and she does. The process will be that the lead petitioner, Mrs. Margaret Foster, will be given 6 minutes to present the petition, We will then consider the public deputations received on this matter. In accordance with the agreed agreements, the administration will present its response to the petition via a proposer and seconder. The petition and the administration's response motion will then be discussed by councillors, and the normal rules of debate will apply. But please note that this is a cabinet matter. The full council is prohibited or precluded from determining the issue raised in the petition. I will now deal with the petition as presented. Michael.
Lord Mayor, can I ask Mrs Foster, as the lead petition organiser, to present your petition? As you are aware, you have 6 minutes to present the petition. The bell will sound when there's 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time. Mrs Foster.
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor, members of the Council. It's my pleasure to be here today to present this petition to the Council on behalf of many local people who have signed it and care very much what happens to our park, the People's Park. Since I was a small child at infant school, growing up through senior school and to my adult life, having children myself, I regularly visit the park. For many of us in Portsmouth, it's been a back garden, so our children got a wide space where they can go and play and learn educational things in Victoria Park. During frequent school trips, I learned about the birds, the rabbits, the guinea pigs, that used to be in the aviary, the fish and the tropical plants, that was in the hothouses, which is now no longer there. We had parrots, minor birds. At one time, we also had a monkey in the hothouse in the park. There used to be a bandstand in the park also, which is one of the proposals now. Now, I can remember as a child the sort of people that congregated around that bandstand, and they were very unsavoury people. I and many of the residents just want to say this could happen again with the bandstand. It says in the master plan suggests a bandstand. Your other proposals to open up the park 24/7 really worries me and a lot of the local people. I mean, the streets aren't safe always in the dark, so can you imagine what it would be like in the park? Will it be fully lit? Will it be regularly patrolled to ensure people are safe? What is the cost to doing it if it is going to be lit up, if you are going to have it patrolled? I personally spent a number of days in Victoria Park over the summer talking to hundreds of people. The overwhelming majority wanted the aviary left where it is. Improved if possible, but left where it is. They like the fact that they pass it on the way through the park, as well as making special trips to visit the birds and animals. Remember, many of them can't have pets at home because they live in flats or property where pets are not allowed. They told me that given the choice you offer in your master plan, they don't want a bandstand. They want to keep the aviary. We do have a bandstand in Southsea. It's away from residential properties. In the park, we did have, I forgot what it was now, but we did have a big, loads of group. Look, what was that? What did we have in the park? I'm sorry, but we did have a concert in the park. It's just gone straight out my mind. The noise from that concert just travelled through to the Portsea residential areas. It was a great concert, but it was a one-off concert. We don't want concerts every month in the park. You can have that in Southsea on the common where it's of no interference to residents. Over the years, lots of the birds and animals have been removed. Why not take this opportunity to spruce up the existing aviary and restock it? Some people do not like caged birds, but surely it could be used to house birds which have been rescued and need to be rehomed because they aren't able to be released. There is a suggestion in your plan for a petting zoo. As someone who has worked with special needs and people with learning disabilities for many years before I became a councillor, I took my service users to the park to feed the animals and the birds. I can tell you that the existing aviary is a much better idea than a petting zoo. The aviary is safe. The birds and animals can choose to interact with the people. A petting zoo along the lines you suggest would need a lot of supervision. How would this be funded? It can also be very stressful for the animals, which are being constantly handled. I am aware of other situations locally in Portsea where we used to have animals, such as the Adventure Playground. We had a goat, we had guinea pigs, we had rabbits, and we had birds. But because of health and safety issues and children with allergies, we had to get rid of what we had in the parks. Children had their fingers bitten by the goat, and unfortunately, the goat was the first one to go. All this needs supervision. Who's going to pay for supervision to have a petting zoo anyway? Rabbits and guinea pigs don't like to be handled constantly. Allergies is a big problem with children. It's really not a good idea. I'm not going to go on and on and on. If this council... Oh, is that it? That's my 6 minutes up. It just doesn't make sense to remove what we've got. Please take on board what I've said, and please take on board about the petting zoo with the children with allergies especially. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mrs Foster. Members, there are 2 deputations today relating to this item, details of which have been circulated in the chamber. Can I now ask Mrs Mavis Patterson to speak on the item? Mrs Patterson, you have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time. Mrs Patterson.
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor and councillors. I am a local resident of a member of the Portsea Action Group and have to speak on behalf of the following residents of PAG. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Is it all right if I do a speech for Lord Mayor? Yes.
Yeah. No, hold on, Leader. Michael. I'd like to hear her, if at all possible, please, if that's okay. No, I'm sure it's Lord Mayor's decision. It's his meeting, surely. No. Okay, I'd personally like to hear her, but I mean, are members happy for for Mrs Foster to read it out? All those agreed? Arms up? Yes. Just
Mayor,
so
the reason why
yeah.
this is important is because it sets a precedent otherwise,
Yeah.
but we're all more than happy for Mrs Foster to read it out, but it should be done properly.
Thank you. I was just listening to Michael as well at the end. Thank you very much, Leader. Okay then, Mrs Foster, could you read it out for us? Thank you. Start the clock again.
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor and residents. I'm a local resident and a member of the Portsea Action Group, and am here to speak on behalf of my fellow residents and PAG. For many years we have enjoyed the aviary in Victoria Park, even though we seem to have lost so much of the stock that used to be there, especially the rabbits. Why fix what isn't broken? Invest in what we already have there, instead of knocking it down and building a different one elsewhere in the park. People like it where it is now. By all means, replace the wire to smarten it up, but please do not remove it. It is educational. I know your plans say that you may move it from its current position, but again, why? Instead of spending all the money you would need to build a new one, invest it into other things in the park which are needed, such as play equipment for young children. How long will it be before the rug gets pulled on your planned idea of having people with special needs running a cafe and petting zoo, because you realise you can't afford to run it properly? Of course, we need to support people who need our help, but why do you think the only option is to completely change what generations of local people have enjoyed, when you are closing other places which already provide this help? Please leave the aviary where it is. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Can I now ask Mr. Les Cummings to speak on the item? Mr. Cummings, you have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time. Mr. Cummings.
Right, good afternoon. I'm nervous. Who's going to read this for me? Oh, it's okay. I'll do it. I oppose keeping either birds or animals in cages in Victoria Park, as it's out-of-date, Victorian cruel way to treat animals. I support Victoria Park in name only, not in the backward-thinking deeds of the Victorian era. Thankfully, since those days, mankind has evolved into a more caring world, banning circus animals, banning fox hunting, many other cruel animal activities. Animals do not belong in cages just for the pleasure of the undereducated so they can pop along with their kids and poke their fingers into the animals' faces. As someone who hates cruelty of any kind, for obvious reasons, I've watched these birds and animals in Victoria Park who are locked into a cage as they repetitively move around in their confined prison. Caged animals can only be enjoyed by those without compassion or the intelligence to see birds and animals in cages is cruel. Keeping these cages just because some say generations of children have enjoyed the birds and animals, as though children can only see birds and animals in cages. In Dickens' days, children used to pick pockets or be put into the workhouses, but we've moved on from those days, just as we've moved on from caging animals. We no longer do things based on the so-called good old days. Let's teach today's children to respect our animals by encouraging them to see them in their natural habitat, not behind a wire cage. Otherwise, children will have an unnatural view of wildlife. It's time for the next generation of kids to see for themselves the full beauty of our birds and animals without dull, grey, worn-out, out-of-date wire cages. I invite this council to follow the many other cities throughout Europe who have replaced their animal enclosures with more modern facilities. They have realised this old practice is only pandering to those whose values are locked in the past and are no longer wanted in today's modern world. I spoke to a group of Italian visitors this summer who were astounded that we're still locked animals into cages. In their small town, they told me this was banned back in the 80s. Time to move forward, councillors. Time to tear down the indignity of the past and look to the future, free of caged birds and animals that many believe belong in the history books. For future generations to ask, did they really do that to our world of beautiful animals? At a full council meeting, 17th of March 2015, following a notice of motion, it was resolved by this council that where appropriate, an animal welfare charter be adopted. In this charter, it states that in line with Animal Welfare Act 2006, animals should be treated for illness and injury. Yet, I have seen injured and untreated animals in Victoria Park from time to time. Ability to express normal behaviours. How can a caged bird express normal behaviour, such as flying in a cage? Below are some of the proposals in this passed motion. Item 1, requested that chemicals used by Portsmouth City Council have not been treated on animals. Council were advised that all materials are sourced without animal testing. Item 2, to ban circus animals. The Council has some restrictions, including banning performing birds. Item 8, this report requests that no fur to be used in the Mayor's robes, and Mr. Law revised all robes are fake fur. I don't know if he pops around at night putting that on there to check it out, make sure it's not fake, make sure it is fake, I'm not sure. So as you can see, this council has made some steps forward in animal welfare. A work in progress, I'd say. So let's get rid of these cages and replace them with something more in line with today's world. Maybe we can get some councillors or ex-councillors to don some fake bird feathers and perform some fertility animal dancing. I'm sure the kids would find it very entertaining, if not educational. Look, kids, this is what we used to make birds do, but we don't do it now.
Thank you, Mr Cummings. May I now ask the lead petitioner and those who have made their deputations on the petition to please retire to the public gallery if you wish to sit and listen to the rest of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Now, in respect to the mover and the seconder to the propose to respond to the petition, I've already received a signed notice on this from the council leader, Councillor Jones, which I understand is about to be circulated. Before I ask Councillor Jones to propose accordingly, can I remind members that details of any amendments to the administration's response are to be disclosed to me in writing before the commencement of this debate. I will require it to be written down and given to me after being proposed and seconded, and before it is discussed further or put to the meeting. I now call upon the proposer of the administration's response to the petition. Is this seconded? Oh, yes, sorry, Leader, would you like to
Shall I propose it first,
yes,
and then we
please.
can have a...
Yes.
Maybe a
Jumped
councillor
ahead.
has an agreement, he can second it afterwards, but thank you very much. Lord Mayor, I'd like to start by thanking the lead petitioner, Mrs Foster, for bringing this petition to the council. We have seen a spate of petitions created recently for the attention of the City Council, which we have had no sight of. So to be presented with a petition today originating from the Portsmouth Liberal Democrat group and its activists provides a small level of reassurance. For the official record of this meeting, the City Council and its executive has no plans or proposals, that's none whatsoever, and never has had any plans to remove birds or animals from Victoria Park. I'll state that again for the record. We have never had any plans to remove any birds or animals from Victoria Park. Disappointingly, the one thing this petition has created is confusion and apprehension needlessly amongst the public in Portsmouth, which is deeply regrettable. As a consequence of the submission of this petition, we took time to check back through the council minutes, including those passed by the previous Liberal Democrat administration, and we can see no agreed plan or proposal to remove birds or animals from Victoria Park. We have also taken the liberty of checking with the parks manager, and there is simply no truth in this. The lead petitioner would do well to note that at both of the relevant CRED decision meetings in the last 5 months, I stated categorically for the minutes and as a record of fact that the birds and animals would not be removed from the park. We are delighted to confirm that in the true essence of public engagement, something this Conservative administration is absolutely committed to, we have recently concluded a full public consultation on the future of Victoria Park. One of those options included moving the aviary and animals to one side of the park, offering animals a quiet shelter in the evenings. The park is increasingly being used for more events, and with some 2,700 students moving into living accommodation in the immediate area surrounding the park over the next 12 months, the best living conditions for the animals and birds in our care is paramount. That is a top priority. So in conclusion, we are committed to making Victoria Park a space that can be enjoyed by all and to ensuring that the birds and animals remain in the park in the best location to offer them peace as the park's use grows with a growing population. I would also like to place on record my thanks to Councillor Stephen Morgan, who took the liberty of contacting me to ascertain the facts before the petition was created. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. We're just going to circulate that, if that's okay. Give you a couple of minutes to have a look at it, everyone. Councillor Stubbs, are you happy to second that?
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, I have actually received an amendment to the, what am I saying? To the response, yes, from Councillor Vernon Jackson. Do you wish to move that, Councillor?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
And Councillor Hugh Mason, do you propose to second that? Thank you very much. Is it okay to circulate that, Councillor?
Of course it is, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Would you like to circulate it, please? Thank you. Give you a few minutes. Okay then, members. So, Councillor Vernon Jackson, would you like to start, please? Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And colleagues, my apologies. This is handwritten. Scott, have you not got a copy? There's one coming to you. It is with your neighbour. So I'm sorry it's in my handwriting. I would have been a doctor, except my handwriting's not good enough. So, colleagues, if I can read...
Members, if we can... Sorry. I'm sure... I know some people say they can't hear... can't read it, Councillor, but I'm sure you'll tell us all about it now.
Colleagues, because of the rules of the Council, all we can do is to ask the Leader of the Council to reconsider. The Council is not allowed to say we disagree. So this is why it's written in this term. So the Council asks the Leader of the Council to reconsider her decision to keep the section on page 13 of the Victoria Park Action Plan, which is titled Aviary Removal, and report back to full Council. Well, it'd be very nice if you're happy to. I just think if it's okay for me to say a couple of words. So, colleagues, at the meeting in July, a PRED meeting where the Leader of the Council was presiding, I went to speak at that and asked the Leader of the Council to do three things. Here we're just talking about one of them. Here we're talking, and as the petition is about, it's about the removal of the animal and bird enclosures in Victoria Park. And I asked at that meeting for the Leader of the Council to remove from the document the section on page 13, which is entitled Aviary Removal. The Leader of the Council, in her wisdom, said that she wasn't happy to do that, but I'd be very happy if she's happy to reconsider. That would be very good. People have been very clear that they want the aviary to remain as it is, both for the birds and the animals. It is, as people have said, part of the history of the park. There are lots of monuments in the park from various ships and expeditions. And I understand that what used to happen is that various ships came back into the city to the dockyard with animals, and the animals would then be looked after in the park. So I hope that we can look at this again. My understanding is that there's been significant investment and repair done to the aviary over the years so that it's in a much better state than it has been in the past. My concern is that if we move to a petting zoo, that works okay for some animals. I don't understand how a petting zoo works for birds. They tend to fly away. I think this does need to be rethought. So I hope that we're going to keep the aviary as it is. I hope that we're going to listen to local people. And I do hope that this amendment will be accepted, and that when it is reconsidered, a decision will be made to keep the aviary as it is in the current location, offering what people want. The park should be for the people of the city. We shouldn't be redesigning the park to have commercial events in it. The people of the city use the park in huge numbers, and it's their view that should be paramount. So, my Lord Mayor, I'm pleased if the administration is happy to accept this amendment so that we can move forward on this together.
Thank you, Councillor. The matter is now before Council for debate, and Councillor John Ferret wishes to speak. Councillor Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I just want to talk about the amendment, because I think the amendment just completely overrides the consultation, which I understand the consultation has just closed, and people have contributed to that consultation. No doubt there will be a variety of views. Councillor Vernon Jackson thinks that he knows every person that has responded to that consultation. He appears to know what their view is and what they think about this. But I think it would look wholly inappropriate for the council, having gone out with a document to consult people, to then say we're removing part of that was out for consultation. We're now going to remove that, and any views people may have had on that particular part are quite frankly irrelevant. And I don't think that's the way the council should be doing things. I think the petition, I think former Councillor Foster made some very good points in terms of what she was saying, but the petition again effectively undermines that consultation. I hope that Councillor Foster has made all of those points to the consultation. I hope she's been just as clear in her response to the consultation on that. And I would look forward to seeing what she actually said during the consultation. I'd look forward to seeing what all the people that the Lib Dems lobbied on this, what they had to say during the consultation. Because what we should be doing, we should be considering all of the evidence in the round. We should look at what people say, what the expert advice is. I think the council leader has made a sound point in her response about how the park is likely to be busier. We know that the animals are going to be sensitive to the noise and the disruption and the impact that that could have on them. And I am of the same view as Mr Cummings. I totally agree with Mr Cummings. He said it far more eloquently than I can. I do not believe animals should be presented for our entertainment. I don't believe they should be caged in that way. I don't believe in the continuation of zoos. I think they are retrograde and they are looking back to a past age that Councillor Vernon Jackson has just referred to, where animals were brought back to this country from their own habitat and then put in cages for people to look at. And I think, I recognise I'm expressing a personal view on this, but like I say, I think I think Mr Cummings' contribution was excellent, and it totally reflects how I feel about that particular practice. So I think the council should look at all of the responses from the consultation, should look at the evidence that has been provided. I would hope that we move away from having animals in cages in the way that we've had in the past, but I await to see what the consultation turns out.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. Councillor Harris, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to obviously thank former Councillor Margaret Foster to bring this petition to the Council. When I think of Liberal Democrats and caging animals, funnily enough, it's not the birds and the animals in Victoria Park which comes to mind. Some members of our society should say that certain Liberal Democrats should be the ones who belong in the cages. And the key thrown away following their recent attempts to overturn the will of the people in the EU referendum. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that. It's a different story for a different day. Anyway, back to this petition. This petition has been brought to us in the chamber, and all we've heard from the leader, from this meeting and previous meetings, that the birds and the animals will not be leaving Victoria Park, and I'm glad that she's repeated that again today. But I do remember back in June 2013, when the Liberal Democrats were in control, and you had Councillor Hancock running the city with Councillor Vernon Jackson. A council meeting around that time had around 3 petitions served on it. I remember, because I was one of the sad sacks. I used to come here every week, every month, to meetings after meeting. And at that time, the Liberal Democrats were under serious pressure, and they actually sought to change the current petition procedure. It's clearly in the minutes from June 2013. You can see it in the GNANS report from July 2013. They were uncomfortable about the nature of petitions in this meeting. And I actually remember Councillor Hancock standing up and making that point. It's minuted. You can go back and have a look. The way the Liberal Democrats now operate is in stark contrast to when they were in power. They wanted to raise the threshold to petition to 5,000, at which a petition may be presented to the City Council. They use and abuse this process to their own ends, and they're doing so again today. Like so many things, they do things completely different when they're in opposition to when they're in power, which is why I do not believe a word they say, and should nobody else. When the Liberal Democrats lost power in Portsmouth, they found a sudden fondness for these petitions. All of a sudden, they come back. On their website, I can count 7 live petitions. We've had 1 presented to us today. 1. How many of these have been delivered to this chamber? Just 1. How many have been used to scare residents in the city and talk the city down? Several. I actually felt sorry for Councillor Stephen Morgan in Charles Dickens' ward when he was running for the election. The petition that he had for the CCG was jumped all over by the Liberal Democrats and the way they play party politics with everything. But thankfully, the voters saw sense and rejected the Lib Dem candidate. So congratulations, Stephen Morgan. Any party or independents are welcome to bring petitions to this chamber when they see fit. But the people of this city need to know about this kind of shenanigans when we have petitions come to this chamber, and why they should not put up with the Liberal Democrats running this city again. They talk about the Conservatives stifling debate and attempt to erase their own appalling record when in power. We are seeing it time and time again. With regards to Brexit, they claim to be supporting people power when they're actively trying to overturn a democratic result. Lord Mayor, I do not take these Liberal Democrats seriously on anything. They are nothing more than a placard-waving, desperate protest group with nothing but no positive ideas for the future. It is just noise and lots of it. But it has become very easy to shout from the sidelines, as they are on. You know, it is politics as theatre. It's politics as performance art. And let's face it, there is a few candidates in there who could be the pantomime dame. You know, the Liberal Democrats are not serious about this city or serious about how to run this city. This is nothing more than political posturing designed to get the headlines, talk down Portsmouth City Council, talk down this administration. It's pure politics, nothing less. It's not about birds, it's not about animals. It is nothing more, nothing less. It is pure politics. If they really cared about animals, they'd be saying what Mr. Cummings has said. They don't want them caged up. If they really cared. Usually, as usual, they want to mislead people, scare them, you know, and for that, they should be thoroughly ashamed of themselves.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harris. Councillor Sanders, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm delighted it wasn't just a minute. Otherwise, I think I probably would have done Councillor Harris for, well, not hesitation, but certainly deviation. That sound I heard was the sound of tumbleweed emerging during that speech, which was spectacularly relevant. So let me gently, my Lord Mayor, return to the point of this discussion. Let me first state what this petition says. It says, we, the undersigned, call on Portsmouth City Council to oppose the plan to demolish the animal and bird enclosures in Victoria Park. Generations of children have enjoyed the birds and animals, and the enclosures should not be destroyed by the Conservatives on the City Council. I say that because the motion before us today from the administration refers to animals and birds. It does not refer to enclosures. So therefore, I would just attempt to rule it out as much relevance as the whole of Councillor Harris's speech, because it's very clear from the Victoria Park Master Plan that the administration wants to remove, and I use the word that's used in the Master Plan, remove, not move, remove the aviary. And if, as on pages 12 and 13 of the Master Plan, it says that if people still want animals and birds in the park, as Mr. Cummings has said, if people want animals and birds in the park, that they should be moved to a petting zoo by the lodge. Project 3 in the plan is around removing the aviary. Project 2 involves not just the lodge and the petting, but a petting zoo. Now, we have petting zoos. They come every year to the Baffin's Community Fund Day, every summer. People like them for a couple of hours. So I've asked people earlier on this year when this was in place, well, what do you think about a petting zoo at Victoria Park? And they said no, because they were struggling to pet peacocks. They were struggling to pet terrapins. It's for guinea pigs, it's for hamsters, it's for mice. It's not for terrapins or for peacocks. The prospect of petting a peacock scares me rigid. The prospect of petting a terrapin scares me rigid. And everyone who actually wants the petting zoo, I would respectfully suggest, Councillor Harris, you're putting your name forward first, this is excellent, to actually pet either of those animals and see if their hands still exist at the end of it. because, frankly, they won't. But what that means is that if you can't pet a peacock and you can't pet a terrapin, what happens to them? Do they stay? Do they go? Are they destroyed? Surely not. But that's the logic of what is being put forward, again, as it says on pages 12 and 13 of the Victoria Park Master Plan in Projects 2 and Projects 3 of the 5, that it says that if it happens, there will be that petting zoo. And I personally would be very interested to see peacocks and terrapins in that petting zoo. Now, a lot of this I understand, and we understand, is around having more events in the park. Project 5, which is event infrastructure, which is about widening the pathways, is essential to that. Project 1, which is about widening the paths, is also important to that. But it's all around having big quality events. It's all around changing the park to have a bandstand, so there'll be lots of events in future. But as many people have told Margaret, have told me, and have told many other people who have actually talked to people in the park, they're saying, well, there's a bandstand at Southsea, so why do we need another one? We can have very successful events in the park. The Green Fair works brilliantly. The party in the park, I can see Councillor Symes bubbling over with enthusiasm because she attended the party in the park, like myself, was a successful event. It didn't need the event infrastructure that is in the master plan. It didn't need the bandstand. It was very happy with people using the aviary. A lot, Councillor Ferret has been made, as Councillor Ferret has mentioned, there's a lot around the consultation. Well, I'm told that the consultation has the grand total of 547 responses. Now, that was better than the one on the combined authority. I will give you that. But still, there is no basis. If it is true that the figure that I have been told, which is 547, if it's 2,547, I'll be impressed. But if the figure is 547, that's no way to respond. That's clearly not enough. Especially when the important thing with a park like this, with the People's Park, is to take people with you. Instead of having bright ideas and then telling people what they are and saying you've got to have this or not, what you should have done was ask people who use the park first, before the master plan happens. It's the People's Park. If we are to change in this council, and Lord knows we need to change in this council, we have to do things by bringing people with us, not telling us what we think they want, undereducated or not. So the mission from the administration is irrelevant because it doesn't deal with the petition. The petition talks about enclosures, not animals. The project itself has many, many weaknesses. As I said, patting a terrapin or patting a peacock, I think might be a tad difficult in the glorious new dawn. We've got to bring people with us. I think if we listen to what people have told us across the city, that they want to keep the aviary, if we listen to something that, for a lot of people who grew up in Portsea, in Lamport, in Buckland, undereducated or not, this matters to them. We have to bring people with us, and that's why I back the amendment and urge the Cabinet member to reconsider Project 3 in the master plan so that we refurbish the aviary and go ahead to make this park good for the next 100 years. Thank you for your indulgence, my Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, point of order 39B.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Leader?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. The consultation on the combined authority produced a significantly higher number than that of Victoria Park, and contrary to what Councillor Symes has just informed the City Council, he was incorrect there.
Thank you very much, Leader. Councillor Sanders, do you, very quickly?
Chamber. I'll happily do something that's quite rare in this chamber. I mean, I was wrong.
Right, okay,
I have to say, the total
okay, thank
number.
you very much.
I know, and
Very
I
much,
expect
thank
everyone
you.
else to be wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, I'll justify. The 404 were the number of people who wanted a mayor
Thank
and
you
a
very
super
much.
council in the city,
Thank you
not
very
the total
much.
response. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just remind members, last meeting we had all these, you know, these points of order, and it became a talking bench, really. So I'm going to try and stop you as much as possible. So please, all members, get to your point of what you're saying, because if not, I will be sort of saying to you, asking you very nicely to sit down. So Councillor Hunt, please.
I'm sure the Conservative group would like me to sit down. I'm sure the Conservative group would like it if I wasn't here at all. Lord Mayor, it's an important matter. And I'll first of all address just for a few moments what Councillor Harris said. He said about the birds being locked up, etc., and so on, and presumably he's representing that view from the Conservative group. But isn't there an internet video going around at the moment with Councillor New and Councillor Young going around standing in front of this new wire mesh cage up in Cockney where they're going to put a whole load of birds? Isn't that right, members? Isn't that right? Yet they're saying that us doing it, well, not us, but them being in Victoria Park is wrong. So everything that they're saying, well, he said at least, is completely hypocritical. They're doing it. They've just built.
Point of order,
okay.
Lord Mayor.
Got a point of order. Sit down, please,
order.
Councillor Hunt.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'd just like to say that Councillor Harris speaks for himself, not for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor.
Well, it's good to know there are real divisions growing in this party.
Members, please. Councillor Hunt, please.
Thank you. Well, you can see the behaviour of the Conservative group already today. Everybody's observing it. Lord Mayor, we don't come to this cold. I just want to knock this lot off their perch because their tweeting today has been pretty poor already. Lord Mayor, we went into the park when this proposal came up. We went in there weekend after weekend, and we were in there during the week and so on. We spoke to thousands upon thousands of people. And Lord Mayor,
please, councillors, I want to hear Councillor Hunt, please.
I presume this isn't running into my time all the time, Lord Mayor. Okay. So they don't want to hear this, do they? But we bothered to ask people. It's not what they do. We bothered to go out and ask people, and they know we go out and ask people, and that's what they don't like. Lord Mayor, we spoke up until about 2 months ago, at least, when this report was prepared for me, to nearly 1,800 people, compared to 500 plus in the council one. And of those, I can tell you, Lord Mayor, people who are wanting to for the birds to remain, sorry, the aviary to remain and be left alone, was 93%. Sorry, 97%. Only 3% wanted a bandstand there. Now, you guys have let Councillor Jones run away with this issue. It really is about time you got some common sense and turned around to her and said, stop running with this because it's making us really unpopular. We're not the ones making you unpopular. It is yourselves. We are bothering to go to talk to people. That's all we're doing. And by way of this petition, which is an absolutely legitimate mechanism of the council to bring the voice of people to this council, and by way of surveys, there is nothing wrong with that. That is a part of our democracy in this great country of ours. We are representing the voices of people. And we've gone out to find out what they wanted. And I can tell you, overwhelmingly, and Councillor Symes, just to grab your attention, we're not stopping asking them, we're continuing to ask them. You've probably seen the surveys that we're doing. And we continue to ask people whether they want the aviary to remain. And these are hundreds, Councillor Symes, for your own St Jude ward. I know you rather weren't doing it. Hundreds and hundreds of people. 98% say leave the aviary alone. Leave the animals and birds alone. That's what they're saying. Not necessarily us. We simply are the messengers. I know you don't want to listen to us, but you should listen to people. All we're doing is being that conduit for the voice of people. So I'd urge colleagues, I would urge you to stop the consultation. I would urge you to stop doing what you're doing. I have no idea why you're doing it. Politically, you're crucifying yourselves. People don't want you on this particular issue. They think that you're very wrong. So I would urge the members of the Conservative, the sensible members of the Conservative group, there seem to be fewer and fewer of them lately, to go to their leader and say, stop doing this. You're losing us votes. I'm sure the MPs would like to say to her, stop doing this. You are losing us votes on this particular issue. And despite what Councillor Harris says, he's pretty happy to dig at us. But when you have to dig at him, they don't like it. They go all guns blazing and shout and scream about these terrible Lib Dems. We bothered. We've been out week in and week out. We've been up to Cockney asking people right across the city, what do you want? And they've come back overwhelmingly, 97% have said leave the Avery alone. Don't knock it down. 97%. So why do you go against so many people who are asking you not to do it? But it's not just the residents, it's visitors too. They say they like it. This isn't about shift and change politics, shifting the argument to whether birds or animals should be there. Councillor Simon is absolutely right. If you shut the aviary down and the animal enclosure, whatever you want to call it, what are you going to do with the terrapins? Where are they going to go? Nothing there about it. Will you be the guys that destroy the terrapins? Will you be the guys that destroy the exotic birds? Where are you going to put them? Where are you going to put the peacocks? Where are they going to go? You know, you haven't said anything about that at all. There's no arrangements for them. Presumably, you either rehouse them somewhere else into another cage, or you have them destroyed, euthanized. There is no other answer, because you haven't thought this through. There's something else going on in the background. We don't know what it is. But the people have said to you, the people of Portsmouth said they value the aviary, they're telling you to leave it alone, and all we've been is a conduit for their voice, as was Mrs Foster this morning.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. We've got 4 councillors so far. Councillor Bosher, please.
Lord Mayor, 39B.
Yes, Councillor Harris. Could you... Yeah,
39B, sorry, I didn't want to do this to you. But I actually said if they really cared about animals, they'd be calling for them not to be caged up and agree with Mr Cummings. I didn't actually say that was our position. So if
Okay,
Councillor Hunt wants to
thank you
retract
very
that,
much.
I would appreciate that.
Can we note that then, please? Thank you very much. Councillor Bosher, please. Thank you, Councillor Harris.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Former Councillor Ritchie's asked me earlier on if I was intending to speak today, and I said I hadn't any major plans, and here I am on my feet in the very first debate of the day. Members, let's be under no illusion whatsoever. This whole petition was a politically motivated petition, and it was brought forward today by a Lib Dem activist. And you only need to look at the wording to see that. We know this is a consultation document, and it goes on about plans to demolish it. It also talks about the Conservatives on the City Council. So it's clearly a politically motivated attempt at what is frankly a data harvesting exercise by the Liberal Democrats. Now, if you actually look at what Councillor Vernon Jackson has actually put forward, Councillor Vernon Jackson, are you paying attention or are you multitasking? As an amendment, he wants to remove the bit about the aviary removal, and I'm not surprised that he wants to remove that bit, because it actually says in the opening line, the existing aviary is in a very poor state of repair and has extensive and increasing operational costs. Well, that would be under 10 years of a Liberal Democrat administration, so he clearly wants to eradicate from a consultation document his own failures. But Councillor Ferret has actually got it smack on the head, to be quite honest. This is a consultation document. It went out for consultation, and here we have the Liberal Democrats putting forward an amendment that is basically saying, now you've gone out for a consultation and the consultation is closed, can we actually go back and change the document on which we consulted in the first place? Now, is that particularly fair to those people who've replied to that particular document? I don't think it is. Now, I've actually still got the papers from Councillor Jones' Pred meeting that she held on the 28th of September, because I stuck my head in as Chairman of Scrutiny Management to go and actually have a look and see how one of these meetings works. Councillor Galloway was there, Councillor Dowling was there. I don't recollect whether Councillor Chowdhury was there, but I'm sure he can advise me if he was. But I was the only person there other than that, and obviously Councillor Jones and the appropriate officers. Mrs Foster wasn't there. The person who's brought the petition here today didn't go along and express her views. None of the Liberal Democrats that have subsequently spoken today were actually there giving a deputation. In fact, the only thing that the Liberal Democrat portfolio spokesman said, Councillor Dowling, and I tweeted it at the time, I think this document is a good thing. That's not what his colleagues are actually saying here. So they sit there in the meetings and say next to nothing when they could actually go to what is the decision-making meeting and have a say, and yet they don't. But they come here on the back of a politically motivated petition trying to get the document changed after the event. The aviary itself, and I have to say I'm reasonably indifferent to the issue, but the bigger issue, as far as I'm concerned, is the condition of the aviary. And that particular statement that Councillor Vernon Jackson wants removed is actually a very important one, in my opinion, because it reflects the condition of the actual building that we've got there. Now, this morning, in my other life, I was actually down in Ringwood, and I'm working on a project for a new state-of-the-art reptile house for Marwell Zoo. So arguably I've been from one zoo in the morning until one zoo in the afternoon, but hey, that's my Tuesday life. This particular facility, I'm responsible for the ventilation systems that are going into this particular multi-million-pound facility for monitor lizards, and I wouldn't really want to pet a monitor lizard, I have to say. The state-of-the-art facilities that are going into that put a lot of new buildings, office space, to shame. The quality of the infrastructure going in there is unbelievable. And here we are in the afternoon, having gone from that particular project to talking about a dilapidated aviary, which, quite frankly, whatever happens to it, it needs some major work on it. I would ask that members actually look very carefully at what we've actually got in front of us here. We've got a consultation document that's been done in the right and proper way with a variety of things, which has gone out for consultation. We have a good response from the leader of the City Council, and we have an amendment in front of us from the Liberal Democrats basically saying to us, let's change the wording of the consultation document after the consultation has finished. Utter madness, and I would ask members to reject the amendment and support the main response.
39B, Lord Mayor, I'm going to do it for Councillor Jackson.
Can I first of all thank Councillor Bosher? Councillor Hunt.
Yes, Councillor Bosher is completely and utterly wrong. Myself, Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson, and indeed Councillor Steve Pitt were at the decision meeting where we asked for the wording to be changed. I don't know how he's got it so wrong. I don't know why, but I can assure him Councillor Vernon Jackson will confirm that. Lord Mayor, I do want to use 39B because I'm not intending to say anything else for the rest of the meeting today, and I didn't have an opportunity to bring this up later on. So he's completely wrong, and I don't know why he would say such a thing.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Bosher, thank you.
I'm referring to a document and a date of the 28th of September at 10 a.m, which is held in Conference Room A. I was there, and I was the only member of the public that was there. So I would imagine that Councillor Hunt was talking about a different meeting.
There were two meetings.
Yeah, thank you. I did have Councillor Vernon Jackson very quickly.
Thank you. 39B. If you look at the minutes, Councillor Bosher, of the meeting of the 13th of July, the July meeting, where the decision was made to adopt this plan, I attended, I spoke, I asked the Leader of the Council to remove the section I've asked to be reconsidered today, so the position is completely consistent, and we were there. You weren't, but I'm sure you attended a later meeting, but there were two meetings, it would appear, and we were there at the beginning. No, but I was there at the first meeting where the decision was made.
Leader just wants to quickly say something, and then I'm going to move on.
Good.
Yeah, we'll do it under 39B because it's a point of explanation. They're both right, actually, because there were two meetings, quite rightly, as Councillor Vernon Jackson said, and Councillor Bosher said, one in July, one in September. The July one was a report brought to me by the Head of City Development and Planning as part of our local plan update on planning policy, because Victoria Park is a key asset in the local plan. It has its own SPD, supplementary planning document. That was the first one, where she brought an all-options report, which I didn't have to do anything with it other than just note it. What I then did in September was start the consultation, which is where the proposed questions, which is the one that Councillor Bosher is referring to. So that's just an explanation for
Thank you, Leader, for putting it right. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Fleming, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Bosher is absolutely right, and once again, it's actually quite frustrating that, you know, these meetings, which can be inordinately long as they are simply used just for party political posturing. And you don't have to take my word for it. I'm going to use Councillor Hunt's own words from what he said earlier. I just want to knock this lot off their perch. This isn't about animals. This isn't about Victoria Park. This isn't about an aviary. This is about party politics. We've seen it so...
Councillor Hunt, please. I want to hear Councillor Fleming, please. He was quiet when you was talking. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And then a subsequent comment from Councillor Hunt actually just confirms that. Because when he talks about the considerations that the administration should take when it comes to this, he said, you're losing votes. When Penny Mordaunt speaks to the leader of the council, she will say, what are you doing? You're losing us votes. Clear evidence that the only thing that motivates Councillor Hunt is politics. It's not about the community. It's not about improving the local environment. It's about how does he manipulate people into getting votes in the ballot box. On the actual substantive issue about animals being in cages, etc., etc., I'm not a fan. I really am not a fan personally. However, I do accept that sometimes there are circumstances where it could be preferable to having no provision at all. But ultimately, there are some animals that can't be petted, as Councillor Sanders has alluded to. But if you can't pet them, the automatic response is not throw them in a cage. And I'll give you a very good example of a peacock. A peacock that I see regularly. A peacock that I see at least once a week. It's not in a cage. It's not in a zoo. It's not in an aviary. It's running wild. It's running wild. And I'll tell you now, yes, it has shocked me at 8 a.m. in the morning when I'm slightly bleary-eyed and it decides to show me all of its wares, shall we say. But that's what they do. And I can assure him that wild peacocks are happier than caged peacocks. So he talks about it as if there are only two options. There aren't two options, actually. There's a third option. The third option actually puts animal welfare at the heart of the argument. Now, a former councillor of this authority, who I didn't share many views with, but on this one I do, and that was former councillor Mike Hancock MP. He fought continually for the ban of live animals coming through our ports, successfully as well. But what we're hearing from the Liberal Democrats today is that they want to go back to that. They want to go back to seeing as many live animals in cages as possible. That is the heart of their position. That is completely at odds with anybody who truly believes in animal welfare. A couple of speakers have already said this is a consultation, and I completely accept that Councillor Hunt and many of the Liberal Democrats find it slightly disconcerting that we're actually waiting until the end of a consultation to come to a decision. People in this city are too used to consultations being a bit of a sham. Low take-up of consultations is often as a result of people thinking that the decision has already been made. And once again, it's because of the way that the Liberal Democrats used to run this council that actually used to be the case. They were shams. Decisions were made, and then lip service was paid to the consultations. I am a proud member of this administration in that consultations genuinely want to hear the view of the public. It's not misleading questions. It's not scaring people with half-truths. It's not manipulating people's fears and preying on them. It's about laying out facts to the residents and in a proper, structured way saying, tell us what you think. As a result of those views, that is what the administration considers. And that is why it would be wrong to accept the amendment today, because Councillor Bosch is absolutely right. That is taking away the right of people across this city who may well have responded to that point in the consultation, and we won't even hear it. Now, if Councillor Hunt talks about people's views being ignored. If that isn't a clear example of people's views being ignored deliberately, then I really don't know what is. You know, yes, we have got a bandstand on Southsea Common. Could we do with another one? Yes. We've got an aviary at College Park, but they want another one at Victoria Park. It's possible to have two. It's possible to do what the residents want, but you can only do what the residents want if you listen to the consultation and act accordingly and not prejudge it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fleming. We've still got 4 people on the list, so Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
Got it. My Lord Mayor, what was adopted on the 13th of July is a project description. Open up the centre of the park by removing the existing aviary, contractor compound, and associated planting, and replacing with a bandstand, seating feature, and appropriate landscaping. It was fairly clear to us after that meeting that the intention was to remove the aviary from the park. Now, we are the opposition. What is the duty of an opposition? It is to test, to examine, to question, to find out what people think, and these are what this opposition has done. We went out and asked people. We went out and asked a large number of people, and a large number of people responded. Ordinary people. Not people who we had handpicked, not people who he had merely got through Facebook or had managed to get to a survey monkey. We went out and asked the ordinary people of this city what their views were. And their views were that they valued the aviary. So what should we do? The one thing we could have done would be to stand up and say, this is an absolute disgrace. No, the Conservatives, etc., a dreadful disgrace. No, what we have done is very moderate, very modest. We have said the Council asked the leader to reconsider the decision on page 13 of the Victoria Park Action Plan, to reconsider. We are asking for this to be reconsidered on the basis of the information which we have found out when we have been doing the job which an opposition should do, which is to go and find out whether a proposal is well-founded or not. So we have acted properly, and we're asking very modestly, please reconsider. That is all. So I would ask you to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Members, thank you. Councillor Stubbs, please.
Well, Lord Mayor, the bulk of what I was going to say has already been covered, but I will just make 1 or 2 points which I think haven't been addressed. The first is that this petition and the proposal that we've got from the Liberal Democrats, were that to be implemented, I think it would cause us all a bit of a procedural problem. Now, I understand that the opposition can only ask for the council leader to consider something, but if she actually did this, if she actually says, we're taking this option off the table, we've had the consultation, we haven't looked at the results, but we're taking the option off the table without considering the results, we're completely ignoring the consultation, I think she'd be opening herself up and opening the council up to significant problems, because you can't do that. There are rules about how consultations have to be done. It has to be seen to be a straightforward and open process, and somehow deleting options part of the way through is not something that we can do. So far as the Liberal Democrats and their petitioning, which we've heard quite a bit about, I mean, obviously, you know, they do a lot of that, and they collected a large number of signatures. But what I would say to that is, it's an example of status quo bias. That if you ask most people, would you like something to change, or would you like it to stay exactly the same as it is now, most people would say, don't change it, leave it as it is. That's a human instinct. That's a natural instinct. Whatever it is, whether you're changing something for better or worse, a lot of people's gut reaction is to say, leave everything as it is, put everything back as it used to be, don't touch anything. Now, of course, that may be what we end up doing. It may be that there is no change at Victoria Park, but I think that we owe it to the people who have completed the consultation to look at their responses and to take that into account before reaching a considered view, and not just make a decision on the back of a gut reaction, on the back of a petition. And I'm sure, you know, I could have got a very different result from a petition. If I'd have gone and asked people to sign a petition saying, would you like to improve the living conditions of the animals by moving them to a more suitable location in the park, 97% of people would have signed that as well. So, you know, we've got to be a bit careful about some of these things, which is why proper consultations done through the local authority, we have to take into account that the questions aren't unreasonably loaded and are objective. And so my view really is, I agree with Councillors Fleming and Bosher, that it wouldn't be the right thing to do, to take options off the table now, and we ought to look at the response.
Sorry, Councillor, but Councillor Bosher was trying to say something to me. Sorry, what was it, Councillor
Lord
Bosher?
Mayor, I have a question for the City Solicitor, if I may.
Yes, of course you can do that.
The amendment is basically asking the Council Leader to amend a consultation document after the consultation has actually closed. And I'd like to ask, through you, Lord Mayor, the City Solicitor, is that actually an admissible amendment to ask something like that to actually happen? And does it set a dangerous precedent for future consultations?
Councillor Bosher has asked a question, and I think it's up to the City Solicitor to respond rather than councillors. Michael.
It's something which they can legitimately ask the leader to do, but if the leader then was to come to me and ask me in my role as City Solicitor how she was to implement that, I think I would probably have some difficulty if that was to be her choice, because I suspect what she would then have to do, at the very least, would be to rerun a consultation and to change what she was consulting upon. So I think there is inherent difficulty with what's proposed.
Okay. Can we don't want to get too bogged down with this. Councillor Vernon Jackson, then the leader, and then we'll move on. So, yeah, they're the people. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam. It would be very helpful if Mr Lauder had said that when that happened. But what this amendment says is asked to reconsider. It doesn't say what the decision should be. I'd quite like it to, but we're not allowed to do that. All it is asking is to reconsider, and that will happen at the meeting if the amendment happens. And that will be part of all the other things that happen. But all this amendment asks is to reconsider.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Leader, did you want to say something quickly there or not? Right, okay, thank you. Thank you for being understanding. Councillor Godier, please, and then that's just about it. Councillor Godier, please. Councillor Whittington after Councillor Godier. Sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I had no plan of standing up talking on this subject again. I believe I probably might repeat myself a little bit, but that seems to have to be done again. First of all, I want to congratulate those who come and spoke on this. Yes, Mr Cummins, I totally agree with you. I don't believe that animals should be in cages, especially birds. I think you touched quite on a nerve. However, with the abundance of respect I've got for you, I'd like to point out this. Just up the road, you've got the most deprived area of the whole southeast. Half of them families cannot even get out of the city. Now, although I don't believe animals should be in cages, far from it, I do not believe it. Admittedly, I've got a couple of fish in a tank, and that's probably the same principle. But then it is the same principle I'm making. I can't afford to get my daughter abroad to see these animals. These people can't even afford to get out the city to see anything other than a few dirty pigeons and the seagulls the size of dogs that you don't actually want to go near. The point very much is, what you've done is you've created something. You've created a learning curve there. You've created empathy for animals and a knowledge for a bunch of people, children, who are not going to get nowhere. They're not going to get around the world to see these things. And I appreciate in this room, especially a lot of us can, you know, a lot of you lot, I can't even get out to sea. A lot of you lot can go abroad and see all of this. I'm just thinking of the poor, yeah? So on that principle, I think I would vote for animals in cages, some. But we've got to think of our people, and they're actually not kicking off that much about animals in cages. What they're kicking off is about the dirty Avery, the one with the labels that's been on it way into the Liberal Democrats period. Half them labels, half the animals on them labels, not even in the cages. What are you teaching our people? Absolute crazy. It's dirty. Rip it out, put a new one in. While that's happening, let's consult with the people. Let me tell you why that consultation was all right. Because thanks to the Lib Dems bringing it up week in, week out on social media, on their local rag, through every chamber they can possibly bring it up, they have already told the people there's consultation out there. So personally, I like the consultation. I stand by the consultation and I will support whatever decisions come out of the consultation. But it's dirty. Pity Lib Dems didn't change it long time ago. How about on this subject, we actually stop wasting taxpayers' money, bringing it up in every council meeting and actually sit around the meetings? Because I'm a bit shocked that you were in a July meeting. Since then, we've had several meetings, lots of topics, and then you didn't turn up for the September meeting. But you've produced a petition that has, in fact, got names on it of people who want to be taken off the petition because you lied to them. It's absolutely crazy. Stop bickering. Get on with what the people have paid you for, do the politics, come up with a consensus and serve the people, not yourselves. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Willington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm just going to be quite brief on this. I think this is actually indicative. The way this consultation has been done is actually indicative of many problems we have with consultation in the city. Let me tell you why. I think it was alluded to earlier about the fact that this wasn't talked to. Before this master plan came up, people weren't talked to. That is the biggest thing. That is why. So the issues that were just discussed around whether this amendment, it would have to go out for consultation again, to be honest, I think that would be great. Because if this had been done in the first place, we never would have got into this situation. If there was pre-master plan consultation, as if we don't do this kind of thing, what happens with things like housing, unemployment, declining social care? If we don't do this properly in the city, if we don't take the lessons from this, what is going to happen in the future? Are we going to end up with reports that come to the City Council, we then go out and consult on, that actually people in the very first place wouldn't even have considered? So I think it's got much, much wider impact than that. I would also say, out of this, think about what this park was. It was alluded to by various people. This was called People's Park. That's the original name. If there was ever a space in this city where we should be listening to the people before we even think of doing anything else with it, it is this park, People's Park. And the last thing I would say, and I would just take from what Councillor Stubbs said, and he's talking about status quo and everything. You know what? Sometimes the status quo is what people want and actually what people need. And I just bring back to what my dad was a Conservative voter until 1979. And he said this very thing, and I'm afraid it's very indicative of this group on this council. I stopped voting Conservative when I believed they didn't believe in conserving anything. And I'm afraid out of this council, the way they go forward, do not consult before they change things in this city. That is exactly what they do. This council doesn't believe in conserving anything that isn't exactly what they want, because they don't listen to the people. We have to listen to the people, otherwise we will do the wrong thing in this city time and time and time again. Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you very much. Can I remind members, please, if they can be as quiet as possible when members are talking? Whispering is acceptable, but general chit-chat isn't. Okay? Thank you very much. Can I ask, has everybody spoken on this one now? Yeah? Can I ask Leader then to sum up, please? Leader.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. We heard earlier today from the lead petitioner, Mrs Foster, that this was the People's Park, that the People's is the People's back garden. And we've heard from former Councillor Foster that she has lived in Portsmouth all her life and that it enhanced her educational offer by being able to go down to the park, as many school trips do right now. And she talked quite passionately about that. We've heard from Councillor Godier, a ward councillor, about how many people in his ward are unable to go abroad to see canaries, for example, in their natural habitat. And I think he makes a very good point. We also heard from the lead petitioner one of the reasons why she had collected her signatures and brought it to us is because she was so concerned about 24-hour opening, about lighting in the park, where the lights would be, about events, and that she wanted, I'm assuming, some assurance around those points from the thrust of that being comments about her petition. Well, we don't have answers to those things at the moment because that would have predetermined the consultation. We will wait to see what the outcome of the consultation was, which, by the way, closed at 5 o'clock on Friday. I haven't yet seen the results. I know that there were 500 and odd responses. I don't know what they are because I've been engaged in other business yesterday. In fact, I wasn't in the building yesterday, and so I will look at those responses at some point this week and give them due consideration. I want to also make a point that when there was an event that took part in the park back in 2014, this council received only one complaint. But what it did do was draw hundreds of people across this city into a park that, honestly, most of them never, ever go into. And that's one of my big concerns, is that this park is so underutilised. We heard about guinea pigs, pigs, rabbits, hamsters, and all these other animals that Mrs Foster benefited from seeing in the park over the years. But yet we've heard from her colleagues today how they're against a petting zoo, small animals. Now, many of those animals wouldn't survive if they weren't cared for in some way. Because of human nature, they would be eaten by other larger animals. And so actually there is a duty to protect in some way as well. The Lib Dems actually removed the goats and animals, as we've heard, from that park previously. Mrs Foster made reference to the adventure playground in Portsmouth with the removal of the goat. Well, I'm pleased that we've protected animals such as that at College Park in Copner, where the goat remains. And we have actually just invested over £800 in a new aviary because the previous one had rotted and was infected with mice because of years of poor maintenance. So I am pleased that Conservatives are protecting animals across the city for children and school trips to benefit from. In terms of the other comments that were made about the council wishing to use adults with learning disabilities to run the cafe simply because we can't afford to run it ourselves directly, that is, quite frankly, I'm going to pick my words very carefully because it came from a member of the public who, credit to her, took the time to come here. That is simply not true at all. This is about enhancing opportunities for over 2,800 people in this city that are living every single day with a learning disability. Now, there is an organisation in this city that takes such people off to New Forest once a week, treks all the way there and all the way back at great expense because they can't get that quality of animal care training to expose the adults with learning difficulties to enhance their employment opportunities. And that's why we are looking to introduce animal husbandry post the consultation to Victoria Park for people with learning disabilities. It's about improving outcomes for them. It's certainly not using them as cheap labour. But we are committed to not predetermining. We've heard about the condition of the aviary. It's poor, Lord Mayor. It needs improving. We've also heard that the reason for this consultation was because of the action plan, which was brought to me, an all-options report by Claire Upton-Brown, Head of City Development and Planning, in July. That wasn't the consultation itself, and Councillor Bosher is quite right. When the consultation questions came before me, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Vernon-Jackson, Councillor Sanders, they were not at that meeting. They did not come and make a representation to me about what questions we consulted on. It was the action plan that was brought as an all-options report back in July. But the key thing here, Lord Mayor, is that I have given consideration to this amendment. And really, I was initially minded to accept it, but then I realised that constitutionally it would be an issue. And also, for me, by removing the option of aviary removal from that document, what we are doing is taking away the options for people like Mr Cummings and Councillor Ferret to have their say, people that don't want to see animals and birds caged. So actually, if we remove the aviary from the aviary removal from that options report, that would have meant that people such as Mr Cummings would not have been able to have had their say properly. And we also heard from Councillor Sanders, he said, this is not about the aviary, it's about enclosures. The Conservatives are missing the point. No, Councillor Sanders, it's not about enclosures, it's about demolition. That is the word in the petition that has caused most offence to me, because there was never an option to demolish. There was an option to move for the protection of the animals with greater usage of that park, with over 2,700 young people living in the immediate facility, with a hotel opening next to the Zurich building, students occupying the Zurich building, the Unite building and Chaucer House also being built to accommodate over 600 students. We have to be realistic, councillors. This park is going to get a hell of a lot more usage over the next few years than it has over the previous 10 years, which I do welcome. And we also want more residents of Portsmouth to be using something which is arguably the most beautiful space in the centre of the city, and actually one of the highest quality parks we have in Portsmouth. And so for that reason, I will be concluding those results when they come to me at some point later this week, and that will obviously come back to a full report through the pre-decision meeting. And for that reason, I'm not minded to accept the amendment.
Thank you very much, Leader. Gerald Vernon-Jackson, quickly.
Just in the document that Councillor Jones accepted and approved, the wording that she accepted and approved is, it is therefore proposed to remove this facility of the aviary. Remove. You can't pick it up.
Okay, then we need to go to the vote now. Voting on the amendment first. Let members, please, thank you. Voting on the amendment first, which was proposed by Gerald Vernon-Jackson, members, and seconded by Councillor Mason. So all those in favour of the amendment, please show of hands, please. Thank you.
(16), Lord Mayor.
16. Those against, please, would you show?
(24), Lord Mayor. So
Okay.
it's lost.
Okay, so that's lost. Thank you very much. So now we move on to that concludes item. No, sorry. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm jumping it. We're voting on the administration's response. So all those in favour, please show.
(24), Lord Mayor.
Those against?
(13), Lord Mayor.
Any abstentions? We've got 2, 3 there. Three. Okay, so that's been so that's one, isn't
so
it?
that's the administration's response
has carried. Okay, then. Thank you very much. Thank you. That concludes item 4. We will now move on to number 5, which is other deputations from the public understanding of Order 24. Michael.
Thank you very much. Lord Mayor and members of the Council, thank you so much for listening to me again. As you all know, this isn't the first time I've been here on the same subject. I am the chair of Off the Record, and I'm very proud of that position. You might all recall about 3 years ago I came here to ask for some funding to keep Off the Record going here in Portsmouth. We failed. However, being the strong people we are, we were able to get some funding from Portsmouth City Council, none from the CCG, none from the police, but also we did some fundraising. So we've been able to keep the service going for the last 3 years. Unfortunately, very recently, we have come to a crisis. The crisis being that we do not have a building to operate in the city. 250 Fratton Road, is no longer our building. In fact, our lease ran out in June, and we are the terms for the future lease of the building are unacceptable. In fact, they're impossible. I would like to say, however, that I did consult with Mr. Lawther, and he was exceptionally. All the discussions I had with him were very promising, but things have changed in as much as we could only have the building if we got the future in mind contract. We haven't. But also I think it's very important as councillors, you should know, that this building is in an absolutely appalling state of repair, has been for some time, and I have notified the council for the last 2 years. We have mould, we have damp, and we have no disabled facilities. I think on that alone you should not be proud of yourselves. But let's move on from that, because it's obviously not going to be our building in the future. We hoped to move in mid-January. At the present moment, all our clients, all our volunteers have been informed of what we're doing. We are making sure that no further people come to our service from the GPs and CAMs, and we are closing our waiting list, which at the moment I think it's just gone down, but when we made this decision we still had 84 people on our waiting list. It's a huge number of young people. We will be, for those who are with us at the present moment, we will support them to the end of the year. Those in counselling will continue to have 6 counselling sessions, and then that will be the end of what we can do for these people. As you all know, it's a counselling service for people from the age of 11 to 25. And one of the things that we do, and I think we do exceptionally well, is we signpost people. So when we know we can't deal with young people, we signpost them to the relevant sections and departments, etc., here in the city. One of the things we also do, and we've extended the work that we're doing with group work here in Portsmouth, and actually, interestingly, our building is not fit for purpose as far as group work is concerned, but we do still desperately want to continue doing that work. I have circulated before some of our stats, and I think it's very important that you know. I mean, over 50% of our people are referred from GPs and CAMs. But we do have 24% of young people who walk through that door at 250 Fratton Road. My concern is for them. I'm sure that whatever has been agreed with the new consortium, those who are being referred to from the GPs and CAMs will be dealt with. My concern are those people, especially young people, who have the courage to knock on the door at 250 Fratton Road. It's not easy. Some are fortunate they have parents who support them, but on the whole, they come on their own. And they are the people we are so deeply concerned about. I've not read any of this. I shall try and find something I meant to say. I mean, my whole thing, and always has been, even when I was a councillor here, is what are our priorities? What are our priorities? And when I was in charge of community safety, I felt it was safety. My priority today is the health of the people of Portsmouth, not just the young people. So for us, we are desperately seeking support from yourselves. I believe there is a public sector's challenge fund. I suspect somewhere along the line we don't tick the right boxes, but hopefully we can look at that and do something to change it so that money can be used to make sure that the young people of this city are helped by the likes of us. We have volunteers. We have, I've got them down here somewhere. We have 19 support workers. They're the people who look at you when you come through the door, offer you help until you go into counselling. Of those, 4 are studying at universities and colleges. We have 26 counsellors, And of those, I believe we have 7 who are at university and colleges. They give their time for free. I would like, thank you, Lord Mayor, 6 minutes doesn't seem very long. I would like to, and I can talk for England, as you know, I would like you all to think about how you can help us. We do not wish to leave this city, be assured. And I would like to thank Councillor Luke Stubbs for taking the time to come and visit our centre. Thank you very much, Luke. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mrs Richards. May I now call on Miss Sue Gillard to speak on item 10C. You have 6 minutes. Bell will go when there's 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Thank you, Lord Mayor and councillors. We support the motion that was put down to heighten the Council's ability to support the sustainability of local charities and community organisations. Research often cites the real unique value of a vibrant voluntary sector, and Portsmouth is no different in needing these qualities and skills within its provision. Local charities have a real ability to be needs-based. They focus on local needs rather than centrally agreed priorities. They're holistic in their approach. They're well positioned to support the whole person, including the family, and to signpost to other organisations. They're trusted. They're not perceived as a figure of authority, and they're connected to the local community. We're seen as grassroots rather than top-down. Experts in our field, we know about young people, and we have lots of people within our organisation that are committed. We attract local people who will work tirelessly to support the cause, and they've got a strong motivation to make a difference. We believe wholeheartedly in the importance of supporting local charities, and specifically charities like ours that supports children and young people. They're our future citizens, leaders and parents. What could be more important than ensuring our future city residents are healthy and emotionally resilient? We need to ensure they have the right building blocks to create a strong community future. Ongoing funding is essential if the infrastructure of the city's local charitable network is to be maintained. Funding is essential for off the record. We are able to help local residents use their skills and experiences. We need to accept their gift of time and cherish it. There are over 100 people across our whole organisation that regularly give their time. Some have given it weekly for more than 10 years, and collectively they've been giving this support for 40 years. We know the value of volunteering, how it supports the social capital of the city and provides valuable work experience, valuable opportunities for retired health and social care professionals. And we have newer support workers within our group who live in the city and use their first-hand experience of difficult upbringings and painful experiences to help another young person in a very honest and unpretentious way. Community involvement is very important for cohesion and for giving the services. Our data shows that our service was going to have increased by about 25%. The need was increasing by 25%. So that is one reason why we're really, really sad not to be continuing. We specifically urge the Council to release money from the public sector challenge funds so that we may be able to drive forward on your wish to transform local people's lives. And we can do this through our volunteering and for the support we give to young people. Our service does provide real savings as we aim to provide support for those that need it before costly professional interventions are needed, and at an early stage so that we can prevent mental health problems becoming embedded. Last year, Portsmouth gained 1,204 hours of volunteer-delivered counselling. We also attracted new money into the city, and we attracted people to support us through fundraising events and give us offers of in kind. Young people need as many services as we can give them across the city at times and at places that they want to access them, and in venues where they feel comfortable, safe and not judged. They need services which are acceptable and credible to them and their families. They need places where they can drop in that allows young people to ask for help, ones that they do not always have to be referred to, especially as our cohort of clients, like Paul has said, is the younger sort of 13 to 16-year-olds. That's a big percentage of our clients. A place where they can be accepted and their deeper support reasons can be revealed when they're ready. Sharing it all is not a prerequisite to coming to Off the Record. You can come and just have a cuppa or a glass of squash. Made me lose my page. Our local voluntary sector status is important in trying to engage with young people. We are not social services, a school or the doctor. Our small local organisation was and is often promoted by word of mouth. Often the issues and concerns are not easy for young people to share. Some of your own consultation showed that 18% of secondary school pupils worry a lot about their parents drinking. 11% worry a lot about their parents' drug use, and domestic violence remains the largest category of violence in the city. We strongly believe our service works because of its very local nature. The city's population of young people is projected to increase by 16%, particularly in the 10 to 14-year age group, our very sort of profile of people we help. We strongly believe no matter how good the large contracted counselling services or the many health professionals are in the city, that Off the Record is needed. So please support Off the Record staying in the city any way you can.
Thank you, Ms Gillard. May I now ask Mr Ross Campbell to speak on item 10D. Mr Campbell, you have 6 minutes. The bell will go when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Good afternoon, Lord Mayor and members of the Council. I'm here today to urge your support for Notice of Motion 10D regarding the planning application at Markwells Wood near Rowlands Castle received by the South Downs National Park Authority. The application by UK Oil and Gas requesting to drill 3 hydrocarbon wells and 1 water injection well may lie outside of the jurisdiction of the Council, but it drastically affects the residents here and the neighbouring areas. The drilling will go through the chalk aquifer that Portsmouth Water uses to supply fresh drinking water to over 690,000 residents in Portsmouth and much of the surrounding areas. The National Park has a number of major aquifers that are particularly sensitive to contamination. Research from Atkinson and Smith has shown that swallow holes and fissures in the chalk within the Bedhampton and Havant Springs catchment area can lead to groundwater flow in excess of 2 kilometres a day. Spillages in these areas will affect groundwater considerably. Mud and water used during drilling, acids, hydrocarbons, and many other potential contaminants are all things that will affect our water should a spillage occur. The major concern is the lack of a comprehensive hydrogeological risk assessment by UK Oil and Gas stating whether the drilling is likely to affect groundwater quality or flow. The initial report misinterprets layers of sands, gravels, silts and clays as Reading clay, an entirely different kind of strata. In an area declared as a groundwater source protection zone, we must ask why this hasn't been taken more seriously. I particularly draw the Council's attention to Portsmouth Water's consultation, which has expressed issues with the lack of specific scientific data directly related to the site and issues with catchment dynamics. Whilst they've stated that they would not automatically object to the development proposals, they would expect to see all potentially significant risks addressed and mitigated. Further measures must be taken in order to guarantee that this vital resource is protected and the Council's support for this motion will show solidarity with Portsmouth Water and, most importantly, ensure that residents of Portsmouth are reassured that the Council and Portsmouth Water will work together to ensure the safety of our water supply. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr Campbell. Members, that brings us to the end of the deputations for this meeting. Can I ask those who have made their deputations if they'd now return to the public gallery if they wish to listen to the remainder of the meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Number 7 is appointments. I've not been notified of any committee membership changes for this meeting, and there are no public questions either. Number 8, any urgent business. I have not received notice of any urgent business for today's meeting. Agenda item 9, recommendations from the Cabinet held on the 10th of November. Members of recommendations of the Cabinet which met on the 10th of November have been previously circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 56, Council Tax Support Scheme.
Objection, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Leader, thank you very much, Leader.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm introducing the council tax support scheme, which came through the Cabinet last week. And the premise of this report is that we are trying to bring equity across members of the public who are dependent and need our help and support, and therefore qualify for council tax support benefit, often those who are receiving housing benefit. I want to make a point that this doesn't affect retirement age people. This is only going to affect people who are of working age, and that is to reduce the subsidy they receive down to 80%. So this will not affect retired people. Portsmouth City Council subsidises the council tax support scheme by almost £2 million a year, and 1.2 million of that will continue going forward. So the proposition you have before you means that this council and the ratepayers of Portsmouth will continue to subsidise council tax support for those less well off, because the amount that we receive from the government for this simply does not cover our council tax support bill each year. Before we brought this report before the City Council, we did some comparison with our statutory neighbours, such as Brighton and Southampton. And Brighton have introduced a scheme, the same as us, a Labour-run council, as you're aware, Lord Mayor, and they have reduced it down to an 80% benefit for working-age people, much the same as we're proposing. But they have set aside a reduced amount of hardship fund. Southampton have actually gone slightly further in that they have reduced the subsidy that they provide to working-age people down to 70%. So people in Southampton who are of working age but are receiving housing benefit and therefore entitled to apply for council tax benefit actually have to pay for 30% of their council tax support themselves. Now, if we were to collect 100% of the proposed that we're bringing in, it would actually raise just over £1 million. We're not proposing to do that, Lord Mayor. We're only proposing to collect 80%, as I say, and that will raise somewhere between £700,000 and £800,000, depending on how many people are claiming council tax benefit that are of working age at the time that we are collecting it. However, we are not going to then replenish the council's fund and go towards the government's austerity cuts that this council will receive over the next financial year to the tune of £700,000 or £800,000. We are instead looking to allocate around £500,000 towards the savings target, and then put over £250,000 into a hardship fund, because we appreciate, Lord Mayor, that there will be people in this city who, because of debts or other accumulated negative financial situation, really will struggle. And we want to make sure that we do have that hardship fund to help those people. The other key point is to make is that for disabled people, all of the relevant disability benefits are not taken into consideration. So somebody who is classified as disabled and on the highest level of disability or mobility payment will still obviously continue to receive that through the DWP. But actually, we don't take their income there, which helps them to get around for their poor mobility, be it if they need to use taxis or such like, or a carer. That income is not taken into consideration when we are calculating their whether or not they qualify for our council tax support scheme. And the final thing is that for those elderly people who do receive council tax support, at the moment, if you're living in a band G or H property in this city, you are still entitled to council tax support irrelevant of the value of your home. We are going to be reducing for people that live in larger and more valuable properties in the city that there will be a cap on council tax support in that it will only be paid up to the relevant of a band C property. So D and above will only receive a band C property support. So the report is before you today, Lord Mayor, with the recommendations laid out there clearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Is that seconded?
Seconded, Lord.
Thank you, Councillor Stubbs. I was awake then, you weren't. Okay. Councillor, I'm sorry, are there any amendments to be proposed, seconded or circulated? If not, then we'll go over to Councillor Mason, please.
I think all councillors recognise the difficulties which this council is in being able to support vulnerable people. We all recognise this and we all wish we could do more. However, we recognise that we have to pay this out of our limited finances. And I can understand, therefore, why the Council, the Leader of the Council has brought forward this recommendation from the Cabinet. But I think it goes too far. I think it goes too far in two respects. First of all, on section 2A, where we are cutting from 100% to 80%. I think it should remain at 100% because we are providing support to the most vulnerable people in this city. Just look at the background which you find on page 2 of the report. These are people who have the enhanced disability premium, as have the severe disability premium, enhanced disability premium for dependents. These are people who are very vulnerable, and these are people who are largely living on benefits. They have no option to earn more money. They have no option to get more money into their pockets to pay the full council tax or even the proportions which we are expecting of them under this 80% rule. The status quo here should be retained. Obviously, there may be some people that we feel it would be right to remove from. But for the most vulnerable in our city, we need to retain that 100%. And the other area where I think it goes too far is section 3. We're kidding ourselves if we think that this will only be needed for 1 year. More and more people are falling into poverty in this city. You only have to look at yesterday's news. People in debt, many of them in debt, not for their own, not because they are feckless, but because life is getting a damn sight too difficult for them, that they can't avoid debt. They are vulnerable, and they will remain vulnerable next year and the year after. We must realise that. And so I think we should make it explicit that this hardship fund will continue, that you had it here subject to annual review, but it doesn't say it's going to continue, I think we must say that it will continue. Ideally, it should be increased in line with the increased level of council tax. But we should certainly say it will continue. So these things need to be taken into consideration, I think. And so I would ask you to vote against accepting this report in the form it is at this time, and ask for it to be further considered by Cabinet, and to bring back something which is more suited, more fitting for the needs of the most vulnerable people in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The matter is now before members for debate. I've got two people so far. Councillor Ferret, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is not something that is being introduced today, clearly. This is something that we already have, a scheme that was introduced back in 2013. I think we might have had a debate and then it came in 2014. I'm glad that Councillor Mason has opposed so that we can debate this, because I think this is a debate that goes right to the heart of what many of our residents are facing, particularly those residents in Paulsgrove, many of them living in social housing, and I suspect in many other poorer parts of the city. And it's the continuing reduction in benefits, it's a continuing, let's call it, austerity, and I think it's only right that we at least talk about this and discuss the issues and discuss the tough options facing the council, but more the tough options that are facing the residents of this city. I think we do need to remember that this was introduced. It was introduced by the coalition government, and it was introduced by the previous administration. And my view hasn't really changed philosophically, in that if the government have set the benefit level, the level that you qualify for benefits because you're considered to be at a subsistence level of income, then you should really be receiving 100% council tax benefit. What has happened is central government have said you can continue to give 100% benefit, but we're not going to give you all the money to pay for that. And that was the reason why, that was a coalition government decision, and that was why we introduced the scheme. We could have increased council tax to pay for that, but despite consistently putting forward amendments calling for council tax increases, people in this chamber chose not to increase the council tax, and that has clearly left us with, cumulatively, with the shortfall that we have, and why a lot of the cuts are having to be made. But we are where we are, I suppose, with this, and I recognise that if something isn't done about the deficit we have in the money that we're raising, then we are going to have to cut services. And that's a question that I always ask, and I'd like to think that I've always been honest enough to say, if I am proposing that we remove something, or we cut something, or we want to save something, that we find the money. And I don't think if we're going to say, no, we want this, we want to amend this in some way, we don't want to raise that amount of money, I think it's incumbent on people that say that to say where they're going to find the money. Because ultimately, we end up cutting services, and those cuts to services fall upon the most vulnerable in the city. But I do recognise the council is in quite an invidious position now, and it has to look at some way of retrieving that deficit. I have to admire the council leader's research in terms of looking at neighbouring councils. I can't think where she got those figures from, because I've got them down here, about Southampton having a 75% figure. And I looked on the Southampton City Council website and couldn't see any exemptions on there. And Southampton is a Labour council. I looked on the Brighton and Hove Council website and noted that they have a similar level of reduction as we do. Again, I couldn't find any mention of exemptions. I looked at their application form, which does refer to various disability benefits, but I also noted that their hardship fund is at £150,000. So we have to. So looking at this comparatively, I think clearly this could be said to be more generous than Southampton. Could be said because of the hardship fund to be more generous, if I can use that word, than Brighton and Hove. What we need to do is clearly make it visible. We need to make it visible in terms of any communications the council puts out, in terms of the council website, about the access to the hardship fund, because £3 or £4 a week can make a huge difference. We might not feel this as councillors here. I was having a conversation earlier with Councillor Gaudier. I suspect our wards are very similar in terms of the pressures that people are facing, and £4 or £5 a week can make a huge difference to people. Over the past year, I've dealt with an increasing number of debt-related casework, and I suspect with the benefit cap changes that have just come in, that is likely to increase. And I'm also aware that this is likely to exacerbate it. So I think it's absolutely essential that the hardship fund is both advertised and people are in no way prevented from accessing it, and that if that hardship fund is exhausted, we look at what we can do to try and replenish it, or to try and make sure that the people that really need support can get that support.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got three councillors here. Councillor Stubbs is next, please. Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I will certainly very much echo and agree with much of what Councillor Farage has just said. I mean, this is a reflection of our reducing capacity, our reducing financial capacity to support vulnerable people. Ahead of us in the agenda, we'll be having a debate about off the record, and I suspect we'll hear some similar points. And really what this comes down to is we've got less money now than we had in the past. And so some things we can no longer do, some things we have to scale back, some things we have to charge more for, and there's really no way round that. And I do feel that the council tax support scheme and the localisation of it is a way that the government has devolved responsibility for making cuts from itself onto local authorities. But nonetheless, you know, we're still in the position where we have to deal with these matters. Now, Councillor Mason took issue with several points in the proposals, and I'm afraid that while, you know, in an ideal world I might like to agree with him, it isn't actually going to add up if we did. Because if you look at the breakdown of the numbers on here, as the council leader explained, if there was 100% payment, which there won't be, of the charges which people would be liable for, you'd be looking at about, I think it's 1,050,000, and about 900,000 of that comes from line A, the item referring to making a minimum payment for the disabled. If you take that out, all you're left with is about 100 to 150,000, and then if you make the hardship fund annual, which is 250,000 a year, you've actually increased spending. You haven't reduced it, and I'm afraid that's just not going to be an option for us. Across the country, all councils are in a similar position. You can actually see, if you're interested, on website counciltaxsupport.org, you can see the details of all of the schemes right around the country. And most of them, particularly in larger urban areas, are less generous than our own. Now, it is one of these things, it's a bit of a muddle in two-tier, because in two-tier districts, it's actually the district that sets the policy, and but it largely affects the county. So there have been some districts which have been seemingly more generous, that is true, but that's because up until now, districts have been more generously funded, particularly in areas of rapid population growth via the new homes bonus. But, you know, even there, you're seeing signs of change. I was in the Portsmouth News either today or yesterday that Gosport is going to do a consultation on its scheme to make similar amendments there. And, in fact, the least generous council in the country is a district council as well. It's Kettering. In Kettering, everybody pays a minimum of 40% of the bill. 40%. I mean, it's quite a considerable number. Certainly a lot less generous, or a lot more aggressive scheme, I should say, than the one we have here. But all councils are running out of options on these things. It is becoming difficult to balance the budget. Just today, I also heard some more bad news, budget-related news, which is to do with pensions. We've now got a new cost pressure, which is the government is saying we've got to increase the amount we set aside for council employees' pensions by 1% a year, and it will be rising up to 4% over 4 years. I don't know what the value of that pressure is, but I think if I had to guess, I'd say around 700,000 a year. So that new pressure has suddenly appeared. And you know, what are we going to do about it? I mean, it is going to be, that's going to affect the financial forecast moving forward for 2018-19. I hope that overall it won't make the overall forecast work, because some things go for and some against. But you can see the pressures that we're dealing with here. And while this isn't something that anybody particularly wants to be bringing forward, I think under the circumstances it is the least bad option, and it is still a significantly more generous scheme than in most comparable areas.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Willington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And thanks for the opportunity to speak on this. I think that my biggest problem with this scheme is actually found on page 227, where it's on the equality impact assessments, where it says, and the very first part of it says, we are indirectly discriminating against all working age claimants. So the council is admitting straight away it is actually, I think it's directly discriminating in my point of view, but that's, you know, for the purposes, the important point is they are discriminating against working age claimants as opposed to pensions. Now, it is stated it's because of legislation that we are not allowed to treat pensioners the same as we do everyone else. And this is a constant thing that I have with government, is that they have protected pensioners when working age people have consistently, over quite a few decades now, been hit time and time again. But should we be part of it? Should we make these things worse? I really don't think we should. I think we should be looking out for all the people of this city. From the point of view of the national government, I think they are doing it for nakedly political reasons, because for the very nature that in national elections especially, that pensioners tend to vote more, and they tend to vote more for the Conservative Party. However, as I say, locally, we have an opportunity here to make it a scheme. Do we want to be part of this, or do we want to say that that kind of discrimination is wrong? Let's take you through some of the details of it. Obviously, the 80% reduction, the 20% reduction is discriminatory, and also the 20% reduction is very unfortunate. But I'll draw your attention to recommendation B, where the capital limit would go down from 16,000 to 6,000. Okay, that seems like 6,000 still seems quite a lot of money to have in savings. It really isn't. At national level, the capital limit is exactly as you see. The first £6,000 is disregarded, as it currently is for the council, and you can have up to £16,000 at which your support ends completely. So what the council is doing is actually making it a harsher capital limit, and actually £10,000 harsher capital limit than national government is. So actually, in this case, we're the bad guys, not national government. We're making a decision to take into account far more of people's capital than the government does. Recommendation D, and actually I think this is one of the most insidious little things, that you cut off all support of less than £2 a week. Again, doesn't seem a lot, but when you accumulate that over an entire year, that's £104. That £104 on people with very, very little income can make an enormous difference. If you put it into terms of £8 a month, or just over £8 a month, that's a lot of difference. Just think about that. Just think of what that means to people who are in the most dire straits. But the real killer is, this is a cut in support that people have, that we, this council, are going to do, if this goes through, on top of the benefit cap. The benefit cap from the 7th of November is affecting some households in this city by nearly £200 a week. Can you imagine what would happen if you had a £200 a week reduction in your income? What on earth would you do? It comes out to some people, for whatever reason, haven't had notification. They've haven't had notification for a very long period of time. Some of them, for whatever reason, they struggle with things like letters. There might be illiteracy, or there might be, as the council leader said, severe debt problems. And if you know anyone with severe debt problems, what they often do is any official letters they ignore, because they don't want to see that horrible debt mountain get worse and worse. With my job, I go to food banks 3 times a week. I see people there, I work with people there. This kind of reduction is just going to be one thing after another, one more burden on people who have very little money. The people who every single penny, if you want them to budget properly, every single penny is spent on things they have to pay for, on food, on gas, on electric, on water, on rent, etc. Do you really want to be an extra burden on top of that? I had a look and I found out that for £5.99, which is a maximum amount of reduction you would have a week, you could buy 15 cans of baked beans and sausages. That's a meal for someone. So you're taking away, for some people, 15 meals a week. I don't think we should be part of this. I know that there's issues about funding and about stresses on other services. But the fact is, if you cut things with things like this, you will only get an impact elsewhere. You will get more people who are at the strain of being able to pay their rent and other living costs. You will find more people going to food banks. You will get more people ill. I please ask you to reject this report, send it back to have a look again and get a council tax support that everyone can support and supports the people of this city.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Morgan, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Fellow members, the decision to create a separate local scheme of support for those in financial hardship from paying council tax is, in policy terms and logic, flawed. And the rationale set out in the government's consultation document could have easily been written by Sir Humphrey from Yes Minister. It excludes significant elements of council tax administration from localisation, including a whole category of people, pensioners, and specifically targets working age claimants. The City Council's own equality impact assessment more accurately identifies the rationale for localised scheme, stating that was introduced under the Local Government Finance Act to reduce the annual expenditure of the City Council and for council tax. We now have the absurd situation of a national scheme of local government taxation in the form of council tax and a localised system of relief and support with different entitlements and exceptions based purely on where people happen to live and the pressures on local authorities to find cuts in spending, not on their needs, because these will be interpreted differently across the country. The main purpose before us today is to introduce option 4 to make a minimum council tax amount payable 20% by working age claimants, so there would be no distinction between people available for work, have limited capacity for work, and those on disability benefits. The list of disability benefits that would be affected are listed on page 2 of the Council report. However, the EIA states that we recognise that disabled people suffer from much bigger obstacles for gaining employment, which would be unable for them to afford paying council tax, so we do not take their disability living allowance or PIP into account and income. In spite of exemption, DLA and PIP, the Council ignores the fact that other benefits have been awarded through a national scheme that recognises people's entitlement and need, but will now require the use of a proportion for these benefits to pay towards council tax. The local scheme is therefore not integrated with the national benefit system and in particular universal credit. As Councillor Winnington has just pointed out, the EIA also recognises that we indirectly discriminate against all working age claimants, as legislation dictates that people of pensionable age will not be affected by the changes, but people who receive protection at the moment will need to pay something or more toward their council tax. There are also some supplementary changes proposed. One is to introduce a minimum council tax award of £2. This is wrong in principle, regardless of the number of people affected. The person who qualifies for council tax support is entitled to the sum of £1.99 per week will be denied their legal entitlement. What is to prevent the council from increasing the figure in future from £3 to £5? Consider if the Inland Revenue said that a person was entitled to tax refund, but they were not going to pay it because it was less than £104. The Council proposed to introduce a number of changes to align entitlement with housing benefit regulations, where the EIA admits that it is unknown how many people would be affected as it relates to future events. The proposal to limit the number of dependent children affecting a claim to 2 will result in some families with continuing claims getting entitlement based on more than 2 children, and could act as a disincentive for them to change their circumstances and end their claim, because if they reapply, they will come under the new rules and be disadvantaged. The Hardship Fund is cash limited and discretionary, with no right to independent appeal against decisions. There is potential for a clear incentive here to make decisions to ensure the cash limit is not breached. The survey evidence shows that the question of should the council keep the council tax reduction scheme shows that only 43% said no, while 75% yes or they do not know. Therefore, 40% yes and 17% don't know. So there is no majority of change from the total number of respondents. Don't know is not support for a change, but for the status quo. I echo what Councillor Mason has said earlier, but let us not forget the localisation of council tax support was introduced under the coalition government with the Liberal Democrats' support. It was in fact Danny Alexander, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, who started all of this in the first place. This type of policy has similarities with the introduction of housing benefit subsidy limitation, which meant that council housing revenue accounts were not fully compensated for housing benefit spending. So tenants' rents will be subsidising the housing benefit of other tenants, a divisive and inequitable policy, given that tenants were likely to be low-income households, therefore the poor subsidising the poor. For these reasons, I urge members to vote against these proposals.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm opposed to this, and I think other people have spoken sensibly about it. I think we need to read the list of those people who were protected by the Liberal Democrats and who now, under this proposal, would not be protected. So let's listen to the list. The employment support
let's hear
allowance.
him, please, Councillor. Thank you.
Stubbs, would you like to?
No, Councillor Vernon Jackson,
Thank
please.
You. Employment support allowance for support component. Employment support allowance. So these are people with disabilities working. Disability premium, enhanced disability premium, severe disability premium, disabled child premium, enhanced disability premium for dependents, an earning disregard in relation to disability, council tax disabled persons reduction, disabled living allowance of persons in independent payment, incapacity benefit on the long-term rate. My Lord Mayor, I think this is probably the wrong thing to do. I think if we look at what the position is for people on the very, very lowest living standards, benefits have been frozen. Inflation is rising, therefore the real benefit of a benefit is being cut. Now that's new under this government. So the inflation, we know, hits people on the lowest incomes the hardest. So they're being hit twice already. So I'm really concerned about this. Now, I hear what people have said.
Through me, Councillor.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Lord Mayor. But I think this is the wrong time to do this. We need to be doing this as part of the overall budget. We can see no other options because this is being brought to us in isolation away from the rest of the budget. We haven't been shown, as opposition councillors, any other options. We've not seen anything. The budget is coming up at our next meeting. This should be done as part of an overall budget for the City Council so we can see what the different pressures on our budgets are. So I would ask the administration, please bring this back, but bring it back as part of an overall budget. This is not the right time to do it. This is going to hit the very, very hard. The figures here say that 20,000 people in this city are the people who are on the very lowest incomes are going to have to pay more because of this. 20,000 people. And then it says in the consultation that there were 234 people with disabilities who responded to the survey. That's less, it's about 1% of the people who are going to lose out. Is it really right that we should be saying to the most vulnerable people in this city, the people on the very lowest income, that just 1% of people commenting on this gives us the mandate to do this? I think not. And that this is being brought away from the rest of the budget means that we have no other options. So I would ask the administration, take this back, bring it to us when the budget comes at our next meeting so we can look at it with all the other options that are available. At the moment, it's impossible for us to see that. So, my Lord Mayor, I think it's absolutely right that we say no. We say to the Council, candidate, this is not okay at the moment. We should say no, go back and think again, come back at the next meeting when we've got the whole of the budget and do it properly.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lyon, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. We were lectured about an hour and a half ago by the Lib Dems about a consultation. They said, well, we went and asked the people, they gave us the answer, and why are you ignoring it? Well, we've done exactly that. And in fact, clearly, the Liberal Democrats don't like an answer that they don't like when the people produce it. They're entitled to say, as members of this city, that they want certain things to happen that will not increase their council tax, that will not reduce their services, when they understand there are pressures on it. And we're not dealing with a city of mean-minded people. They're generous as a whole, and they have looked at the argument. And the argument is we live in a city where preponderantly it's Band A, so we're not talking about huge amounts involved, but cumulatively, they are large amounts, i.e. for the council it matters, for individuals it may too. I understand, and that's the reason for having a hardship fund built into it. But you can't, with one arm, say, oh, well, 1,000 people said they didn't want the aviary removed rather than demolished in Victoria Park, but by the same token, 1,340 people across the whole city are saying, we want this to be the answer to the questions. And I know that...
Councillor Vernon-Jackson, please.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon-Jackson. Clearly, I didn't hear it.
Through me, please, Councillor. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Lord Mayor, for his intervention. And then Councillor Morgan tells us that 43% of respondents said a particular thing. Well, that's a bit like 9 out of 10 cat owners who expressed a preference, because clearly not all of the respondents answered that particular question. And it's clear in the report that the majority of those who did answer the question answered it in the way that we have set out. So when we look at what is happening, we are looking at a democratic process, a consultation that this party is much better at doing, I might say, and we think probably much more even-mindedly and fairly than happens in an exercise in Victoria Park. And actually, those who've answered are entitled to be heard. Quite right. But in this case, the council ran it. The council looked at the questions. The council were making the decision as to how we represented the views of councillors, etc., in terms of the debate. We can trust this consultation. We can never trust a consultation which has been produced from party political purposes by the Liberal Democrats, with our friend Councillor Hunt shouting from the hip, as usual. So Band A is the band in this city. Therefore, the people who are most likely to be affected by it are dealing with very small amounts of money. And I do understand Councillor Willington's point of view, but I'm sure that most people don't want to spend a week eating 15 meals of beans and sausages. I'm not sure, but it may be the case.
Thank you.
And then we're asked to bring it back as part of the overall budget. Well, actually, we could have done that, but in that case, it would have been subsumed in an argument about the whole budget. And I think it's much braver to bring this particular argument to full council, for it to be properly debated outside a budget which we all have to deal with and we all have to pass or not, as the case may be. And therefore, it's the right time to do it, it's the right thing to do, and the people want us to do it. There cannot, therefore, be a logical argument from the Lib Dems that we shouldn't. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We've got two more councillors to go. Councillor Pitt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm rather flabbergasted, actually. I'd thought about what I was going to say until Councillor Lyon's intervention, and that's rather thrown me a curveball, because I cannot, just in any way, shape or form, fathom how it's possible to conflate consulting people over an aviary in the park and a community resource such as that with depriving the poorest people in this city with the food and the ability to pay their basic living needs. I just find that utterly beyond belief that he could possibly entertain conflating those two things and mention the fact that there's a political reason for doing so. The other issue that I have with this consultation is that I think there's something rather insidious, actually, about consulting the public who do not rely on benefits about taking away benefits from those people that need them. I just fundamentally think that we have a principle in this country of representative democracy, and that representative democracy is intended to ask people to make difficult decisions. Sorry, Lord Mayor.
Not you. Members, please, can we hear him? Thank you.
Thank you. To ask people to make difficult decisions that need to be made objectively and sensibly. To go to somebody who does not receive a benefit and ask them whether they should take away the benefit from somebody who does is, I think, disgraceful. I completely agree with the brilliant argument put forward by Councillor Morgan this afternoon and the comments made by Councillor Mason and Councillor Winnington. Councillor Mason and Councillor Giovanna Jackson have also made very good points around whether or not this should have come to us in full budget consultation. I believe that it should. By all means, you could have identified it separately as a primary cause for discussion and that it was influencing other areas of the budget pressures. I think we're all intelligent enough to have been able to look at that objectively at that point. But I'm very much swayed by the case put forward, particularly by Councillor Morgan this afternoon, and I cannot vote for this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pitt. Councillor Fleming, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a tough decision. There's no getting away from that. But I think the sort of dividing lines are actually pretty clear on this one in this chamber. There are people who are prepared to take tough decisions, and there are people who aren't. And it was the inability to take tough decisions over a period of around 10 years when the Liberal Democrats were running the city that's why so many things were in such a mess. No,
Councillor, please. Thank you.
nobody took the tough decisions over the company that was taking the council and taxpayers for a ride at the pyramids. They turned a blind eye. I had private meetings with the former leader of the council.
Councillors, please. They were... let's just hear Councillor Fleming. Can you give a bit more time, please, Peter? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I had private meetings, numerous private meetings, with the former leader of the council about what was going on at the pyramids. A total of £5 million gone. Gone. And nothing to show for it. And nothing to show for it.
Councillor, please.
The fact of the matter is there was fraud going on in that operation, and you buried your head in the sand.
Councillor, through me, please. Thank you.
The former leader buried his head in the sand. We're talking about a saving here of, say, £500,000. Had they done the right thing and not buried their heads in the sand and actually grasped the nettle and dealt with what was going wrong at the pyramids, we'd have had 10 years of extra support, and that's just one issue. £5 million. You look perplexed. Maths clearly isn't your strong point. £5 million, a saving of £500,000, that could have paid for it for 10 years. What else has been opposed by the Liberal Democrats since they've been in opposition? £1.8 million extra income this year. They opposed it. They didn't want that extra income from the Property Investment Fund. They've opposed it. They didn't want...
Councillors.
They didn't want the income from the sponsorship deal of the Spinnaker Tower. Another £500,000.
Please, councillors, thank you.
Ultimately, just those three things, opposing this measure, opposing the property investment portfolio and opposing the advertising of the Spinnaker Tower, comes to a total of over £3 million every single year. It is a black hole that they cannot fill. Not one speaker who has stood up today and opposed what's in front of us today has given any indication of how that hole could be filled. Not one. It's very easy to stand there and just oppose things and not come up with solutions, and we're getting very, very used to it. It is dishonest. It's misleading people that they're competent when we know they're not. It's misleading people that they understand finance, and we've got numerous examples of not just collectively, but individual Liberal Democrat councillors who clearly have an issue managing budgets. We've got before us a tough decision, and nobody enjoys taking these. And I completely agree with the point that Councillor Morgan and maybe one other made, that it is perhaps regrettable that we are slightly boxed in, that we cannot apply this to everybody. However, just because something is slightly more complex and not perfect doesn't mean we shouldn't do anything, particularly if you've got no alternative. The fact of the matter is, the position of the Portsmouth Liberal Democrats currently is they will raise council tax by 5%. They've opposed income generation. They've opposed spending cuts. That has to be filled. The council only has a certain amount of money. It's about being responsible. It's about being competent. And it's about being honest. It's about being honest with people that there are extremely difficult decisions to make. It would be easier to be in an opposition. Believe me, I remember what it was like, and it was easier, because you don't actually have to come up with the solutions. But one thing I'm enjoying far more being in administration is actually being part of the solutions. If 42 councillors get elected to this council, I cannot for the life of me understand why so many of them just want to constantly be the problem and never offering solutions. Thank you.
39B, my Lord
Thank
Mayor.
you very much. Please, members, I don't want to... Please, thank you. Thank you.
39B, my Lord Mayor. I know Councillor Fleming likes to be part of the problem and not of the solution, but actually he was deeply dishonest in that. The Lib Dems opposed the investment strategy and supported the principle of it, but we wanted a better and more profitable investment strategy. More profitable,
please,
and you turned your back. You turned your back on that money.
Members, can I have order, please? Can we please act professionally, please? Yeah, no, please, Councillor Fleming, very quickly.
Lord Mayor, it is clear that the Liberal Democrats opposed the measures of this council that have generated £1.8 million. That's just a matter of
Okay,
record.
thank you very much. Can I? No, I'm not taking no more.
Completely incorrect and untrue.
No, please. Thank you very much. Can I just remind members? Hold on a second. It's my meeting. Councillor Vernon Jackson, please. It's my meeting. Councillor Vernon Jackson, please. Councillor Fleming. Thank you very much. Can I remind members that if you wish to talk on this or anything, you need to show your hands rather than chipping in and getting everybody to, you need to, there's a democratic way. Speak, not from the sideline. Okay then? Councillor Godye, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm going to echo Councillor Fleming straight away. This is a tough decision. On this one, I've actually got the shakes. It's really tough for me. This is really complex, and maybe it's because I'm probably the poorest guy in here. I probably represent the poorest in the city. So it is really extremely tough, this decision. But it is the right one, I'm afraid. Really is. Let me just explain why I think, and I'm hoping any of my voters or future voters or anybody who's going to go through the mill over this is listening. You have to look at the long-term dynamics of the situation we're in right now. First of all, taking apart the nightlife in the city had lost us a lot of fundamental jobs that would have been fed from the people in the estates that I represent. Them jobs are lost, forcing people onto benefits. It is just a small fraction, but I will continue. Losing jobs in a dockyard, slightly bigger fraction. I could continue with other scenarios, all of which happened previous to this administration. That's very much the point, because it goes international. If Labour didn't leave us with nothing in the kitty, government would be making so many cuts, taking so much, tens of millions of pounds out of each council around the country. And that's the problem. That's where we are right now. Each council, each local authority is having to make incredibly tough decisions. And yes, I respect. You may not be ready for this, guys.
Through me, Councillor, please.
Sorry, I respect the opposition's stance on this. I really do. But it is a tough decision that has to be made, and we have to think of the dynamics of the city and everybody as a whole. Speaking as somebody on benefits, and speaking as somebody who's going to get a backlash from this, but all over the social media and everything over the coming weeks, and I'm going to have to explain my reasons and whys and what fors, but I do stand by this, begrudgingly. But if you've got an answer how you can stop the government taking tens of millions of pounds out of us, you've got an argument of how we can improve the money coming into the city. If you can see how the administration is trying to bring money into it, then jump on the bandwagon and help. Because once again, it's another scenario of this isn't fair, we're going to kick off about it, we're not going to find a solution. Sorry, just start thinking of the poor. They are going to struggle. We need to stop the in-house bickering. I believe I'm repeating myself again. We need to find solutions. On this case, I'm afraid I do support this, and I hope everybody can, and then we can move forward and find further solutions of how we can actually help the poor. First and foremost, government are taking money. We have a tough decision. We need to make it today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Two more. Councillor Sanders, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Firstly, I think I need to give you some money to appeal, because I wasn't going to speak on this until I heard Councillor Fleming. So that's £2 for your fund. So thank you, Jim, for the £2. There's been talk over the last 10 minutes of tough decisions. Now, when I was Cabinet Member for Housing, I was faced with a tough decision. The government decided to get rid of about £1 million of money from the housing budget. Mid-year, no consultation, nothing. So we had two choices.
Councillor, through me, please.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, my Lord Mayor. We could either cut the day-to-day services that helped the basic repairs that people did, or buy too much, or we could put up the rents, buy too much. So I remember taking the tough decisions that we decided to go with the rent. We asked people first. We gave them real choices. It was a tough decision. So I have to say, I do resent being told that I can't take a tough decision for toffee, because I've had to take them. And it's not very easy. And that's why I understand the situation that the council, that the administration finds itself in. Again, Councillor Fleming talked about the tough decisions. Well, the government should have taken the tough decision to include pensioners
Through me, Councillor.
But they, sorry, my Lord Mayor, that's £3 for your fund. But they have chosen to wimp out. Instead, they have chosen, as Councillor Winnington and our own equality impact assessment has stated, to indirectly discriminate against people of working age rather than include pensioners. That is a Conservative government not taking
a tough decision. So we're landed with a situation that's very difficult. Councillor Stubbs has rightly outlined the situation that other councils have chosen to put themselves in. But it also seems as if we're being told that what Councillor Mason and Councillor Vernon Jackson is putting forward is somehow changing the whole thing. Well, I think we're focusing on two things. Firstly, we're suggesting the administration thinks again so that we include the very people on the very disability benefits that Councillor Vernon Jackson read out. Working age disabled people, many of whom are struggling to get by, many of whom are the very people that the Prime Minister is focusing on in trying to say, well, let's have a country that works for everyone. Well, if you exclude those people with disabilities, the country's not working for them. So we're asking to think again about changing it so that we exclude people on those benefits. The second is the hardship fund. Now, I remember taking a decision, a tough decision, around introducing the council tax support scheme. I remember the localisation of it. I remember having to take decisions on it. It wasn't
Through me, Councillor.
That's £4. It wasn't very pretty, but you had to take those tough decisions. So that's why, but people who are struggling, people who are struggling to get by, people who've been left behind, do need some form of security. And that's why we have suggested putting forwards and actually offering some security on the hardship fund, not just this year, but in years to come. Note what we haven't said. We haven't said about reducing the capital limit. We don't like it, but we haven't suggested changing it. We haven't suggested we haven't suggested restricting the maximum level of council tax reduction to the equivalent of a band C. We have not criticised proposals D and E. Only on those two things do we want change. We recognise tough decisions have to be made, but we cannot let the most vulnerable in our society be the victims of trying to act macho. We have to take people forwards in this city. We have to bring people along. We have to look after the poorest. That's why we have suggested not the wholesale demolition that the Conservatives have been saying we are offering, but some studied changes in two areas. And that way we can make this tough decision palatable for the biggest amount of people. That, I think, is a sensible way forwards, and that is why I support what Councillor Mason and Councillor Vernon Jackson have endorsed. The easy thing to do is to say, scrap the lot, start all over again, change everything, scrap everything. That's wrong, because that would be like the Conservative government wimping out of the problem. Where we believe the decisions are tough, but we want to make sure that the most vulnerable in our society are not punished by the desire of an administration to act tough. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Councillor Hunt, please. He's going to give me £1 for my charity, so I'm going to allow him to speak. And I'm the Lord Mayor. Councillor Hunt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I've been around this council for a long time, and I can see when an administration is on the rocks.
Please, councillors. Please.
So the Conservatives today, anybody watching this to see how the Conservative councillors, some of them, I beg your pardon, some of them have behaved today, they can see the anger, I wouldn't say the anger, but the concern that they know that they're implementing not a tough decision, but a calculated decision. It's a calculating Conservative Party. It's a calculating...
Through me, councillor, please. I'm trying to... Through me, please, councillor. And I appreciate everybody keep quiet while he's talking, please. Sorry, carry on.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. What we have here is a group of people who aren't making a tough decision. They're making a calculated decision. They have calculated that it's much easier for them to set neighbour against neighbour, which is what they're doing, Lord Mayor, and they're picking on the most vulnerable people in our society, but that is what they do. They never, or very rarely at least, look out for the less well-off and the needy in our society. And of course, I don't have a huge amount of sympathy for them, but this is because the Conservative government is further reducing the amounts of money to local government. but they support that government. I don't. And I don't support the cuts that are coming to local government. And I think that they should stop. When we were in control of the City Council, we took all these decisions, as Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson said earlier on, around about the budget time. And we sat down and we brought all these important
Councillors. Carry on, Councillor.
We brought all these important decisions about budgeting, but we especially sat down and looked very hard at adult care and children's services. We looked at the most vulnerable in our city. Now, at the same time, despite what Councillor Fleming says, we also protected a lot of other services. And by sitting down and doing these sorts of issues at budget time, we were able to fund the pyramids and keep the pyramids open for the people of Portsmouth. And I can bet you bottom dollar, if we hadn't done that, Lord Mayor, and there was a derelict site there now, we'd be hearing from them about that all of the time. We made good choices when we were in the cabinet and running the council, but because, as Councillor Vernon-Jackson says, we sat down at budget time and considered all the spending options, including things like this, we were able to protect the vulnerable in our city. At the same time we were making decisions around the pyramids, we were protecting vulnerable people. It is not us bringing this forward, it is the Conservatives. Anybody listening to this debate today would have thought the Lib Dems were running the council. They've been running the council now for the last couple of years. Yet they want to deflect the criticism. They want to do what is a classic American tactic of shift and change. We heard Councillor Lyon conflating this issue with Victoria Park earlier on, which I thought was pretty grim, because we are talking about people here who have next to nothing, Lord Mayor. People who have to make choices about whether to turn the heating on or whether to go and buy some food or to pay a bill. Because even though they're in work, they're not being paid very much money. And if we take this money away from them, well, who knows what will happen to them. And Councillor Gotti is completely wrong. You know, I didn't really understand what he was saying. I tried to understand. He's completely wrong. He does come from one of the poorest parts of the city, and he should be protecting those residents, not voting for this matter today, along with the Conservatives, which sounds like he's going to. We are locally elected people. We should be sending messages back to the government saying to stop cutting these benefits for local people, and we should not be the conduit for doing it. We should not be their representatives at local government and harming the quality of life for those who are in wheelchairs, for those who are hard of hearing and can't see, for people who are less well off, the poorest in our society. Yet they say it's a tough choice. It isn't a tough choice, it's a bad choice, it's a rotten choice. It's convenient for them to say, oh, well, everybody else in the city told us we should attack the income of people who are much worse off than ourselves. One thing Councillor Gotti is right about is probably we're all much better off than all of those people. But we should defend them. And I'd urge the Conservative group not to do this and to vote with us and to vote against their minute.
Standing Order 39B. Out of respect, I waited for you to finish. Just want to clarify something, because I don't want you walking around not understanding things, as often as you do.
Councillor, could you make your point, please?
Sorry, sir.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor. What I was saying is, under your administration, if we hadn't lost so many jobs that the poor in my ward needed so much, that further up the line where we are right now, we wouldn't be making this kind of tough decision. Just want to point out, if you can get some money out of Margaret Foster's friends, because she's here, so you can tell her,
it's a point of
for
order.
£38,000 for the council,
it's not a
then that's more
speech,
money.
Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chowdhury, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am representing Charles Dickens ward, and it is poorest ward in Portsmouth City Council. And I feel that people earning is not rising, and it will be make extra money for the council tax. It will be make the people life very hard, and they will be depressed, and it will be affect more vulnerable and low-income family and in the community. And it is worse things it will be happen in our city. I think it is very, very hard decision, but for the couple of years, I think it should be leave it this matter, and it is very hard situation for our country and financial situation. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's it for the moment. So I will now ask the proposer to sum up. Leader, would you sum up, please?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Whilst we've had some time in the chamber today, I've looked to our closest Liberal Democrat-run council, and that happens to be Eastleigh, as I'm sure you're aware, Lord Mayor. And they introduced a scheme very similar to ours on the 1st of April 2016. And I'm just going to summarise for you what their scheme includes. Firstly, that they will remove family premium for new claimants. Secondly, they will reduce the period of backdating council tax benefit claims, that they will revert the levels of earnings and disregard back to those that were in place during the previous council tax benefit scheme. They will reduce the capital limit for individuals from 16,000 to 6,000. They will introduce 2 levels of non-dependent deductions. They will take all child maintenance paid to a claimant or partner into account in full, so single mothers or single fathers, and they will restrict the level of a maximum level of council tax support to Band D. Not massively dissimilar to ours, only we're not actually looking to affect here necessarily those single parents specifically. But what I do want to do, Lord Mayor, is make you aware of a couple of things. It was the Liberal Democrat, the previous Liberal Democrat administration, and this report would have been stood up and tabled, as I'm doing today, by the previous leader of the council, Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson, who brought this to this council chamber in December 2012. At that point, they decided to introduce an 80% cap. Yeah, okay, to people who were of working age in this city, and that included single parents, people with children, some of the most vulnerable, some of the people that live in Councillor Paul Gaudier's ward, some of those that are really struggling to pay their children and feeding them beans and sausages. And they introduced that in December 2012, Lord Mayor. Now, I'm not knocking them for that, because they did what they thought was right to try and balance the books 3 years into an austerity programme. However, Lord Mayor, if I told you that that same administration 30 days later, in January 2013, then stood up in this chamber and our previous Liberal Democrat leader of this council introduced an increase in council allowance for himself and for his cabinet colleagues after they'd just taken money away from the mums who had to just buy their children beans and sausages, as we've heard thanks to Councillor Winnington. Okay, so that's what they did. They took money from some of the most poorest, which I'm not knocking, because that's what councils across the country have had to do as an ongoing effect of the austerity programme, but the very next month they voted themselves through a pay rise. That's point number one, Lord Mayor. Secondly, we then move on. We've heard from Councillor Pitt that we are depriving more people of money that they really need in this city. In fact, he used the words insidious and principles, 2 words that I'm delighted to dwell on when I talk about Councillor Pitt, as I'm sure you're aware. And you have a pledge from me here, Lord Mayor. When Councillor Pitt pays back the £25,000 he owes this council, here's a new pledge for you. We will increase the hardship fund from £250,000 to £275,000, putting that money back into the pocket of those that really need it, thus depriving less people in this city that really need it, Councillor Pitt. Moving on. Then we heard from...
excuse... Yeah, OK. I'm just... Hold on a second. Through me, please, Leader. Thank you.
Then we heard, Lord Mayor, that it's wrong from the Council Leader and from Councillor Lee Hunt that it's wrong of us to bring this forward today. It should all be part of the budget, because that's exactly what they did. Only they didn't, Lord Mayor. When they brought this forward to this council, it was a month after they'd set their own budget. And I think what we can conclude from this is that with the Liberal Democrats in Portsmouth, it's do as I say and not do as I do. And the reason this report is here before you today is because I have had advice from our Section 151 officer and Finance Director, Mr Ward, who sat in the chamber right now, who has advised us as an executive we must bring this report here first if we are to include savings savings in next month's budget. Otherwise, the budget could be voted through with this saving included, and then this council might subsequently reject that saving. If this council rejects this saving today, we will have a gap circa £500,000, probably nearer £800,000, that we will have to plug before the budget is published in the next couple of weeks. So, Lord Mayor, that's why it's here today, because we need it to balance the budget next week. Thank you.
My Lord Mayor,
Leader.
39B.
Yes.
There's been an allegation made by the Leader of the Council that one of the councillors here owes the Council, and these are her words, £25,000. Can the Section 151 officer say if that is true or not? Because if it is true, Councillor Pitt cannot vote.
Yes.
So, my Lord Mayor, we would need to be advised, is the allegation made true or untrue?
1 second. Hold on. I don't want no one else. Councillor Vernon Jackson asked Michael. So, Michael, can you answer that, please?
I can't answer the question, but unfortunately, Councillor Vernon Jackson's incorrect in that the only circumstances in which someone can't vote is if there's arrears of council tax. And I'm not aware that any member sitting in the chamber today is in arrear of council tax.
39B, Lord Mayor, if you're ready.
Yeah.
Morally, he owes this council that money.
Thank you. To the vote, then.
No, my Lord Mayor, sorry, the second thing. So there's an allegation made by the Leader of the Council that another member of this council owes £25,000 to this council, which is clearly untrue. Clearly untrue, as she has said so. It is outrageous, that people should be able to make these allegations.
Councillor Vernon Jackson, if Councillor Pitt has got a problem with what Leader has said, could he put it in writing to Michael? And could that be sorted out away from here? Councillor Pitt, are you happy for that?
Lord Mayor, through you, if it stops distractions in this chamber unnecessarily taking us away from taking food and drink out of people's mouths, then yes.
Thank you very much. Right.
Lord
now
Mayor,
let's move this.
39B, please, Lord Mayor.
What did? Okay.
I do remember as well the City Solicitor was asked to bring a report back to the full Council on the financial history regarding Councillor Pitt prior to his time being elected, so I'll be chasing the City Solicitor up on that report.
Thank you very much. Now,
39B, my Lord Mayor. Sorry, no, I'm sorry. If the Leader is going to make unfounded allegations, they have to be answered. So, my Lord Mayor, the Council Leader...
I've been asked to go to the vote.
No, I'm sorry, my Lord Mayor. Standing orders say that I'm allowed to answer.
Please, listen, if I want advice, it'll be from Michael, not councillors.
Thank you.
Michael, can you answer what Councillor Vernon Jackson has just said there?
I haven't put anything yet.
Okay, sorry, you said half something and I stopped you.
So the allegation from the Leader of the Council was that we, as Liberal Democrats, voted to take away money from people through a scheme like this, and then took money ourselves. Completely untrue. Because we did not accept the rise. Not
Says he can't
one
answer
penny.
it. So
as
I've
usual,
had enough now.
twisting
I've
the
had
truth.
enough. I'm going to go to the vote for the Cabinet recommendations. Sorry, but that's it. I know some I won't please everybody, but that's politics. Let's go to the vote on the Cabinet recommendation. They're proposed by the Leader, seconded by Councillor Luke Stubbs. Please, councillors, go to the vote, please. Thank you.
Right. Those in favour of the Cabinet recommendation?
Please show. Councillor Hunt, please. Councillor.
Okay, I'll take that one more time on there.
Up high. Please.
That's 20, Lord Mayor.
Those against, please, would you show? Please, councillors.
16, Lord Mayor.
16. Any abstentions, please?
That's
3.
So
Okay, so Cabinet
recommendation
recommendation goes through. I'm now going to have a break for 15 minutes, so can we carry on? It's spot on 5:15. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. Please seat. Members, can I just remind everybody that obviously it's very difficult to chair meetings, and I know people want to say a lot, and they get very frustrated. But you know, we did talk about at the beginning about about points of order and things. So please respect what I've asked for. If you're going to say something, then please say it to the point, and then we can move on. So I'm asking that very nicely again. So number 10 then. Notices of motion. We have 5 notices of motions before us today, in which, under Standing Order 32D, must be formally moved and seconded. In its motion A, proposed by Councillor Horton and seconded by Councillor Vernon Jackson. Yes.
Thank you, my
If
Lord
yes, sorry. Yeah, that's fine. As it's seconded. Yep, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Sorry, now Councillor Horton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There's 42 councillors on Portsmouth City Council, we've heard this afternoon, and between us, as again has been evident this afternoon, we represent a diverse range of views and opinions between parties and even within parties, and even more common than is maybe appreciated, cross-party. It could be argued, in actual fact, we have more in common than divides us. I believe that all of us genuinely believe that all of us want the best for residents and feel passionately about this city. Much of the debate and challenge, particularly the robust deliberation in this council chamber, comes from actually a desire to achieve those aims. Perhaps the single most important area of consensus is that every single one of us has been elected by the people of this city to represent the people of this city. It therefore follows that engaging and consulting with them becomes part of our job. There are, of course, many ways to do that, one of which is their contribution to these meetings so that the debate that we have is genuinely informed by public opinion. We should go to every length to make the experience a respectful and worthwhile one.
Sorry, Councillor Horton, I'm not sure if I made it very clear. It's 3 minutes, first of all, and then if we agree... Sorry, thank you.
I am aware. A respectful and worthwhile one, whether we agree with their perspective or not. There have been several occasions in recent times when this has not been the case, and members of the public have, in their own words, felt aggrieved and impotent, with no right of reply in the face of what they consider to be unjust treatment. What I'm asking for here is for us to collectively agree to take a look at the procedures and expectations of our own conduct to ensure that not only are members of the public welcome to contribute to the debate, but actively encouraged to do so in the most amenable manner possible. I just want to clarify what this notice of motion is not. It's not about the way councillors conduct themselves in this council chamber towards other councillors, although some might say that that's also necessary, but the way councillors treat members of the public. It strikes me that we can take this notice of motion in several directions. We can either shut the discussion down by referring it straight to G&A, which would miss an opportunity to publicly demonstrate a will to reaffirm a commitment to public consultation. Worse would be a lengthy debate on what this motion isn't about, i.e. tit-for-tat recollections of every misdemeanour the past and present councillors have done to each other, as we've seen a lot of this afternoon. Or most productive, in my opinion, is a conciliatory exchange of ideas as to how we might make this process easier for the public and at the same time demonstrate a willingness to scrutinise our own conduct and procedures. I urge you to vote to debate this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Horner, and my apologies for interrupting, by the way. Okay, so the Council will now have to vote on whether the motion should be dealt with today. So, Councillor, all those in favour, can you please show? Okay. Any against, please? No? Okay, that's unanimous, so we can debate that today. So it's over to Councillor Horton, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor and fellow councillors, for opening up this to debate. I just want to expand on a few things that I've mentioned just a minute ago. First of all, the role that we play in public office. Secondly, the way in which we treat the public. And thirdly, what we can do moving forward. First is the role that we play in public office and conduct in general. I am absolutely sure that all of us in this chamber have different stories as to why we're all sitting here today. Maybe it was a lifetime career aspirations or an unexpected election victory, Councillor Lyon, or or hard, I believe that to be true, or hard graft over a number of years in fighting several elections. What is surprising to many non-councillors when you tell them is what the job actually entails, and to discover that the majority of it is not the adversarial high-stakes performance that we see in this council chamber. I am currently part of a cross-party working group with Councillors Gemma New, Councillor Gaudier, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Jenny Brent and Councillor Galloway to look at homelessness in the city. The work that Councillor Gemma New and Councillor Gaudier in particular have been doing is extensive, and the difference they're making to the lives of individuals is to be commended, as I'm sure Councillor Morgan and Councillor Jenny Brent will agree. What members of the public may be heartened to know is that during those meetings there is a desire to work together for the benefit of others, and this type of collaborative working is really not unusual. But let's face it, for some councillors, the theatre, it's been mentioned this afternoon, but I echo that, the theatre of the council chamber is a highlight of the job. However, we all go into it with our eyes open, and that we realise that part of our job is dealing with confrontation and sometimes unwanted or unwarranted accusations, but it's to be expected, and we can either join in, as some people do, or we can try and avoid it. But, and this is leading on to my second point, I think we need to raise the question, should members of the public be on the receiving end of that rigour too? Especially when they've delivered what in many cases, and we saw this afternoon, but I did write this before, is a very nerve-wracking experience. And it's something that's really important to them, and for many people who give deputations, it's a really big and brave step to come here. I can actually remember my first deputation very well, and if I'd thought for 1 minute that I might be on the receiving end of a personal attack once I'd retreated up to the balcony, I probably wouldn't have taken that risk and contributed my views. Whilst I wish to emphasise that the vast majority of deputations are respected, we shouldn't be treating members of the public in a manner that portrays a negative image of us politicians and reinforces an established perception of you're all the same, you're all in it for yourselves. Before I come on to kind of ideas and the more pragmatic part of what I want to say, I just want to add an element of realism that can't be ignored. No matter how conciliatory I might want this notice of motion to be, and I really don't want it to become some kind of tokenistic and empty gesture and subject to accusations of making political capital from it, I feel like it's worth mentioning that, as we all know, and we've seen in perfect detail today, politics is competitive. There's a desire to win arguments and own issues, and it's fuelled, I honestly do believe, by the wish to be in power to develop the city in the way that you think's best. Members of the public frequently bring those issues to our attention, especially when we actively engage with them. And contrary to popular belief, that doing petitions is not the only way that the Lib Dems, and I can speak for myself, we engage with the public. We speak to a lot of people every week, but also through petitions as well. But sometimes members of the public are willing to stand up and publicly speak on our behalf for things that are important to us, and sometimes members of the public ask us to support them by speaking on their behalf. So let's be honest, in that instance, we're both doing our job in representing the public and hopefully, this is the honest bit, gaining some political strength for the argument. We all do it. Okay, but surely there should be a line that should be never crossed, whatever the conduct we accept between ourselves. So coming to my final point, do I think we can do anything about this? Yes, actually, I believe we can, otherwise I wouldn't have put this notice of motion in. In the first instance, I am making an assumption that we all agree that members of the public should be encouraged to speak in full council and should be accorded automatic respect. If that's the case, then I think we should listen to them when they feel that they are treated in a disrespectful way at our hands. And then we need to scrutinise our procedures and rule of conduct through G&A in a way that seeks to prevent such occurrences from happening in the future. A further level of robustness could come from a cross-party review from the LGA, Local Government Association, with an emphasis on actions and procedures. For example, and it's just one example, allowing the order of the council agenda items to be changed so that items relating to public deputations are prioritised and members of the public are not kept waiting for hours to hear debate relating to their deputation. And I understand this is the case in some councils. I'm sure that there are other ways too, and I'm genuinely interested to hear what they might be. If we genuinely value the contribution of members of the public and not merely paying lip service to them or using them for our own political gain, then we need to find the will to address this important issue.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Well done. Okay, so I have an amendment from Councillor Luke Stubbs, which will need to be proposed and seconded and circulated. Councillor Stubbs, please, and have you got a seconder?
Yeah, I propose the motion, Lord Mayor, and happy to have the amendment distributed.
Thank you very much.
Do you want me to start speaking?
Give it just a minute, if you wouldn't mind, Councillor. Thank you very much. Councillor Stubbs, would you like to speak on your proposed motion,
I would.
please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Members, please. Thank you.
So firstly, I would very much like to thank Councillor Horton for putting this on the agenda and also for her introduction, two-part introduction, which I thought was very well delivered. And she made some important points, and one of the important points is that actually, in terms of its committee, in terms of its scrutiny functions, this council really functions quite well, and sometimes there is a little bit of theatre in here. There's certainly often considerably more heat than light, but nonetheless, I think the council as a whole does work well. And I think that the cabinet system works well as well, actually. And one of the reasons why there's more arguments in here than perhaps there otherwise could be is simply because so much of what's decided gets decided at cabinet. So a lot of these meetings, in all honesty, the items on there don't affect very much. I think that the purpose of this amendment is for completeness. I've been on this council now for a decade, and if I think back over those times, the things that have happened, the people that have been on and off this council at one time or another, that the most egregious example of the behaviours that Councillor Horton refers to are certainly those involving Annie and Les Cummings, and I think that we need to recognise that. And I think that that is something, that we need to consider, really, when whatever branch of the council, whatever committee of the council actually comes to consider this. I think that that is something that needs to be looked at, because we still haven't answered the question of how could that not happen again. And I guess I'm at a bit of a disadvantage in going sort of very early in the debate, because I recognise that despite the very balanced and reasonable arguments that Councillor Horton put forward, that this debate, as most debates here, is going to turn nasty as it progresses. And I think it's... Well, it usually does.
Through me, please, councillors and councillors, please. It's my meeting. Thank you.
It usually does. And so, I think it's important, really, to rebut some of the points that might be made down the line. And that really is part of the purpose of this amendment. It's just to focus people's attentions on what has been some of the failings of this council over the years.
Right, thank you very much, Councillor. Have you got a seconder, please, for that?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I'm seconding that.
Thank you very much, Councillor New. This matter is now before Council to debate. I've got Councillor Vernon Jackson. Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah.
Lord Mayor, my contribution is going to be very short. Just to tell colleagues about the history of maybe how this motion appeared on the order paper. after the last council meeting, I wrote a notice of motion because I was upset about what had happened to members of the public at the last meeting. And it was a notice of motion that was critical about how we as councillors had behaved in that instance to those members of the public. And what Susie Horton said to me and persuaded me was that that was the wrong thing to do. That it was the wrong thing to do to use a specific example and then put a motion connected to that. And that if this was going to work and work properly, it was necessary that it was not about any specific person, not about any specific event, that it didn't try to apportion blame, that it just tried to look at improving what we did.
Through me, Councillor.
And I think Susie Horton was right. So Susie persuaded me that it was not right for the council to be debating this as a way of throwing rocks at each other or whatever, but trying to step back and look at how we can make things better for the future for members of the public. I'm disappointed in the amendment because I think that takes us backwards and goes against that view of there not being this debate not being about individual occasions and trying to look to see if we can work at how we can make things better. I absolutely recognise that over my years here, some of the things that I have said have not been perfect, they've not been best. Occasionally I've lost my temper, and I absolutely recognise that that has occurred, and particularly with Mr Cummings, and we have discussed that and I've apologised to him. I think it would be better if we could have this debate without referring to individuals or individual events, but try to do this in a way that we're not trying to chuck rocks at each other, but trying to find a way that our actions collectively are perceived by members of the public in a better way. I am conscious at times that members of the public's expectation of us as councillors collectively is low. And if we can find ways of making that better, that would be good. My Lord Mayor, I'm happy to second the original proposal, and I am disappointed that the amendment is there, but and I hope it will be withdrawn. But looking at the smile on Luke Stubbs' face, I think it's unlikely.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lyon, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The reason I'm standing now is obviously the proposal is to take it to G&A, and therefore that would involve my committee. And I just want to begin by saying that we all know that, with some platitudes, that democracy is a messy business, and as Churchill described it, it's the least worst system of government. And that means that occasionally there will be events that we can't do very much about, but if we changed our procedures to take into account particular events, that might not be the right answer. And I thought that both Councillor Horton and Councillor Van Jackson produced some conciliatory and thoughtful speeches. But part of the problem is, as you've been telling us all afternoon, a council meeting is your meeting, and it's our meeting to attend, and we are here representing the public. How accidentally or not is another case. But ultimately, that is what the public are coming to see. And yes, they have an opportunity to speak in deputations and at various points, and it would be infinitely preferable if we were able to tell a group of people, for example, who'd come here to listen to a particular debate, that it might not be debated in the afternoon, that it wasn't actually a given, or indeed that we knew in advance that it was not going to be debated. But actually, I think it's impossible to construct a method of doing that we run a meeting through a normal course. We deal with the various things we have to deal with, and then there are notices of motion. And it's, speaking personally, but also as chair of GNA, I'm not sure, and this is not because I don't want to look at it, I'm not sure what looking at it will do to improve the public participation. The public are witnessing our meeting. They are not entitled to speak except under very, very strict rules. And the idea that we, as a group of people, are saying, yes, but you can participate somehow, is actually, I think, deluding the public rather than telling them how we operate. And therefore, although I completely get and understand both contributions so far, I think we do need to be very careful about changing standing orders concerning a type of meeting that's presumably been going on for centuries, simply because there is one event, maybe 2 or 3 in the past, but not very many, that make us wonder whether we're doing the right thing. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. The leader, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I actually think Susie spoke very well, and she sorry, Councillor Horton, I apologise, very eloquently put across the argument for cross-party working together. Who could possibly disagree with that or argue with what she said? I fully support, her words. Then we move on to the actual words in the motion. And unfortunately, Councillor Horton, you're kind of being caught in the crossfire here. And actually, it wasn't any of your fault because it predates you. But, there is a history to what was a very toxic Liberal Democrat administration in this
Through
city.
me, leader.
Sorry, I apologise, Lord Mayor.
I know
It's
she's
quite wrong of
lovely
me.
and
Sorry.
you're lovely,
She is
but
lovely.
through me,
I do
please.
apologise. Sorry, Lord Mayor. And so for that reason, and because it's not in that too distant past, and in fact, we've had people referred to in our amendment today in this chamber because they feel so strongly about how badly they were treated. So a motion to come forward from a very toxic Liberal Democrat previous administration, giving the council advice on how it should be considering the concerns and the experiences of the public and wanting to involve more people in decision meetings of this council. In other words, engaging with them, literally sticks in my craw, and I'll tell you why. Because when I was a newly elected councillor back in May 2008 with Councillor Fleming, in fact, the first motion that we jointly brought to this council was to televise council meetings, because so much goes on in this chamber, it's really relevant to the people of this city, and most of them never know or hear anything about it. Because there was a budget implication, I spoke to the Portsmouth News, who agreed to buy the camera and fix it in our chamber if they could stream it through their website, because at that point, our website didn't have the ability to do that. That motion was kicked into the long grass, wasn't even given a single consideration, because there was no appetite for engaging people in decision meetings of this council. I then move on to the fact that Les Cummings, Gerald said, I apologise for the way, and I have apologised to Mr Cummings for previous actions. Lord Mayor, it was actually me, on behalf of this council, when I became leader, the day after I became leader, on June the 4th, 2014, that gave Les Cummings that apology that he had tried to get for 10 years. So this motion, talking about taking into consideration people's concerns, and that's without even going into the way Annie was treated and the allegations made to her about just being after money, which was said by a Liberal Democrat councillor in this city, which is abhorrent. But we'll move aside from that because Annie is not here and I don't want to drag up all of that. But that's why this Liberal Democrat group need to realise that when they're bringing things like this forward, there are consequences, as is the implication of asking the LGA to do a cross-party investigation into the way that our engagement takes place in this council. We don't need the LGA to do that for us. We can do that through our own Constitution Working Party, and that can report it back to our own Governance and Audits Committee. That's why we have it. We do also have independent members that we can engage with as and when we need, and I don't mean the independent members here, I mean truly independent members aside from elections. And there will be a cost to the LGA doing things for us. We know that if we ask them to do it, they'll turn around and say that's £5,000, £10,000, however much it will be. And I can't possibly condone money being wasted to score a political point from people who are the last group of 15 in this chamber that should be talking to any of us, Labour, UKIP, Independents and Conservatives, about how to take residents' concerns into consideration and also about how to engage with the public. Because quite frankly, for the 6 years that I was in opposition on this council, before we became the administration, engagement was the last thing on their minds, I can assure you. So, Lord Mayor, that is the reason why you have the amendment before you today, because certain people in this chamber need to be aware, and through you, Lord Mayor, it's not Councillor Hawson's fault at all. I think she spoke eloquently and very well, commend her for that, and almost apologise really to her that she's been caught in this, but unfortunately she's a member of a party that has a not so envious past. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader.
My Lord Mayor, just
yes.
a slight point of clarification, 39B, governance review from the LGA is at zero cost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ferret, please. No, can we move on now, please?
It is free, whatever you say.
Thank you. Councillor Ferret, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I too feel Councillor Horton spoke very well. And yes, in an ideal world, in a council chamber where there wasn't any history as such, and as the council leader has referenced, where we hadn't had a previous very covert, very closed administration, that would all be very well, and I think we could all sign up and to agree to it, that things don't take place in a vacuum. I think we've seen today, and I just referenced a previous debate we had, I think we've seen today where people can be, there's a lack of transparency. I would say they're not being totally honest, where we have people opposing cuts and proposing spending, but not telling us and not telling the public where the money's coming from and what they're going to do as an alternative. So, you know, inevitably, when you have that approach, that is going to result in some adversarial debate. And I'm not going to be lectured by the former council leader. I'm not going to be lectured by Councillor Vernon Jackson. He should really desist from that approach when he gets sanctimonious and he starts telling us about how we should conduct ourselves. He really needs to keep quiet. This is a man that went on national TV and said that the victim of the appalling abuse from Mike Hancock was only doing it for the money. He went on TV and did that. I campaigned in Commercial Road, door to door, saying that he should resign, and I still stand by that. I think because he made that comment, he is not fit to be a councillor. So I'm not going to sit here and take lectures from Councillor Vernon Jackson on how we should conduct ourselves. And I've read this motion a number of times, but I'm still not clear, or it's not clear to me from reading the motion, what the issue is, and therefore it's very difficult to deduce what particular remedy is being suggested here. And without knowing the scale or what the problem is, I don't see how I can support the motion as written, because I'm not understanding what it's saying or how or what it's suggesting we should do about it. Therefore, I've had to interpret the motion, and I assumed it was about making the council more transparent, more accessible to the public. And I think the amendment gives an account of how the council used to operate under the previous administration. And councillors have spoken today. Councillor Harris spoke today about the attempts by the previous administration to restrict the bringing of petitions to this chamber. And I remember Councillor Hancock in this chamber vehemently arguing that it should be 5,000. It should be 5,000 signatures for a petition. It would effectively have killed access to this council chamber, and the very things that they are talking about, and public bringing petitions and not being included, they would have excluded nearly everyone in this city if they'd had their way and brought forward that proposal. I also recall putting forward a motion with a council leader. I didn't realise she'd put forward a previous motion, but we put forward a motion in December 2013 about opening the council up, not only to being filmed, but to take account of developments in social media, and so people could report on what was going on here in the council chamber. Councillor Vernon Jackson stood up and proposed that we didn't debate that and kicked it into the long grass. It was only when we had a new administration that that went through, and that we're now here today where people can see what goes on, they can report what goes on, councillors can report what is going on as well, and the public are included in what is happening here today. When it comes to self-promotion, though, because around that time we had the former council leader appearing in Flagship, and I remember him appearing in Flagship, effectively politicising a taxpayer-funded communication, and we spoke about it here at that meeting, that that wasn't appropriate. That's one way you shouldn't be interacting with the public, but he refused, and he carried on doing that. It was only with a new administration coming in that that process stopped. So this council, I have to say, has vastly improved in terms of its openness over the past 2 years, and it had to. It had to improve because it was a byword for covertness and for corruption, and we had to do something about that. And I'm proud to have played a role in that, and I'm really pleased that the new administration has carried on to be open and to show that they are including the public. And like I say, we should take no lectures from the previous administration, and we certainly take no lectures from Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor, please, no clapping. It's not the Muppet Show. Thank you very much. Although from up here, no. Well, you know, I just didn't want people clapping and each sides on each people. I just didn't want that. No, next up, Councillor Whittington, please. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Thank you. I encourage everyone in the chamber to actually read what the motion says. It talks about cross-party working. It talks about a cross-party review. Oh, I think the council leader thinks that's a bit funny, my Lord Mayor.
Leader, please. Councillor Whittington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It talks about cross-party working. I was actually thinking about, and it's very, very interesting that Councillor Ferret spoke just before.
Through me, Councillor, please.
My Lord Mayor, it's very interesting that Councillor Ferret talked just before me, because I think back to when I was first on the council, when myself and Councillor Ferret, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Purvis and others were first elected, and we worked together on scrutiny panels. And that cross-party working and the interaction with members of the public was absolutely fantastic. And the amount of people that came in. So part of this review, from my point of view, would be looking at those best practices from our scrutiny panels, from our planning committee, from our licensing committee. Because they all seem to work in ways where people come along, they give their opinions, they have their say, and they feel like they've got a lot out of it. Unfortunately, in the past, and in the way that they've interacted, especially with full council, sometimes not that long ago, people come away and think they've either been insulted, they've been disabused, they've been treated badly. As has just been said, these procedures are filmed. This is the only part of the council that is filmed. And if people are coming away from this meeting and feeling like they have been got at, disabused, etc., that is the worst thing possible, because it's the thing you can see. You can see on film. You can see people's reactions. You can hear people's reactions live, and it can't be good. So that's what this motion is about. It's about having people so they can feel that at all parts of the council, they can interact with councillors and they can interact with the decision-making of this council, and not feel, as Councillor Horton said, that you're going to be insulted, got at, etc. It's about learning from mistakes.
Through me, Councillor.
It's about learning through mistakes. You cannot change what you do if you cannot accept that the way things have been done before this moment in time, whether it be a month ago, whether it be a year ago, whether it be 10, 20 years ago is the way you should do things now. That's why I think we need this, why I commend this motion. But that's also why I condemn the amendments, because it's completely missing the points. It's missing the point that this is about the behaviour of the council as a whole. It's about the reality of us. It's about the reality of us being filmed, being a public body. It's the way we interact with people and the way we present ourselves in interacting with the public. So I really think we need to take this as it is, the original motion, take it as something that is objective, that is cross-party, that is a way we can work together for the best interest of this council. Because if we don't, I am sure that the way things happen in the future will be as bad as they are in the past. And as many have pointed out already, that is not a place that we want to be. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Lots of people talk on this. So, Councillor Purvis, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I promise to do my utmost not to be supercilious or lecturing about this. I just want to speak a little bit for the benefit of members about my experience of public involvement in the council since I've been a councillor, and where I think we can go in terms of learning from it. I'm not particularly interested in revisiting historic issues. There's been plenty with members of the public from my own ward that have come to speak to me afterwards, but I want to try and stick to what Councillor Horton said at the beginning about looking at this as a kind of looking forward exercise. Councillor Wington's actually hinted already at one of the aspects I would like to highlight is I think a huge amount is achieved in this council and is achieved very productively, and our behaviour towards the public in those forums is excellent. Though when I was very first on scrutiny as a vice chair of that committee, actually, it was I think we were the first committee in recent years to take committee meetings out of the council and out into the community. We were doing a thing on community ownership. We went out to the Lido and held meetings there with people who were interested in it. Similarly, I was hugely pleased when Councillor Brent first became a councillor and her committee held a round tables format event with many, many stakeholders. I think that kind of involving public in the decision-making process, even in the just thinking process, is enormously helpful. And I think it's important to think that we should be talking and thinking about how more people can be involved, not just in this chamber, but in everything that we do. And I think there's a lot to be said from looking at the good things that do happen here. Perhaps that may need us to park some of the kind of vitriol that's been going on to have that discussion. But I think there's a lot we can learn from. And on that point, I'd kind of come on to the second part of the amendment. I'd have to say I disagree a bit with saying it's a bad thing to involve the LGA. I don't know what other people's experience of the LGA is. I've had quite a lot of interaction with the LGA since being a councillor. A lot of cross-party involvement, in fact. I've been a big participant in the Young Councillor programme, which has brought me together with colleagues from Conservatives, Labour, UKIP, Green, everyone, SNP even, I think. And it's a really positive exercise to learn the best from what other councils and other people do, irrespective of what party badge they wear. And it doesn't actually cost anything to bring in the LGA to do that sort of work here. They do governance reviews for free. And I think we could benefit from just being a little bit more outward looking, a little less navel gazing. Maybe it would help us get away from all these personal attacks and have someone else come in and give us an input that might bring up new ideas. I don't know what the solution is. I don't think there's a magic bullet to this, but I would urge people to think beyond this chamber, beyond the disagreements that are occurring between people in this chamber, and think about how we can bring the whole city along with us, because we have a lot of difficult decisions to make. It's a difficult time, and we need to be involving people beyond just the 42 of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. 7 more. Councillor Bosher, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Councillor Horton spoke very well on her notice of motion, but it's sort of flawed in 2 ways, unfortunately. The first is in your choice for who actually seconded your notice of motion, because automatically that's put the hackles up. And the other one is, it doesn't really go anywhere. The last bit, after talking about a cross-party review, If this should, I'll start again. If this should result in a suggestion for constitutional claims, then these should also be reported to Governance and Audit Standards Committee for consideration. So literally, a report is produced, it goes to Governance and Audit and Standards, and it gets considered. Governance and Audit and Standards is not the place that makes those decisions. It's this chamber when it comes to the Constitution, so it should be coming back here. Now, more years than I care to remember ago, I actually chaired a committee that actually looked in, and the City Solicitor's already smiling because he knows where I'm going with this, that looked at this very sort of matter. And we spent ages with I think it was called a Constitution Working Party, but actually we were looking primarily at standards. And Councillor Hugh Mason is nodding because I think he's spilt blood and suffered in exactly the same way I did as a member of that particular panel. And we came up with a variety of changes, chopping and changing the way that the order was actually held to bring in members of the public and other bits and pieces and whatever. But there was one thing that we actually stuck on, but I think we were reasonably indifferent to it, which was, do we reduce the number of minutes that members speak from 6 minutes to 5 minutes, or do we leave it where it is? Because everything was considered. And I think the committee's view was relatively neutral. But we took a decision and said, let's stick 5 minutes in there and see what happens. And we ended up with a 2-hour-plus debate with people losing the will to live that totally ignored every other thing that we'd done and just argued about 1 minute's worth of speaking time. That was it. And actually, it says everything about the toxicity in this chamber, but members were more concerned at the time with wanting to protect that extra minute of speaking time than they were about changing the order. Actually, I'd tell a slight lie because I think as a result of that, questions from members, which was at the beginning of the agenda, actually got shoved to the back of the agenda. And I think that was about the only positive that actually came out of it. We need to look at this in the round, and to a certain degree, this notice of motion is almost a case of airbrushing previous things that have actually happened. And the reason I mentioned the seconder is because I can remember a notice of motion about Cotton Fire Station coming forward from Councillor Malcolm Hay, and that was seconded by Honorary Alderman Mike Park, back in the time when it was a big political issue. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think actually the Liberal Democrats won a by-election on the back of it. But that was a Tory notice of motion that came forward about saving Cotton Fire Station. And what did the then leader of the City Council do? He booted it to scrutiny without debate. So there is a track record, which, although your words at the start were very laudable, there is a track record of behaviour that has been set down by the leader of the previous administration that makes his choice to second this totally inappropriate, in my opinion, and has led you to a situation where you're going to end up with a debate that's not particularly good. You could also go on about public engagement, and I read the Portsmouth Politics website page like probably a lot of people do. And I see the phrase openness and transparency used there quite a lot by certain members. But for years I was the opposition spokesman on planning, regeneration and economic development to former councillor Mike Hancock. Just about every single meeting, it was exclude press and public, exclude press and public. That was it. And it took me longer to walk over the Guildhall, from the civic offices to the Guildhall, than it took to actually sit in his meeting. There was only one occasion, Lord Mayor, when the meeting actually lasted longer than we thought it was going to, and that was because the clerk to the committee was 10 minutes late coming over to collect some paperwork. So we actually finished at 11 minutes past 10 because all the decisions were taken behind closed doors. We can go back. We can talk about John Lewis. We can talk about IKEA. We can talk about Centros Miller. We could talk about the leader, the lie and the Lido, which is a headline I seem to remind. As much as this is laudable, and I could go on for an awful lot longer, it is a matter for the City Council to make this decision as to where we go from now. And as much as I'd like to think the behaviour in this chamber is going to improve, even though a lot of the members may well have changed, I think the 5 minutes or 6 minutes indication shows where it's actually going to go. It would be better if people concentrated on the way the committees work, because that's where a lot of good work is actually achieved. And this can be largely theatre in here. The other problem I might just leave you with is the fact that your notice of motion talking about public engagement follows a debate where your leader, your seconder, has put down an amendment that let's basically say, let's have a consultation. When the consultation is finished, let's go back and change the consultation document. That's hardly engaging with members of the public, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bowsher. Councillor Steve Weems.
I'm sorry, my Lord Mayor, 39B, completely untrue.
Okay.
But as he knows it, it's...
Councillor Steve Weems, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think the aims of the original notice of motion are laudable and something most members in this chamber would endorse. The rules have got to be there for us all to enjoy, for us all to benefit from, all have an input to. That's appropriate. Much has been made of openness and transparency, and clearly I would certainly agree with Councillor Ferret and the leader about, in terms of actually putting it on the internet, things like that. I think they are important. It allows people to see how their elected representatives are behaving. I'm very pleased we did it. I'm sad that Liberal Democrats refused to do so in the past. When we consider some of the things that went on in the past, perhaps we shouldn't be so surprised. So I also agree that it's right to frame the future on generalities, because we cannot foresee every individual circumstance that might occur in the future. So that is right and appropriate too. I mean, in the end, the ladies that came here for the last meeting, how are we to know what item they were here to listen to? Because we were sat here debating items.
Members, please. Members.
We were holding our debates in the course of our normal way. We weren't doing anything abnormal or unusual. We have deferred items before from this chamber to scrutiny panels or elsewhere. So, unless we know what the people are here for, how are we to say whether we should debate it? And even if they are here for a particular item, is it still wrong for us to defer items if it's appropriate to do so? It might be there's good reason to do so. So we shouldn't frame our rules on generalities, on individual circumstances. But we do have to use individual circumstances as clues of things we might need to address. And that's why it's appropriate for us to have the amendment before us. Because the Liberal Democrat group and the City Council, I have to say, have still failed to address the issues that lie behind Les Cummings and Annie. And that's the thing that needs to be addressed, not the individual circumstances that surround those cases, but the events that led up to it and how the City Council dealt with it. Because if those things were to occur again, we should have in place a process that allows us to properly deal with it. And like Councillor Ferret, I find it astounding, abhorrent really, that the previous leader of the council could suggest that the vulnerable adult was only in it for the money. And I said then, and I repeat it now, the then leader of the council, Councillor Vernon Jackson, should have resigned over it. And I'm appalled that the Liberal Democrat group haven't got rid of him since, because if he failed to go, they should have made sure he did. So Councillor Winnington's quite right. It's the behaviour of the council as a whole that is important. But in this instance, the council voted that Councillor Vernon Jackson was right. So we as a whole made it look like Councillor Vernon Jackson was right. Loads of us in the room didn't
Through
agree.
me, Councillor, please.
Sorry, beg your pardon, Lord Mayor. As you can see, I'm passionate about this issue, have been for a long time. So, I would say to you, Lord Mayor, it's quite clear the Liberal Democrat group don't want to focus on individual events, probably because it's too awkward and embarrassing for them. But I think it's right that when there's a review taking place, those events can be used as a guide to how our rules should be changed if appropriate. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leo Madden, please. Thank you.
Can I confirm, Lord Mayor, we're speaking to 10A? That is the notice of motion.
That is what's
well,
in
I've
front
been
of me.
listening to lots of things nothing to do with the notice of motion. Could I start off by giving the assurance, first of all, to Councillor Ferret that as a former leader of the council, I will not lecture, hector, or have anything like that to do with him. Can I say, Lord Mayor, that I would ask people to read what the notice of motion says. I'd also ask them to read what the amendment says. And if we're talking about members of the public. We're not talking about installing TV cameras here or notices of motions that were put up by members of the City Council or members of the City Council addressing the different issues over the year. What we're saying is that we believe that we do know that some members of the public at the last meeting were upset about the way that they perceived, or in actuality, that the council and council members had treated them. And that's what this issue is simply trying to address. Now, Councillor Verne Jackson is right. You know, you may not accept that he should have been down secondly in this. That's entirely up to you. But nevertheless, he's entitled to come here and to make a point like anybody else has. And it's wrong. Outside a notice of motion, which is quite clear, talking about members of the public, that we should still now be allowing the situation to develop where members of the City Council have been denigrated by other members of the City Council. It's something I've never liked, Lord Mayor, you know, and when I saw this notice of motion, I have to say, I thought, well, that'll be a nice one, won't it? That'll be carried. It'll be named con. It'll just be accepted. Well, it just shows you, after all these years, Lord Mayor, how naive even I can be. Can I also say, Lord Mayor, that, in my sabbatical, I did, thanks to Councillor Lyon, I had a sabbatical. And, you know, but I was around seeing lots of people, you know, and actually, during I can't remember what month it was, you'll remember, but I was canvassing in Baffins, right? So I felt comfortable enough to leave Hilsey even, or even Nelson Wood, and go into Baffins. And when I did canvass someone, they said that they would never, ever again vote in the City Council elections or make a deputation to the City Council. Because it appears that sometime last year, when they were making the deputation, everybody was sitting looking at their phones, not everybody, but most people sitting at their phones, their laptops or whatever. And afterwards, his wife had said to him, I wouldn't bother in future, dear, because they weren't listening to you. Now, I'm not saying that people weren't listening because I wasn't here, but that was the perception of this member of public, that we, as a City Council, as a body, were being disrespectful to them coming here as a deputation. And that can't be right. So the one thing we could look at in standing orders is when people can put their machines on in order to at least give the perception, if it comes to that some of us are actually listening to what's been said. Standing orders themselves, any standing orders, and I've said this over the years, and constitutions are only as good as the people who use them. So if you want to ignore them, abuse them, whatever we want to do, you're going to do it anyway. But they are not set in stone. Now, Councillor Bush is absolutely right, and we all went through that period about 8-10 years back, and to paragraph Tony Blair, we've all got the scars now back from it. Because all the standing orders then did come down to was timing of meetings, I think, and the amount you could speak to. And we spent a lot of time on that. But what we're saying here is that we should look at the standing orders and see if there's any way in which we can improve them to make members of the public feel that coming here or coming to any other committee meeting, actually they're not being denigrated, they're not being insulted. In fact, their contribution has been welcomed. Now, we tend to do that anyway, to be fair, and I think the process has always been that what we do is to thank the deputations, and hopefully whoever's responding to the debate debate will do that. It doesn't say we've listened to them, but at least we're thanking them for their deputations. The standing orders, as I say, are not set in stone. And I think that the Council at the end of the day will decide what those standing order provisions will be. Now, I just jot down a few notes here. Councillor Land, as the chair of the committee, clearly is a bit concerned as to what might happen. But I think, and he's absolutely right from today, if I was a member of a deputation, I would not have known that my deputation and the notice of motion I was speaking to would be heard many hours later. I didn't know that. So there's something we could look at least giving an indication to people making a deputation, whether there's a chance that it'll be heard, whether it won't be heard, and at approximately what time. We'll take bets. We'll take bets on what the time might be, but nevertheless, that's something we do. We should be courteous, but I think we tend to do that, to be fair to deputations. In the notice of motion, I have to say, or the amendment, I think I've always got on quite well with Mr Les Cummings. I don't know. I've spoken to him a few times in the past, but I'm not too sure that this council particularly, when he has made the deputations, has been discourteous to him. And I hope that that's not the situation. I hope it's not the situation. So, and an important point, I think, to be fair as well, a Councillor Lyon raised, which I've been raising ad nauseum for years, is this exclusion of the press and public. I actually think we need to be more robust. I don't know whether sometimes when we're actually excluding the press and the public, whether we're protecting ourselves, or some of us, or we're protecting the officers. I have no idea, right? And I think we need to look clearly, and obviously the legislation, as to what it actually means in relation to excluding the press and public. Because it is embarrassing, because members of the public do come along and they'll sit there, maybe the only person sitting in the public gallery, and suddenly you get to item 11, which is exclusion of the press and public, and somebody says, I move that, and somebody says second it, and the poor blight is still sitting there, and you've got to explain that actually this is only for councillors. This is going to only be you and members of the public. So I don't know why people are scared of the original one. I can see the politics being played in the amendment, but if we actually accept the actual principle of what Councillor Horton was saying, which is that we should look to see how we can best encourage more deputations, members of the public to come and do deputations at whatever level, we should do that, and actually make them feel that once they've had the deputation, that it's been listened to, it's been considered, and maybe even it should be given proper consideration, because whoever's moving whatever they come to make a deputation on should actually say what they think of the words that they have put forward. So please don't be scared of this. Just let's have a look at the standing orders. I say they're not set in stone, and see if somehow or other we can amend them. A public document, of course, and the public can say how they should be treated when they actually come to inform us or speak to us on council business. And let's not worry about it. And let's, here we go again. And perhaps if we do a review of standing orders, we could maybe look at how members could be nice to one another in future. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Neil Young, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've always believed that it's important that you're judged by your own standards. I think it's important that as individuals we all have our own set of standards and we have to respect people in that way. I've worked with a number of different people when I worked in the probation service, and someone very rightly said that when you're working with people who've committed all sorts of abhorrent crimes, you have to find something that you respect so that you can at least work with them. You might not necessarily like their behaviour, but you have to separate their behaviour from their actions. And the reason that I bring this up is because I think that we can change the standing orders. We can look at the standing orders, but every single person in this chamber has a responsibility as well. We can't tell everyone in this chamber how to behave in front of the public. That is their own set of values, and they all need to know what those values are. Now, when I first read the amendment, I was slightly concerned, and then I started to think about it. And I started to think, well, what is this council's darkest day? When was this council really should be ashamed of its actions? And I have to say that this is probably one of them. Now, I've dealt with crisis communication a lot. I had fraud in a company and I dealt with it. There was media attention and all sorts of stuff that went on. And then afterwards, I had to tear apart my actions and the actions of the organisation in order that I could understand exactly what went wrong. Now, that is not easy. That's quite hard. That's a sense of we've actually got to admit that we got things wrong. And yes, we've had an apology, but actually, what's changed? If you want to change anything, everyone has to get together and has to agree change, and everyone has to action that change. So I think that there is a lot in this notice of motion. I think that we should look at our standing orders. But actually, I think we should all look at ourselves as well. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Sanders, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I agree with a lot with what Councillor Young said. One of the problems that we have in this city, as far as I can see, is the overall political culture, which too easily reverts to personal attacks. It too easily reverts to name-calling. I may have been guilty of this as well. I think people on all sides have been guilty of this from time to time. So it's about moving forwards. But before I start, I just want to ask the City Solicitor and the Chief Executive a question. Earlier on in the debate, it was said that the Council was a byword for corruption by June 2014. That's a very, very serious allegation. So I just want to check from either the City Solicitor or the Chief Executive whether there were any accusations that were successfully found of corruption between 2009 and 2014, in other words, the period of Liberal Democrat majority control. Because we're a byword for corruption, apparently, and I just want to remove that stain on this council's character before I progress.
Just give us a minute, Councillor.
Of course.
Chief Exec, would you answer that, please? Thank you. This is a first.
Well, everybody's silent.
Yeah,
I mean, that's very
Chief
impressive,
Exec,
I've got to say.
Talking.
I'd like to thank you for the question.
No, my Lord Mayor, I don't think you agree.
Sit down,
believes a
Councillor,
word of it.
and I'll call you again in a second. David.
I'm not aware that the council has been found guilty of corruption on any occasion.
Thank you very much.
No, sorry.
This isn't the item on the agenda, I'm being told here.
Yes, my Lord Mayor,
So,
I think David.
Councillor,
I think David is wrong.
well, it's not a question on there. Councillor Sanders, then
I think there was
need
a
to carry
member
on.
of staff who was done in that period.
No,
but I
I'm
think
just not
David
going
is
to.
wrong.
I'm just going to talk over everybody and stand up in a second. Councillor Sanders, can you carry on, please? You've had your answer. Please carry on.
And I'm very grateful for that clarification from the Chief Executive, and I hope the words "this council was a byword for corruption" by June 2014 will not be repeated. When going forward, as I've said at the start, all sides have been guilty of things that are wrong. Now, I can only vouch for when I started in 2012. Do I believe that Annie was treated very badly? Yes. No question. I've said that before. And I have... Thank you, Councillor Ferret. I have said that before. But I also believe that there have been other occasions, my Lord Mayor, when members of the public have been treated very badly. This motion didn't want to point fingers. That's the easy thing to do. We can point fingers at everyone, usually 3 fingers point back at you if you start pointing fingers. So that's why we wanted deliberately, as a Lib Dem group, to avoid specific accusations. I could mention the behaviour at the last meeting towards Mark Lewis. I could mention the behaviour at the last meeting towards the WASPy people. I could mention the behaviour towards Shoda Dillon of Aurora New Dawn. I could, but I don't want to get into the blame culture. And that is what has happened through this amendment. Because by focusing on one person who was treated very badly, there are other instances where that could have happened, whereby certainly the people on the receiving end felt that they were treated very badly by us. That is wrong. We have to go forwards and we have to work together. Now, I don't believe that we're perfect. I don't believe any of us as councillors are perfect. I don't believe any political party is perfect. And that's why I disagree with Councillor Lyon's view that somehow we do not need external assistance. External assistance might be useful. It might be helpful. And that's the spirit in which we've got to progress. We have to move forwards. We cannot talk about individual instances because we could all bring them up. Whether people are treated very badly, as I believe Annie and others have been treated very badly, but we have to move forwards positively. That's why I hope we do not get into the blame game, and I hope that we reject this amendment and pass the motion as originally put forwards, and then work together to make sure that we can improve the political culture of this city, which Councillor Young has rightly identified, is a severe weakness and a stain on all our character. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Standing
Yes,
Order
Leader.
39B. You know, in this debate the way it is at the moment, for the previous Leader of the Council to stand up and use the word corruption in conjunction with our staff is appalling, and he should withdraw that comment. That is completely out of order. As an employer, we need to think about the welfare of our staff, and I think that is a terrible, terrible thing for him to have just said when we are talking in reference to the poor behaviours of this previous Liberal Democrat administration, and he's brought in the staff in the same premise. That's absolutely disgraceful. And for the record, we didn't know that the ladies that were here before were for any kind of waspy kind of motion whatsoever. As the Leader of the Council, I was not told by Councillor Stagg that anyone was here for any sponsored motion, and those particular ladies quite often come to this meeting, and I've been in contact with one of them twice since, offering support.
Thank you, Leader. I've been told by Michael that we've got to carry on. So,
My Lord Mayor,
are you going to do an order bit? Or
Yeah, my Lord Mayor,
order, or whatever it is?
My Lord Mayor, there was Standing Order 39B.
Hold on, members.
My Lord Mayor, there was a question asked about whether this council had been corrupt, and an answer was given by the Lord Mayor. No, Chief Executive, sorry, my apologies, Chief Executive. My Lord Mayor, I didn't think, in honesty, that was a correct answer, and I think it was my duty to say it. My memory is that one member of staff went to court and was done. Now, my Lord Mayor, if that was, I'm sorry if I've got that wrong. I absolutely apologise, but I wanted to make sure that we were
being pressured to carry.
And if that was, I got it wrong.
I've been
absolutely
pressured.
apologise.
I'm going to have to adjourn in a minute. So please, I've been asked by two people here to carry on with everything. So I'm going to call Councillor Hunt. That's what I've been advised to do. Councillor Hunt, please.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. So I'm entirely with Councillor Madden on this, because this proposed notice of, very good notice of motion by my ward colleague, Councillor Horton. I just remind, we anticipated, that's the truth of it, Lord Mayor. We had a group meeting and we sat down and we talked about the notice of motion, how it was worded. And we anticipated that our Conservative colleagues would do exactly what they have done. So we're not unsurprised by it. So we're ready for it. We knew it was coming. But it doesn't alter our desire to make improvements for people who want to come here and speak. You know, although everybody says that having the TV and everything is a great thing, sometimes when they see what goes on here, it must put them off coming and making a deputation there. It isn't easy to do public speaking. Truthfully, I don't find it easy. It's true. It's completely true. Well, I'm sure that you guys would like me to stop doing it, but
Thank
I won't.
you, members. Councillor, yeah, carry on.
Lord Mayor, you know, I don't find it easy to get up and talk. You know, sometimes I lose my way. Sometimes I get a bit mixed up with what I want to say. And it isn't an easy thing to do. But today, this notice of motion was really very clear. Councillor Susie Horton brought it for all the right reasons. So we expected that this amendment would come in. Lord Mayor, you know, it's the way people are treated. notwithstanding everything that our Conservative colleagues have said today. I remember when we had the fire service debate, notwithstanding that some of us didn't want to debate it, not me, of course. But when the deputations came, there was one from the Chief Fire Officer and there was one from the union rep. Now, the Chief Fire Officer, because he was in support of cutting 16 firefighters, he got a very long round of applause from our Conservative colleagues. He was a deputation over there. And then the union official came and argued against that. Now, he was met with stony silence. That was wrong. You know, you should either clap everybody or you should not clap anybody at all. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that that's something that needs to be looked at, because you mentioned earlier on about, you know, clapping seals and everything. That's crept in ever so much, and we're now actually clapping individual councillors. I mean, I'm only doing it because everybody else is doing it. And I don't want to be seen on the TV here not clapping when everybody else is clapping and look like an idiot, you know? But I feel as I'm being pressured into clapping, and some of the things I don't want to clap for. You know, we never used to do it. I'm not saying we shouldn't. Maybe we should do it all the time. But that's something that this could look at. It was the disrespect. It was the disrespect shown to the union official, you know, and the clear partisan view of one part of the council. I'm desperately trying to avoid using political titles because I'm trying to keep this collegiate. And the way the women were treated, I mean, there are things that can be done. For example, Lord Mayor, we might want to ask people to look at whether each notice of motion should be timed. This one's taking a very long time. Maybe half an hour should be allocated because Mrs Gillard and Mrs Mrs Richards are still up there. If they knew what time that their notice of motion was going to be discussed, they might be able to go away for a coffee or go home and do something better with their time, perhaps. But there are things like that could be looked at. There are some practical things that could be done. So, you know, I'm not going to vote for the amendment, not because I don't want to, but because it doesn't get that review that we're looking for. And when it comes to the proposition, you're going to win your amendment. We know that. You're doing it because you want to try and get some political points on us. Do you know what? It actually doesn't work. People have seen and heard all of this for years. They're not interested in it anymore. They really are not.
Through me, Councillor, please.
Lord Mayor, people aren't interested in this anymore. It was wrong. What happened was wrong. We all know that. And various people have apologised time and time again. But it's, you know, what I've heard today from our Conservative colleagues is they want to carry on the same way as before. They don't want any change. We're saying we accept those things that went wrong. We've said so. Councillor Vernon Jackson said so earlier on today. We've accepted all that. He's accepted it over and over again. And by the way, Lord Mayor, he's not being congratulated for his CBE by this council. Did we? Oh, I don't remember. I do beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Anyway, I want to congratulate him personally on his CBE. I think his services to local government have been absolutely outstanding. And of course, the Conservatives laugh. The Conservatives laugh, but he's been given that by Her Majesty the Queen. These things aren't bestowed lightly. It's not funny, but actually, and I'm going to be honest.
Through
today,
me, Councillor.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. The way they've behaved today, anybody can see, has been pretty poor. And, well, thank you, Councillor Fleming. You know, out to scratch as ever.
Please, Councillor Hunt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. What I'm trying to say, this was an attempt at doing something collegiately. It's a shame that it hasn't been done, but it's been used to attack Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson. So it's a great shame. Well done, Susie. Darn good motion, and I shall probably vote for it when their amendment gets through as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Ken Alcombe, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I thought I'd better complete the Drayton and Farlington triumvirate today and contribute to everybody from our ward has had a say. I know I don't have to, but I just felt I've sat here quietly all afternoon and the pressure's built up to the point where I've actually got to say something. Congratulations, Councillor Horton. I thought you spoke extremely well in a great conciliatory tone in your motion. I also, strangely enough, agree with some of what Councillor Hunt has said regarding clapping. The tradition in this chamber was always that the only time we clapped was when a new member made their maiden speech. And I think some of us took the clapping today as an ironic way of making Margaret Foster's maiden speech, because I certainly don't remember her speaking in the time she was in the chamber. But that was, I think, a light-hearted moment. But what I'd like to come back to is some of the things we've talked about or really brushed past, I guess, and it's the way members of the public are treated, not at other meetings, but at this meeting, because I think on the whole, scrutiny panels, licensing, planning, etc., on the whole, they're treated pretty well. And I take planning as an example. I've sat on that ever since I was elected to this council, and basically, if there are people who are waiting to make deputations, those items get moved up the agenda to save them waiting around too much. And as Councillor Hunt pointed out, 2 of our deputies are still in the guards up there waiting to hear their notice of motion debated. And I think that's a great shame, because they could have been dealt with some time ago, where we've talked about matters like this, which nobody's other than us is particularly interested in at the moment. The other thing I think was a shame was the way people are underrepresented. You know, we all walked past a demonstration outside today against drilling for oil in the national park. We had a gentleman who made a deputation. There were a number of people out there. I stopped and spoke to them, and they'd come from all over the area. They weren't all Portsmouth people. Most of them were from surrounding districts. None of them came into the debate. None of them came in to listen to his deputation, as far as I'm aware anyway. Having made his deputation, he left. And that's obviously an item. Oh, he's still there, sorry. I thought... yeah. Well, congratulations for your endurance, because I think, you know, I think it's a shame that more people didn't stay to hear that item. And I think that's probably where we're falling down slightly. And the fact that we actually, when they've made their deputation, we stick them upstairs rather than have them here in front of us as a reminder, might actually concentrate some of our minds in getting on and talking about what we're here to talk about, not, you know, the political point scoring. And I think the last, perhaps, area I wanted to touch on was the fact that, you know, a lot has been made today about past issues, past complaints, past threats. It's a bit like the Palestinians and Israelis, isn't it? It's like, you know, there's an air of mistrust. And until we can get over that air of mistrust, and that air of mistrust is obviously built because we're on political opposite sides. We're running the council at the moment. You did. You want to again. We understand that. And, of course, everybody reads in to every piece of literature that comes out or every motion that's put before this council, looking at what angle is the opposition trying to put on it. What points are they trying to score? Until we can get to a point, and I don't see it coming anytime soon, where we can actually trust each other at doing the best for the city rather than the best for our own political party, I don't see us moving forward on that particularly well. And I think that's part of the reason we have our amendment, because, bluntly, we still don't trust you. You know, and equally, the same is probably true of you to us. So I think there's a long way to go. But certainly I think in terms of the way we engage with the public, I wasn't here at the last meeting, so I'm not sure what went on. I'm not sure who said what. But I do think just one other point I wanted to perhaps come back to is, like, today we had 2 deputations from former members of this council. Now, they didn't, but if either of those had made attacks on any of us, I think it's only fair that we would have had the right to go back, because they're used to the cut and thrust of politics. That's a bit different to us having a go at some little old lady who's sitting there complaining about something, making a deputation, who's doing what she thinks is right. If somebody comes here and makes a deputation which is overtly political, I think whoever it is, whether it's a Conservative activist, a Lib Dem activist, a UKIP activist, a Labour activist, then any of us have the right to challenge what they've said. And I think somehow we need to differentiate between those sort of deputations and the people, residents of the city, who come along out the goodness of their heart about something they feel passionately about, to stand here and make a deputation. They should not be castigated, rubbished or abused because of that. If they're here for the right reasons, we should listen to them with respect, and we should actually deal with that in a right and proper manner. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got 3 more speakers on this, and then we're going to call it a day, if I can. Councillor Fleming, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Trying to address the specific motion, it almost gives the impression that the public don't feel they can actively participate in our meetings. But if you take the standing orders to the letter, a member of the public will have as much time to speak in a full council meeting as I do. So we already have standing orders that do give the public just as much right as me as an elected member to speak. So I'm not quite sure that the issue is around standing orders and the processes. I think what we've heard today is that it seems to be more geared towards individual behaviour towards members of the public. And I can't say I'm particularly aware of any instances since I've been back on the council, but I would hope that any member of the public who felt they had been disrespected when they'd come along to one of our meetings would complain about it. That is why we have the complaints process, and I would like to think that the subcommittee who would look at any complaint like that would actually view it as a bit of a reflection on all of us and actually be a bit robust in the way that they would deal with such a complaint. Now, there are a few suggestions about clapping, whether we should, we shouldn't. Look, getting the LGA involved over whether we should clap is a joke. I mean, an absolute waste of time. Councillor Vernon Jackson says it won't be money. OK, the last time a statutory organisation did something for free and had officers coming along and didn't charge for their time, well, I'm certainly not aware of one. And that is just a reflection of realities, because for somebody to come down and look at these things, whether it's travelling expenses, whether it's their time, whatever it is, there would be a cost. And to actually incur a cost to have us look at whether we clap is ridiculous. I've heard one other proposal on a potential change to standing orders as a result of the debate today as well, and that came from Councillor Hunt, when he suggested that we could have timed debates. The problem with that is you end up potentially in a situation where members of the public have more right to speak in these meetings than elected members, because they speak at the beginning of the meeting, they have their 6 minutes. As a member of the council, I'd like to think if I wasn't the first one to get my hand in the air and I was a little bit late, I lose my right to speak. I lose my right to represent my local residents. That cannot be right. And I appreciate just as much as anybody, perhaps not as much as you sitting there, Lord Mayor, but you know, these meetings do go on for an extremely long time. But ultimately, there's one particular issue, Councillor Elcombe actually touched on it, and it's about the trust between different parties on the council. And he's right, there is a distinct lack of trust. The point at which I deviate slightly from Councillor Elcombe's view is that I don't genuinely believe it's matched on both sides. And there's a very good way to illustrate that. In 2014, there was a change of administration at this council. Councillor Donna Jones was elected as the leader of the council in 2014 with less than a third of the council. 12 members out of 42. Because it wasn't the Conservatives who mistrusted the Liberal Democrats. It was everyone who wasn't a Liberal Democrat. It's just that simple. Whether it was UKIP members, whether it was independent members, whether it was Conservative members, or Labour. Many individuals had sat on these benches for years and had become increasingly frustrated at the way things were operating. There are lots of words in the chamber, and words always come easy, but you shouldn't judge people by their words. You should judge them by their actions. And the one that I've taken particular exception to, unfortunately he's not in the room to hear it, was from Councillor Sanders, who tries to position himself as having been appalled at what happened over Annie. Well, I'll tell you now, there was another Liberal Democrat member who was equally appalled, in fact probably more appalled, and that was Councillor Eleanor Scott. She didn't just stand up and say, oh, isn't it terrible? She actually stood up to be counted and said, I cannot be a part of this. Councillor Sanders, he chose to sit in a cabinet continuing with the person whose actions he found appalling. We need to be judged on our actions, and until there are actions from the Liberal Democrats showing that they are willing to work in a cross-party way, it's only inevitable there will be a huge dose of scepticism.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Steve Hastings, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will pay into your charity because I wasn't going to speak on this matter, but I think it's worth it because I think the notice of motion was good, and I think Councillor Horton did a very good job at portraying it and putting it over, and the amendment is the amendment. But I think in this chamber we have a procedure, and reference has been paid to the notice of motion last time regarding the women and pensions. In this chamber we followed the procedure. We had a democratic vote on what should happen to that notice of motion, and I think maybe the fault is to be laid at the people that bring notices of motion that are not relevant to this council. And where they need to be, it's government matters, etc., and they need to go to another meeting, then that's so be it. That's what will happen. So if you bring notices of motion of that nature to this chamber, they will be dealt with accordingly, and that's where they'll end up. I have some sympathy with Councillor Elcombe, and I tend to agree what happens in our planning meetings is often a matter is brought forward if there are deputies, and I think that's good. And also I think it would be good for the deputies to remain in the chamber. But what I would like to point out is that on Monday we have scrutiny management meeting. It is a public meeting, and that is where the matter of the notice of motion on the women's pensions will be, and anybody can come along to that. The same deputies can come to that. I'm sure the press will be there. It will run the same process as it would have run here, and in the end it will be something like the leader will write a letter to the government and ask them to think again or do something differently or whatever. That's the way it is. That was our democratic and procedural process. That's what we followed. There was no fault on the part of this chamber or how it ended up in scrutiny management. For my mind, I think the fault is bringing notice of motion to this chamber that isn't relevant to the council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Last councillor now is Councillor Paul Godier.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll just 2 points. Well, not 2 points, but I'm going to break this up into 2 things. Sorry. I'm a bit miffed because for the last 2 full council meetings, I believe a lot of our debates have been on consultation, the combined authority, and several that mentioned tonight. So I believe there's lots of consultation with the public going on. So this is why I'm confused. The other point is, and some of you are aware, some of you may have seen a lovely debate I had on Portsmouth politics, the politics page on Facebook. I do apologise, a bit tired at the moment. The point I'm making is, a lot of my voters in my ward actually voted me in because they weren't happy with the Liberal Democrats' lack of consultation with the people. And that was relevant over the, and this is where I may be wrong, so I'd like clarification if I can from Chief Executive. I do apologise. What was the consultation like on the toilets? Was there much? Because that's the point I'm making. Shutting down the public toilets, and I got fed back, and this was part of why people were frustrated.
Well,
they don't feel
sorry,
like
Councillor.
Sorry,
Can we ask Michael to answer that specific question?
Well, there was a considerable amount of consultation. We can provide with information on it. Okay.
Thank you, Michael. Councillor.
No, that's fine. I'm not pretending I know everything. That's why I asked the question. Don't ask a question, you don't get the answer. Come on, who in here knows everything, yeah? The point remains, my people didn't feel like they were consulted. It just kind of happened overnight. Same with several little aspects. The point is, I don't want to stand here throwing political point scoring around. I'm sure I'm as guilty as everybody in this room, or a majority of us are. But this is the point I do want to get to. I do apologise, I'm mumbling on. I'm incredibly tired today. This is quite a long meeting and a lot going on. Yes, we do need to talk to the public better. We do need to clarify things. We do need to get them involved, but that is our job. We've got surgeries. We've got 42 councillors here who can talk to people. We've got residents' meetings. We've got resident consortiums. We've got an endless supply of ways to make sure the public are engaged. So let me just point out why I think we struggle to get them engaged. Again, we're just fighting each other. Yeah, that's all we're doing. We're fighting each other constantly. Yes, I'm as guilty as most. But come on, this is so important. The public must be involved. So how about we find a way through this one as well? I seem to be saying that a lot today. But then go away from this meeting and start telling people we've got lots of consultation going on, and tell them to get involved, not scare them off with petitions and that are slightly inaccurate, or scare them off from the other side of the review saying the one side or the other side wrong. I'm not point scoring, I'm saying it's our job to get them involved. So please, just do it. Let's stop scaring off the voters. Let's get them in here and let them decide what we're doing. Yeah, because that's the point. We represent them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Horton, to sum up, please. Thank you.
Well, one can always hope, even when you lay out the three options, you can always hope that people go for the one that you wanted them to go for, but it doesn't always happen that way. There's a couple of things I do want to actually mention, though. One is the naming of individuals. I just want it to be clear that it wasn't specifically about what happened at the last meeting. It's been over a period of time. And I still am not prepared to name individuals, because I made a conscious decision not to, because I hoped that that would... sorry?
Please. Thank you, Councillor.
I hoped that actually it would focus the motion on what I really wanted it to be on. But and members of all parties, including my own, didn't actually stick to that. So you'll either believe me or not believe me, and that, I suppose that's the nub of the point that Councillor Elkin was making about trust, is that I genuinely did bring this motion to the council because of things that I had observed and didn't feel happy with, and wanted to represent those people who felt aggrieved. I appreciate the amendment could be perceived as a little bit of a political trap, and I just want to place on record that the comments about Mr Les Cummings and Annie, I absolutely are fully supportive of the apology that was made to them, and that I absolutely appreciate the seriousness of that example, but didn't want to use any examples, so therefore feel that that detracts from the motion. I listened to a lot of what people said, and I appreciate that there is a history that's gone on before. I also listened to the leader's comments about her frustrations about the preventing of the camera, and I absolutely support her on that. And I can feel that she's obviously still very angry about what was being prevented. And I think we've heard a lot of examples today of how things have moved forward for the better. Okay. The other point I want to make is I probably learnt from this in terms of actually writing the detail of a notice of motion. I probably would put more detail into the second half of it. And I think the comments that have been made around examples, for example, using the LGA as a kind of peer review thing, looking at best practice, possibly I could have made clearer. What I do want to say is that a lot of the discussion was around specific details, like this notion about measuring clapping and stuff, and actually that it's the process of it that I felt was more powerful. And that was the message I wanted to get across, particularly to the public, that actually we were committed to looking at a process of treating members of the public fairly, rather than going down some mechanistic route of timings and measuring things, etc., etc. And I hope the spirit of that could be taken forward. I guess my main question is, how do we move forward from this? And as Councillor Elcombe, I thought really his deputation summed up a lot of how I've been feeling. Because at some point, none of us will be here. And today, there are young people who are out in Portsmouth who will be sitting in these chairs. And how do you change that culture? And I'm not even talking about the culture of between councillors. I'm genuinely talking about the culture of the way we treat members of the public and engaging them, because that's what this motion was always about. Just one final point is that we were asked a bit earlier on in another debate to be part of the solution, and that's what I hoped from this.
Thank you, Councillor. We're now going to take a vote on the amendment from Councillor Luke Stubbs, please. Those in favour of the amendment, thank you very much. Those against? Abstention? So it's been carried, isn't it? It's been,
no, that's lost.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's carried.
I was right. Got that one right, yeah. We're now voting on the substantive.
Councillor Stubbs' amendment incorporated into Councillor Horton's proposal set out on the agenda.
That's it. He's very good, isn't he? Okay. Show of hands then. All those in favour, please show. I think that's unanimous, isn't it? No, still counts, sir. Those against? And abstain? One for abstain. Thank you very much. Thank you, members, for that. Oh, sorry.
Lord Mayor, could I propose, as we've just been talking about treating members of the public with respect, we have some members of the public in the gallery. Could we just change the order slightly so that we take notice of motion C and D over item B and come back to it, Lord Mayor?
Okay, I'll just check with members. But Democratic, is
Yes,
Leader
Lord
and
Mayor,
everybody happy with
I
that?
had it open on that page. It's Standing Order 15 that we'd need to vote on to do that.
I said that though, didn't I? I'm getting better, Leader. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm getting better. So all those in favour, please show. Unseconded by, yeah. All those against? That's good. Okay, we've agreed with that. So just give me 30 seconds to change me, find where I'm doing here, because you've put my script wrong. This is going to be fun. Okay, then. So that concludes this motion. Is motion C proposed by Councillor Stagg and seconded by Councillor Hugh Mason? Okay, then. You have up to 3 minutes, Councillor, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to reassure the whole Council that my reasons for tabling this motion have got absolutely nothing to do with party politics at all, in any shape or form. All right? My reasons for tabling it are because I am passionate about the work that Off the Record does and has done, and my involvement with them goes back, I suppose, almost 30 years from when I was teaching here locally. You all heard Paula Rich's deputation, and I could tell from your reactions that what she said about Off the Record touched you very deeply. And for this reason, I would ask that you would agree to debate this motion today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. All those in favour, please, for debating? Okay, thank you. Any against, just to make sure abstain? No? Okay, then. So, Councillor Stagg, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Off the Record is one of the only services in Portsmouth that offers counselling for young people from the age of 11 to 25. Now, I taught, as many of you know, in one of our inner city schools here for 23 years. And I referred many pupils to Off the Record at Fratton Road, and personally accompanied many of them for their first visit because, as I think Paula said, very often that first visit, that drop-in, is very, very difficult for a youngster aged sort of 11, 12, 13, 14. And so I just went along with them until they were established. Now, why did I take them? Now, I had dealings with pupils from all sorts of backgrounds, but particularly from deprived inner-city homes, etc. And some of the problems they had, and I dealt with all of these, not necessarily with the same child, but certainly across the board. Relationship problems, including within their own families, because very often there were changes in parenting, and there were lots of different individuals within the family which they couldn't cope with. Some had very chaotic lifestyles. There was domestic abuse, which they witnessed and they had to listen to. There was sexual abuse within the family. Substance misuse, both alcoholism and drug taking. They had low self-esteem, many of them, as a result of all the things they'd been through. They suffered from depression, anxiety, loneliness, because being cut off with nobody to talk to, nobody to understand their problems, that was a very lonely position. There were problems at school, very often bullying, or not being able to cope with schoolwork. Now, add to that today, you have trolling and cyberbullying, and both of those have led to many young people self-harming and also, in some cases, actually committing suicide. Now, many of these young people then and today needed help. Off the Record at Fratton has been there for them for many, many years and has had outstanding success. I know Off the Record lost its contract to Relate, but I have some questions about the service Relate will be giving. Is it a one-to-one service? Off the Record does offer one-to-one service. Are the number of sessions limited? They're not at Off the Record. They have as many sessions as they need for them to feel secure in themselves and their surroundings. Is there a drop-in facility? Off the Record has that. And these are many of the children I took to Off the Record at Fratton, was to the drop-in centre. Will it be free? Off the Record is free. There's no charge at all. Where will it be located? Is it going to be close to where young people live or go to school? Now, many of them won't have the money to go on buses to go somewhere else to reach places like this. Is it a like-for-like service? I don't know. I'm asking the question because I have no idea and I can't find any information anywhere about what it's going to be like. Will it cater for children as young as 11? Off the Record does. Now, CAMS, the Child and Adolescent Mental Health Service, that only kicks in when individuals or their families reach a crisis point. That is often too late, and by then problems are well established, and these are mental health problems that carried on into adult life. Off the Record intervenes much earlier and more often than not prevents that crisis from being reached. Funding for mental health is being cut right across the board, and as a result, services are being cut as well. Portsmouth Counselling Service, for example, will cease from next month. Now, they deal with adults. Services in St James's are being moved to St Mary's and, consequently, cut. Yet, recent evidence shows that mental health problems are increasing, particularly among young people. What I ask is that the one service in the city exclusively for children and young people with mental health problems, and which has been so successful for many years, is helped financially to continue continue operating in the heart of the city, in Fratton as it is at the moment, or close by, until it can get regular funding, which it has been seeking. So some interim payment would be wonderful. This administration very rightly set aside £500,000 for voluntary community and social enterprise organisations to design and provide core services currently provided by the Council. That was 18 months ago. I know off the record it doesn't provide a core Council service, but without the transformation off the record makes in many troubled young people, the Council, police, social services and the NHS will end up paying out far more as a result of social breakdown. About 40% of referrals come from GPs, 23% from family and friends, 11% from schools, 8% from social services, 7% from CAMS. Now, it's obviously a good service, trusted and effective, has really good results, and it's all completely run by volunteers. Currently at Fratton, there are 23 qualified counsellors or counsellors in training who give their time and expertise free. There are, in addition, 19 support workers, again, giving their time free. 47 clients are currently in counselling, and on the waiting list are 86 clients. 2,880 counselling sessions per year can be offered. Will Relate offer the same service? Please rethink the allocation of money from the Public Sector Challenge Fund, only £25,000 of which has so far been spent in 18 months, and allocate perhaps 60,000 of it to Off the Record to continue its successful service in Fratton while the organisation continues to seek reliable funding. Prevention is better than cure, and £60,000 is a drop in the ocean compared with what the Council, NHS, social services and the police will have to pay out if many of the people who currently benefit from the services offered by Off the Record don't get the help they need.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much for that. Was that seconded by Councillor Hugh Mason, just to make sure? Thank you very much. Just wanted to tick all the boxes. There is an amendment to this motion from Councillor Steve Weems. Are you happy for us to circulate it? And yeah, okay, give a couple of minutes for everybody to look at it then. Thank you. Okay, everybody happy for Councillor Weems to formally propose? Councillor Weems?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have to say, some members in this chamber will be aware why I might be a strong advocate for counselling services that support young people with mental health problems. So I stand here in sadness. That sadness is twofold. The first is for Off the Record. They've provided an exemplary service to young people in Portsmouth over many years. And most recognise that the service they have provided is still very much needed. But the situation is that it will still be provided, but by a different organisation. Now, I accept Councillor Stagg's contention. There's some questions. Will there be early intervention? All those things, and they're reasonable questions, and I don't take away from that. But, like you, I have no answers to that. It will be a free service, though, that's for sure, because it's provided by funding by the NHS. So it will be a free service. The second sadness I have is the holier-than-thou attitude of the Liberal Democrat notice of motion. It's carefully worded to leave the impression that off-the-record troubles are the fault of this administration. Yet in this instance, theirs, is Liberal Democrats, is the original sin. We may all be sinners in here, but it was they who originally started, it was they who originally slashed the original grant to off the record. And I fear that yet again they're looking to squeeze votes out of somebody else's misfortune rather than address the real issues. And there are real issues. And I'm trying to be conciliatory here. I know I've just been...
Members, please.
Okay.
I was listening to him very well there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There is still a problem with the original wording, as far as I can see, because clearly there are issues. We've heard from the deputation that the lease has run out. A new lease was offered. And understandably, this is not criticism, if I were in their shoes I would do the same. They've refused to sign a new lease because it would need to be for 15 years, because we as a city council need to repair the building they're in. We know, and they know, that the building is in a poor state. And certainly, without the Futures in Mind contract, they do not have the need for a building of the nature that they currently use. Which is why we as a city council and as an administration are doing our level best to find suitable alternative accommodation to suit their new needs. Now, we hope, we believe, we may have found somewhere. I don't know whether colleagues will confirm that one way or another. And if they haven't, I will assure you, members, that with my housing hat on, I will be looking as best I can to find premises for them to be able to use such that it matches their new circumstances, which is what my amendment says. Clearly, we don't know what need there will be for this service in the future. There may be none. It may be that the new service provided and funded by Portsmouth CCG will be more than sufficient for the city. We do not know that. They cannot know that. So it is reasonable to say we will help off the record perhaps in the short term until that is established, because we need to know what demand is and if we can meet that demand. After all, British Home Stores closed in this city a little while ago. Just because I choose to buy my homewares from Debenhams doesn't mean to say we should bail out British Home Stores and support them. It is that sort of issue. We're getting our homewares from a different supplier. Whether off the record sells something different and not provided by our new supplier remains to be seen. So I do think, Lord Mayor, I'm happy that we as an administration should seek to support off the record for the short term, to see what demand there is for their services, recognising that they have provided good service to this city. We shouldn't just desert people, but at the same time we need to recognise that times change, things move on, and a different service provider has come into being. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I understand Councillor Frank Jonas is second now. Is that correct, Councillor? Thank you very much. This matter is now before Council to debate, and I've got Councillor Sanders, please, to speak.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I speak as my hat as Chair of the Housing and Adult Social Care Scrutiny Panel. Earlier on this year, we finished a report on isolation amongst 16 to 25-year-olds. It was supported entirely by the Cabinet, for which we are grateful. The key thing in that report was the idea of having a support mechanism for people who, 16 to 25-year-olds, who feel significantly isolated. And that's all things, whether they're kicked out of their home, or whether they feel that they can't live there, or they go to the foyer, or in other things as well. And I think that this motion gives us a chance to think strategically about how we can help people who are in that position. Counselling is essential. And I think if we can use the Public Sector Challenge Fund, the fund that we started in power as the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund, we will be able to offer up some of that strategic thinking that will help us bring things forward. Councillor Stagg is absolutely right to say that early intervention will save us cash in the long run. And that is absolutely crucial. And I think here we have an opportunity to do just that. It gives people some breathing space. It gives this organisation some breathing space. I'm particularly worried that the new contract will not allow the sort of drop-in provision that occurs. I'm delighted to hear from Councillor Williams that he's looking at some of the housing properties that might be available. I can think of a few already, but I hope that they will be reasonably accessible to people, because Fratton Road is quite accessible, as he and I both know. So I think we have a real chance here with this motion, not to go back to the past, because, as Councillor Williams has said, we're all sinners, although the amendment only seems to suggest that one side is in sinning. I think we're all bowing before God. So that's why I wouldn't, again, because the blame game doesn't work, because all of us are guilty. So I would respectfully not support the amendment. But I think we have an opportunity here to deal with it in a proper way. I don't think that you could possibly accuse Councillor Stagg of squeezing votes out of people's misfortune. Not unless you want to meet her later to discuss this. That I think I'm trying to think of any more votes we could squeeze in my ward. That might be an interesting thing. I'm sure I'll talk to Steve later about that. So it's not about squeezing votes out of misfortune. It's about saying that we have a chance to provide some strategic thinking, some early interventions that will save us money in the long run. And we have a chance with a fund that has barely been spent to do that. It's not as if in this case there is no money. There is some money, and I hope that we will be able to think more creatively about how we can provide a proper counselling service for 16 to 25-year-olds, perhaps help with the hidden isolated, the people who don't come forward in the classrooms, the people who just sit at the back and say nothing, people who've been kicked out of their homes. That's a sensible way forwards. That's the spirit in which this motion has been put forwards. I wouldn't support the amendment because we're all sinners in this one. But I would support the original motion because, frankly, we need to be part of the solution. And I believe this motion gives us a chance to have a real solution rather than necessarily have a go at the problems that exist. Thank you for your indulgence, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. And just for the record, I haven't sinned, by the way. Leader, please. Thank you. Leader, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I would like to start by thanking Councillor Stagg for bringing this motion to us. I think it's a good motion. I think it's well written, and I think it makes some very good and sensible points in there, particularly about the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund, which I'm going to come back to in a minute. Whilst it is disappointing, deeply disappointing, I should say, that that Off the Record failed to secure that Futures in Mind contract awarded by the CCG, not by this council, but by the CCG. I don't want to denigrate what Off the Record do. I do think that there is a very, through you, Lord Mayor, very unique offer. And I'm not, I mean, whilst I think children as young as 11 can go to the other service, which I believe has been awarded to Relate, and Councillor Stubbs, I think, is going to talk about that in more detail because he has far more knowledge about it, it won't be the same service. There is absolutely no shadow of a doubt in my mind that what is offered by Off the Record is unique, and it definitely will be a loss to this city if that if that service is no longer offered to young people in Portsmouth who actually have come to know it and know the building and know where to go. And local schools, one of our biggest secondary schools, you can walk from that building to Priory in 5 minutes. It's an easy walk for kids. They walk over the bridge, they can practically see the building. So, you know, I think it's a sad state of repair, a sad situation we find ourselves in. The building is in a poor state of repair, and for those councillors who aren't aware, the Off the Record building is a bit of an unusual one actually, because it's not PCC General Fund and therefore managed by the Asset Management Service. It's actually PCC Housing, but it's also not HRA. It's PCC Housing General Fund. So there aren't many properties in that category, but this is one of them, I'm told. However, it does need a substantial amount of work spent on it. And as you know, Lord Mayor, when we are spending capital monies or revenue on any council building, we have to be getting a return for it. It's part of the way that we work. And unfortunately, the other part of housing, the housing revenue account, has a tens of millions of pounds deficit now, thanks to the government's change on the Council House Right to Buy policy in 2015. So the HRA has a number of headaches they're dealing with right now, which we are working with them on. From my perspective, and having listened to Luke, who, as Paula Ritchie said earlier, has been and met with them and looked round and spoken to them at length, there are two problems here. One is revenue support for Off the Record, and the other one is the premises. Now, the premises are actually slightly easier to address. And one of the messages I've been sending an email to a council officer since we've been in the meeting today about an asset, a premise that we own somewhere else in the city, actually directly in the city centre, that may be a good option, but it needs a lot of work done on it again. That's the problem. But it's less than the 138k that's required for the Fratton Road building. And I know that Councillor Elkin will talk, so I'm not going to preempt what he will say, but there are other things going on that we're trying to do as administration to help with premises. I also note that our previous Lord Mayor, Councillor Frank Jonas, also did make sure that Off the Record was one of his charities when he was Lord Mayor that year. So we've tried to do what we can over the years. And actually, the revenue pressure that Off the Record are on comes from a number of historical cuts from this council, and I say this not with a loaded gun to the previous administration. They took tough decisions that we're now having to take, similar things, so it's no criticism to them, but there were cuts made both through the education portfolio and through the resources portfolio in 2012 and 2013, which meant that there were two blows in 2 consecutive years, two Off the Record, from actions by the City Council. Like I said, I'm not criticising, it's just a point of fact. I do think that the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund idea, as referred to in the motion, is a good one. I will be supporting the motion. I think that it's sensible, and I think that the amendment just brings in some clarity about the history of the funding. But I did speak to our Finance Director, Chris Ward, back in May, June time about the constraints of the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund, and we've also spoken about it in the last month as well. And because it's not capital, because it's revenue, as you all know, with rules around public money, revenue spending, we have to have some sureties around what we get back. And if we were able to, and we are going to work with this, and I will do this through group leaders as well, to update groups on the work that we're doing to see how we can relax some of the rules around the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund to get more of it out there into the community, which is where it's meant. However, it would only be a one-off, Lord Mayor. It's not designed to be a pot that gives continual funding. It is a one-off, and whilst it may see, Off the Record through their revenue pressures this year, and buy them time to get money from elsewhere, things like Portsmouth Lottery, the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Community Fund. But again, all of these things are annual grants. I think merging with another charity may be a good idea. We've got Beat the Bullies that are now in Portsmouth. They moved here from Havant 4 or 5 months ago. I helped their chief exec to do that. But, you know, whatever we can do, there is an absolute assurance on my behalf, and I won't talk on behalf of the councils because they can give their own assurances, but on my part, absolutely to do whatever we can, and I'm pleased that this motion was brought here today. I think it's very sensible. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Ken Alcombe, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Let's start on a positive note, I guess. Like everybody else, I believe Off the Record is an extremely important charity supporting young people. It's unfortunate they weren't successful with the grant bid, and I think other people have already alluded to the fact we don't know whether the successful bidder will be able to provide everything that Off the Record did. In a previous few years ago in this organisation, I was the council's appointee to the Board of Relate, not because I had any marital problems, but because I guess it was just my turn. And most of the things they were doing counselling for were marital issues, and they charged for the privilege. So how they're going to suddenly provide something for free, I'm not too sure. And I think the thing for me as well is, obviously, with any new contract, and we've all experienced them, you don't quite know how they're going to work out, whether the new contractor who has been successful in the procurement bid will actually deliver everything they've said they're going to do. So I think you need a fallback position. Off the Record and tried and trusted, proved their value over a number of years, and I think it's important that we keep them going, because there will still be people who build up relationships with their councillors and other things who want to continue going to that organisation rather than going somewhere else. You know, it may well be that people want to go there in preference to going to the contractor, and some of that will depend on the referral process, but obviously they have a number of people on their books who probably still will want to continue. I think somebody else made the point earlier on, I think it was the leader, about charities working together, and it's something that I am extremely keen on. We have a number of charities in the city who do similar work, and you get more bang for your bucks if you work together. And just for the other members' benefit, one of the other hats I wear is Chair of Trustees of the Beneficial Foundation, and my Chief Executive is sat behind me. We met with Paula and Mrs Gillard informally a couple of weeks back to see if they would be interested in working with us. And I think we've got the basis of an agreement. I'll look up to the gallery and look for a thumbs up. Yeah, we've got a thumbs up, that's great. The Beneficial Foundation has been reviewing what we do and where we do it, and over the Christmas-January period we'll be moving to new premises in Fratton, new modern premises, new office premises, and obviously we will be reviewing what we offer, and we've had the discussion with them about joint working and what, you know, the boundaries aren't fixed. Some of the things we deal with and they deal with are interwoven, so you can actually work together. So we've offered them, and we had an AGM last night and a trustees meeting, and we have offered them space within our new building to operate from. I think obviously it gives them the comfort. We don't want anything in terms of cash for coming to us. We're prepared, obviously we were moving there anyway, we're prepared to hold on to the cost of the premises to give them a chance to get on their feet. If in due course they're successful and they bring in some money, we might want a bit towards the phone bills and heat and light, but we can talk about that at another occasion. So the offer is there for us to keep them afloat in terms of somewhere to live for the foreseeable future until such time as they perhaps want to do something different. Obviously, I'm sure they would still like some funding from somewhere, and I think, as the leader said, having tried to get money out of the fund for other ventures, it is a difficult process to go through. But I think, you know, I'm looking at this with a sense of optimism. There is a way forward. We can keep Off the Record running. we can sustain them, we can encourage them, and I think it will be good for all the young people in the city who need this sort of service. So in terms of the notice of motion and the amendment, I think my view is I just basically want to support off the record. So whatever way it goes, I'll be voting for it.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I think a few things have been mentioned in this debate so far about the Futures in Mind contract, and just to say really briefly that it's a national NHS programme which local CCGs have to deliver and have to commission, and that our CCG commissioned a partnership of various organisations, including Relate. It will be Relate that delivers the element of the contract concerning young people and mental health, and that the contract actually does specify some minimum standards. So it does specify a given number of appointment slots per year. I think it's just under 1,400 as a minimum. It makes some other requirements as well. So it is actually quite tightly specified what must be delivered for it, and as it is delivered on behalf of the NHS, it necessarily has to be free. I have several briefing notes on this, and I'll check through them. I don't think there's anything in any way secret in them, and assuming that's the case, then I'm happy to distribute to members of the council. I do recognise, obviously, that this leaves off the record in a difficult place, but it is worth pointing out, though, that the decision over this was, while children's social care were consulted and were involved, it is ultimately it's an NHS contract, and the reason it's an NHS contract is because mental health is primarily, or is, an NHS problem. Council is responsible for social care and social services, but actual health issues properly sit within the NHS. Now, my concern, I suppose, in any circumstance like this, is the possible loss of a group of volunteers, because volunteering is something that the council is keen to encourage. Indeed, a couple of the things that we've done, which has been difficult to finance, we've kept the Portsmouth Together project going, even though we don't receive direct funding from that, so we're paying from that for the Public Health Reserve, and the purpose of it is to build up a culture of volunteering. We want to do that. Why do we want to do it? Well, partly it is out of self-interest. It is out of recognition, as has been said, that well-developed community spirit and a community of volunteers ultimately can drive down costs to the council. And we're certainly very keen to do that as it affects adult social services, because we have endless cost pressures. The number of old people is rising. The number of people aged over 85 is rising about 4% a year. We need to find some way of accommodating that growth without providing more and more council services that we just cannot afford to do. And so volunteers are a very important part of that solution. Of course, one of the things which affects organisations like Off the Record is we don't really have true place-based budgeting. And I know this is something I like to talk about quite a bit, but it is a reality that this may, you can say, well, it's a service that saves money for the police. That's been said. But no money from the police will flow back to finance it. And so, how does the council cope? Because the council has to balance its own budget. It's not just about the entire public sector balancing its budget, but we have to balance our own. And the council has also provided opportunities for third sector organisations to make life a bit easier for them, and for charities as well. And the Portsmouth Lottery is part of that, actually. And ticket sales now for the first draw were 2,199, which, if sustained at that level, and bearing in mind it's direct debit probably will be, would result in just under £70,000 per year being made available in total for good causes. Now, most of that is not controlled. That is for the people buying the tickets to determine what those good causes are. But it's very welcome, and it strengthens the whole of the third sector. And I think that is something we should all see as a good thing. The transition fund, I am sympathetic to the problems of Off the Record, and the related, pretty similar problems for the Portsmouth Counselling Service. The thing we have to be careful about in the transition fund is to make sure it is used for transition, because as the council's budgets continue to tighten over the years. Things we can afford to prop things up for a year or two, but by the time it gets to 2020, 2021, that might well not be the case. And so we need to use the reserves that we've got in order to bring about, meaningful transformation. It can't just be business as usual. We need to find ways of running these services and helping these charitable organisations to come together to actually so they can operate in future at lower costs, because we just, in the long run, we're just not going to be able to sustain it. Now, I mean, I've had meetings with David Miles at the Portsmouth Counselling Service and with Paula as well, and I'm sympathetic to their plight. Certainly, I think that we need to have further discussions with them, amongst ourselves and with officers, about if there's anything we can do with the transition fund, what that model would be. We're not in the position to make a decision on that tonight. Let's be realistic, but it is something that's been looked at, and we are sympathetic.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I support the amendment because I think the amendment clearly does give a fuller picture as to the situation with off the record and the situation with counselling, where I am a member of the public and not in possession of the amendment and looking at the motion. I would assume that there would not be any replacement services as such, and we would be losing something in its totality. So I think, and also I would assume that it's the council's responsibility as such in terms of the provision of that service. I think Councillor Stubbs has just outlined that clearly the responsibility sits with the CCG, and the amendment draws attention to that fact. I accept clearly there's some political argy-bargy in terms of the way that amendment has been framed and put forward, but equally, if you're going to put a motion forward that seems to indicate that it's the council's responsibility for something like this and doesn't give the full picture, then I suppose that is inevitable. I think we all recognise the fine work of off the record, and that's been mentioned by many speakers prior to me, and I share the concerns about the decreasing number of services for vulnerable people right across the board, and we spoke about some of that in the earlier debate that we had in terms of council tax benefit, and the fact that if we didn't do something about that, we'd have many more cuts to services for vulnerable people. That is an inevitable consequence of the path that was set by the coalition government. Both the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats decided upon that, and we are living with those cuts as we speak. So, in terms of trying to apportion blames or trying to take the moral high ground as to who is responsible for these cuts, I think people need to reflect on how they were brought about. Along with Councillor Jones, we proposed the setting up of what was then called the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund. I think it was December 2013, something like that, that we put forward that proposal. I remember it being rubbished here in the chamber by Councillor Mike Hancock, who said it couldn't work. It was a ridiculous proposal, and at the next budget it was adopted by the Liberal Democrat administration, and we welcomed that because we hoped that that would provide more money for the third sector. I was a little curious to see that Councillor Mason was asking the council to consider changing the criteria and allowing access to the Public Sector Access Fund, because it was Councillor Mason that rejected the last motion that came forward on off the record, and the wording that said could it access the Public Sector Transition Fund. That wording was taken out by Councillor Mason, and off the record were left in the position where they couldn't access that fund. So I actually feel that the criteria, having said that about Councillor Mason, I could see where he's coming from, because I think the criteria do need to be robust. Councillor Stubbs has said that it needs to be about transitioning, it needs to be about sustainability, and not just bailing out organisations year on year, and it has to be transparent, has to be rule-based. So it's got to be a fair process. I think that this organisations like Off the Record and other organisations that are doing an admirable job and providing a voluntary service or volunteers for that service, that is very much the big society. that we were being told about 2 or 3 years ago. And I think the failings of certain organisations is probably about the loss of momentum from the big society. I don't know if the big society is passed along with David Cameron in terms of government initiatives. I would hope that Theresa May can resurrect that and give it some momentum, because I think it had real merit, and I wish the party that I was formerly a member of had worked with that, because I felt it was something in the light of the deficit and in the light of austerity, I felt was something that we should all be working together on. So perhaps that can be revived, and I would like to see us looking at the fund, notwithstanding what I've said in terms of criteria. Let's look at the fund and see if we can help off the record in that way.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got 2, 4, 5 more to go. Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. To say to our Conservative colleagues, we're not blaming you. You know, there seems to be some collective sort of paranoia today that seems to have been the theme through the whole of the debates through the Council. We're not blaming you at all. Councillor Stagg's certainly not blaming you, and just read the notice of motion.
Through me, please, Councillor, please.
Lord Mayor, if they read the notice of motion, Lord Mayor, as I'm sure you have, there's no even implied criticism of this council, the administration. The amendment reflects paranoia. It goes on. You know, I don't care about the amendment particularly. It is a matter of record. That off-the-records funding is reduced over a number of years. That's not your fault. That's not our fault. It is the fault, the fact that government is spending less money on local government. And that's the end of it. It's just that an issue has been identified in the same way that the mind issue was identified. And they were looking for about 30,000 a year. It's in fact about this time last year, actually. They just wanted 30,000 to see them to get a bridging loan to get them through to extra funding. So it's a bit of deja vu here today. And my concern is that we're hearing the same sorts of words. I'm reading the news report here, Mr. O'Leary, the news report. The same sorts of words are being said today as were said about mind. But I feel quite reassured from what Councillor Elkham has said and from what the leader has said. They seem to be moving towards wanting to support off the record. I think that's the impression that's been given by the administration today. I really hope they don't go back on it, because I would support them in that. Off the record, you know, we heard from Mrs Gillard earlier on that the need is growing a year by 25%, and that and something that Councillor Stubbs touched on, which was the hours of voluntary service, is 1,204 hours a year. Now, that 25% pressure and all that voluntary work would transfer across to Relate, wouldn't it? Because presumably these people who needed the service would go there. So it seems to me £30,000 a year, if that's what it is, maybe for £60,000 a year, that's what the money is there for, to save this particular service. Mine has already gone because you didn't act quick enough. They only wanted £30,000. You didn't act quick enough, and that would have saved them, or at least got them to a bridging loan. And the truth is, I think, if my memory serves me right, and Councillor Weems will know better than me, I'm sure, but about 3 people commit suicide in this county alone. It is about 3 people. More than that. I think it's not a year, every day. Every day. You know, it's a huge number of people. And that's because they're in terrible places, you know, they're depressed and awful things happen and they have nowhere to go. Or at least the places for them to go are getting fewer and fewer. And who knows, any one of us, for whatever reason, could one day find ourselves in that situation through marriage breakup, through breakups of relationships, being unable to pay mortgages, for a whole host of reasons. You know, you can find yourself in a very, very dark place. And the work that these volunteers do through Off the Record and previously at Mind, and the others that We note, rather Councillor Stagg notes in the amendment that have been going away from the city. You know, this isn't about blaming you. It's simply saying that a situation has occurred and there's a pot of money that is available. Please, can we talk about it in the council and find a resolution to save off the record? That's all the notice of motion said. And then this comes forward, this notice of motion, which goes on about the Lib Dems record cutting the money and everything and such forth. You know, I accept all that. The money was cut. But what's the purpose of it? It serves no purpose whatsoever. No purpose whatsoever. We're just interested in saving a good local charity supported by, I think, about 30 volunteers, you said, something like that, and keeping them going. I would hope that if we were in administration, we would have saved Mind. I'm sure we would have done. And if we were in the administration now, we would want to give this money to Off the Record. The money is there. That's the daft thing about it. It's actually sat there burning a hole in the council's pocket. Put it to some good use. Save Off the Record. Tell them today you're going to give them the money. Don't keep them waiting. Don't keep them waiting like Mind was kept waiting and then went under. That's the only thing that worries me about today, is that you'll let this one go the same way. So there you are, members. It's a good local charity. It needs help from us. If we can't help it, who's going to? The only last thing I would say is, if you agree to do it, please make sure that you set up, put them in contact with officers who help them to bid for money, revenues money, to keep them going, because that is one of the things that this council is very good at doing, which is working with charities to help them identify sources of revenue funding to keep them going. That's sometimes where charities do fall down. They need a little bit of help in that particular way.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
Lord Mayor, this is a serious motion because the context is serious. Being an old man, I wake up early in the morning and listen to the BBC World Service. And the other morning I heard that for young people between the age of 5 and 19, suicide is the most common form of death. 1 in 4 young people have admitted to having suicidal thoughts, an increase of 116% since 2011. There's also been a striking increase in the amount of depression suffered by young people. There is a need for a service for them. That is very clear. The other thing which I do know, having held the resources portfolio for a number of years, whilst it was a Liberal Democrat administration, was that the previous administration of Off the Record was sometimes quite difficult to deal with. And this was especially true in the case of the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund, where they completely mucked up their first application. So, leaving that aside, we have a problem on our hands now. Off the Record provides a service. Although young people can or will be able to get assistance through Relate from their GPs or from various charitable bodies in this city, Off the Record is very different. Young people contact Off the Record and walk in. Young people know about Off the Record. Young people trust Off the Record, and that is very important. Young people tell others about Off the Record. Young people benefit from Off the Record. It is, I think, imperative that we do what we can to keep it going. Because until there is another service which is young person friendly, open access, known to be confidential, and above all, which is trusted by young people in the way in which Off the Record is, I think we need to use all our ingenuity to find ways to keep this service running. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lyne, please.
All right. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This is not, I'm not going to say anything that's party political particularly, but it may be controversial, for which I apologise in case it raises Councillor Hunt's blood pressure, which is normally what happens when I speak. Some years ago, I worked for an organisation called AKIVE, which is the Association of Chief Executives of Voluntary Organisations. Not something you can say at 11 o'clock at night after a few pints. And the point about this is an organisation that is an umbrella for charities, and it gave me a perspective on how charities work and how, although they help people, sometimes charities need help themselves. And the first thing they need to become is sustainable. And there is a sort of litany of organisations that become dependent upon all sorts of grants, etc., that stops them becoming innovative and stops them from looking at ways in which they could themselves become sustainable. I'm not necessarily charging off the record with that offence. But it's also true that most organisations need to look at early intervention on themselves, just as they're looking at early intervention on other people. And it's very necessary that people look at an early stage at what's going wrong, where they might, for example, have it's automatic. Should we go to that one? Yes, if you want to hear it. So the early intervention side is something that we also need to look at, but again, it's a sort of question of spilt milk. There's also sentimentality. An example is a group of people might, for example, club together and raise money to buy a dialysis machine. It's a really good thing to do. But once you've got the dialysis machine and it's been put in some ward somewhere, then the organisation that's responsible for administering the dialysis machine has to pay all of the additional costs that they didn't pay before to have it there. So that, again, is something that may happen within a charitable organisation. I think the other thing that Councillor Hunt raised was he's talking about saving the service. Actually, I think he's talking about saving the organisation. I think the service may well survive in another form. That doesn't mean to say it's not a good thing to try to help the service, to the organisation to survive, but we need to be very sanguine about it and understand that it is actually operating in a different sphere from the one that charities were operating 10 to 15 years ago. So I think it's important to help off the record, to rebuild, as long as we are not there to manage its gentle decline. And I think, therefore, it needs to have some form of business plan, for the sake of better word and better phrase. It needs to have a sense of purpose. And it needs to understand what, in the post, having lost or failed to get the contract, in its new circumstances, it needs to work out where it realistically can be and how we can help it become sustainable, which is what it must become. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got two more members that wish to speak. Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think it's been a very helpful debate and useful debate, and I think we have an indication of funding from the Leader of the Council, which I am grateful for. I'm sure we will all want to see the detail of it, but I think that's very welcome out of this debate. And I'm glad that having put down this motion has meant that offer seems to have been made. Okay, fine. Sorry, my apology. The Leader of the Council says there hasn't been an offer. I had hoped that there was. So let's see how this goes. I hope that's what would happen. I think Luke Stubbs, in previous debates, said that the budget round is very tough, and absolutely he's right. And we've all had to make very difficult decisions, and decisions none of us like in budgets. But the difference here is that there appears to be money available that's not allocated. That we've got £475,000 that's been earmarked to support the voluntary sector and has been sitting with that earmark on for a year and a half without it being used. So there is a fund available for which it looks as if this might be a route. If there was no funding available, and there wasn't a fund like that, then I don't think we could have brought this motion, because there isn't a funding route. But there clearly looks as if there is a funding route. So I'm grateful that people are going to look at this. I think we need to look at the concept. My memory is that under our administration there was a £500,000 fund available to the voluntary sector, which was all allocated to the voluntary sector and went out to the voluntary sector. I don't know and understand why, if that happened under our administration, with this administration, there is, again, £500,000 available to the voluntary sector, but in 18 months, only £25,000 of that has got to the voluntary sector, and the rest of it is still sitting in an account. So I don't understand that, and I think that might be a useful thing for scrutiny to look at, to understand why there's been this difference. Because if voluntary sector organisations are desperate for money to be able to provide services that we all recognise are needed in the city, and there is money that is set aside for the voluntary sector, what is the problem about putting the two things together? With Portsmouth Mind, we didn't manage to do that as a council, and that meant that that service ceased and was not replicated by anybody else. That service to people with mental health has gone. People with mental health has gone in the city. My concern is if we don't manage to find a way of getting this fund to be more flexible, that the same will happen with off the record. I hope that the outcome of this is that of this discussion is that that flexibility will be found. I'm very pleased that colleagues here who came to speak to us have stayed, and thank you for your patience. I hope it's going to be worthwhile. One of the things Councillor Ferret is very keen about doing is trying to make sure that he's very clear about the record of the Lib Dems in the last government. And I was interested in his speech because one of the things I thought he would be talking about today was the £250 million a year the Lib Dems got the government to commit to put into child mental health services. And the report that has come out today that says that only a quarter of that is being given by the government to child mental health services. They've snaffled the other 3/4 to do other things with. Now, an extra 75 million is great, but it's a pity when 3/4 of the money that's meant to go to children's mental health services hasn't got there. I hope that we're not going to follow in the same vein as the government has done and have money available to support children with mental health problems and not allocate it to make sure that those children can get a service. I hope that the tone of this debate has been that a solution is going to be available and found, and I really look forward to that, and I'm really pleased that debate seems to have moved that on a little bit. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Leader.
Lord Mayor, point of explanation, if I may, please. Just to clarify, because I think it will help members in the chamber, as Councillor Verner-Jackson has just referred to, the Voluntary Sector Transition Fund, the difference is that this is revenue and not capital. Capital we can just give away to grants. Because this was revenue, it was this council chamber that set the remit of that Voluntary Sector Transition Fund, transition being the key word. It was set up so that we said to the public sector, third sector, if you think you can run a service that we currently run, a contract or our own direct staff, cheaper or more efficiently, that's what the fund was for. So if they need to take on premises or a computer to then abrogate this council and reduce our spend of our revenue budget, that's what it was for. Yeah, it wasn't just a one-off grant. However, what I'm speaking to the Section 151 officer about is whether or not at the end of the financial year, and we have got other bids in for it, by the way, whilst 25 has been given, there are other bids that have come in totaling quite a bit more than that, and we're working through those. But because there will still be a considerable amount left, it's whether or not we can transfer that revenue spend at the end of the financial year that's remaining over to capital and then use it as a grant pot, such as Councillor Verner-Jackson's referred to. So the reason it hasn't been given out as we just ad hoc as we might like in one-off grants, is because it was purpose was to reduce the council's general revenue spend by the third sector taking on some of the services that we currently do. Thank you for allowing me that.
Thank you for your explanation, Leader. Last one then, Councillor Rob Wood then, please, and then we'll go over to Councillor Stagg to sum up. Councillor Rob Wood, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I didn't really want to stand up and talk about this, and I'll keep it short. And I was concerned about standing up not to queer the pitch for off the record, because I can't help thinking about the young people who are the people we're trying to transition from a very difficult position to being productive people in our society. I have personal experience. My sister committed suicide in 2008. So this is meaningful to me. And at the same time, I'm aware of family members who've sought similar sort of services, and I was appalled by the lack of services that there are now available. I would implore my colleagues here, the Leader of the Council, because it is in their gift to do something about this, to help off the record. My worry is that Relate and whatever's happening, there will be gaps there. There will be a situation where in previous years there were many other funding routes, there were other resources, but it's now down to the bone. And I would ask the Leader of the Council and her colleagues if they could help off the record and deliver on what they've talked about, because it's going to be very important. Having been a previous cabinet member for children, and my colleagues will do this, we have really sleepless nights when we hear these sort of things go on, when we hear about young people committing suicide, and it is on the increase. We need to do something about it. There is a gap there, and I think we have an obligation to the city's children and those that need this service to do something about it. So I hope the Leader is listening and will help out and help off the record. And I wish you success there, Paula.
Thank you, Councillor. Before I ask Councillor Stagg to sum up, I just want to ask members that after this piece of business, I'm going to have 5 minutes quick comfort break. Councillor Stagg, please, to sum up, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have to say, I'm very disappointed with Councillor Weems's comments about the party politics supposedly behind this. I stressed at the very beginning this motion had absolutely nothing to do with party politics, and I consider the accusation to be insulting. Please don't judge me by other people's standards. Having said that, the wording on the amendment, I can't agree that we welcome the replacement of these services by a conglomerate, although I do appreciate that some of the services provided by Off the Record will be covered by Relate, but not all of them by any means. And in the second, or paragraph 3 or whatever it is, why do we have to allocate blame? This was nothing to do with blaming anybody. This is just about what's happening now and the need for something to be done now. Why does party political sniping have to be introduced to a motion that I clearly stressed had nothing to do with party politics? It was my passion for Off the Record and knowing what it does that made me put this motion forward. Nothing whatsoever to do with Lib Dems, Conservatives, UKIP or Uncle Tom Cobley or anybody else. No party politics at all. And I think, Councillor Weems, that the wording of the motion says more about you than it does about me. If you think I was allocating blame or that the motion is Lib Dem one-upmanship, you don't know me. I do, however, welcome the attempt to find alternative accommodation and an assurance that funding will be made available to allow Off the Record to continue until they have some alternative funding. I thank the Leader for her understanding of the situation and her assurance to try to find a solution. A lot of positives have come out of this debate, and I don't want to mention everybody, but I do thank Councillor Brent and Councillor Elkin because theirs is a really practical offer of support, and that is very welcome. All I would say now is I urge you to reject the amendment and support my original motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stagg. We now take the vote on Councillor Weems and second by Councillor Frank Jonas on the amendment. Over to you, Stuart.
Those in favour of the amendment, if they could please
That's right.
Lord Mayor.
Those against, please, would you show? Okay.
So the amendment passed. You're now voting.
All those in favour, please show. Councillor Ashmore, is your hand up or down? It's a bit in between.
Lord Mayor.
Those against? Abstentions, please. Thank you. The substantial is carried. So literally a 5-minute comfort break, please, members. Thank you. Have we? Thank you, members. You would like to be seated. So that concludes that motion that we've just done a second ago, and we're moving on to the next motion, which is D. In motion D is proposed by Councillor Hugh Mason. And is seconded by Councillor Dave Ashmore. Don't run down the stairs. Don't want you falling. Sorry, are you proposing the motion D, please, Councillor?
I will speak for the 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
Lord Mayor, this motion concerns the safety of what is the most important resource for this, or indeed any other city, the supply of pure drinkable water. It is therefore a relevant motion for this Council to consider. This motion concerns objections to a planning application in another jurisdiction, which will shortly be decided. The matter therefore cannot wait for fuller consideration by the appropriate portfolio holder or scrutiny panel. It is too important to wait. I ask that it be considered today.
Are members in favour of debating this evening, please? Could you all show? Thank you. Any against? Just to make sure abstentions? No. Okay then. So we're going to debate that. Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
My Lord Mayor, Portsmouth water comes from the Bedhampton Springs, but it originates many miles away as water which has percolated through the chalk of the South Downs. There is a planning application by the UK Oil and Gas Investments plc to drill 3 new oil and gas wells, plus a water injection well at Markwells Wood at Forestside, just east of Idsworth. They would drill through the chalk, through the underlying beds of clay, sand and gravel, into the bowl of sands underneath, which contain the oil and gas. In drilling down through the chalk, they will be drilling down through a part of Portsmouth's water supply, because much of the Bedhampton Springs water passes through that chalk and also through some of the underlying beds. And it will not take a long time to reach us, because it's expected to travel very rapidly through the chalk, because water erosion will have cut channels, what's known as a karstic feature, through the base of the chalk. This then means that they will be boring through our water supply. The risks, as seen by Portsmouth Water and the Environment Agency, both of whom have made objections to the plans, are, firstly, that the process of drilling itself may pollute the water. Secondly, that any failure in the lining of the pipes down to the oil reserve at any time could produce a major loss of crude oil into the underground water. And thirdly, that any spillage of crude oil or produced water, and I'll explain what produced water is in a minute, on the surface would seep into the water supply. These things alone are sufficient to raise concerns. But there is a further concern, which is the 4th well, which will be a water injection well. Water injection wells are designed to get out the last drips of oil, as it were, in the oil reserve. In this method, water, usually the water which has come up, originally mixed with the crude oil, and this is what is called produced water, is deoxygenated to take the oxygen out of the water and then injected under considerable pressure to extract the oil. I must emphasise that this is not fracking. Not fracking. But it does have a problem in that to prevent the rapid rusting of the equipment and the pipes going down to extract the oil, the water must be deoxygenated, which is done either in a specialist tower, and there is none in the planning application, or by adding sodium bisulfite or ammonium bisulfite to the water, which extracts the oxygen from the water, but of course leaves a chemical residue. The latter has been classed as hazardous to human health by most of the US authorities in the oil states. So we have 4 major concerns. Now, it may be possible to come up with an engineering solution which addresses all of these risks, but unless or until they can be satisfied that there is no appreciable risk, both Portsmouth Water and the Environment Agency have objected to these plans. I believe that, as the end users of the underground water, this Council, on behalf of the citizens of our city, should communicate our concern and support those objections. I so move.
Thank you, Councillor. I understand Councillor Dave Ashmore is seconding this proposal. Is that correct?
Indeed it is, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ashmore. Yeah, I do have an amendment from Councillor Colin Galloway. So could we? Are you happy for us to let everybody have a look at that? We'll give them a couple of minutes.
Yes, please, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Give you a couple of minutes, members, to have a look at that. Just going to give a few minutes, if we may, councillors. Thank you. Quick as you can. Members, thank you very much for bearing with us. Councillor Galloway, do you want to introduce this, please?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My Lord Mayor, I've just spoken to Councillor Mason, and he's
I will agree
Members,
with him.
please.
I will remove the wording exploratory. I shall leave the word drilling, and I shall remove acid fracking. And if that is done, and my seconder agrees, he will subsume that into his...
Councillor Denny, thank you, Councillor. Are you happy to second that Councillor Galloway's just said?
Second that.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's now before members to debate, isn't it? Yes, please. Yes, Councillor New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Sorry, I've forgotten. Sorry, I jumped ahead. Did you want to say any
Yes,
more?
my Lord
Yes,
Mayor.
sorry.
If I just may read my...
Yes, with pleasure. Sorry.
So it shall now read, the last paragraph shall now read, this Council requests the Chief Executive to write to South Downs National Park Authority and to both Members of Parliament, also apprising the MPs for Havant and Chichester, that such drilling has an unacceptable risk of potentially contaminating our water supply and surrounding conurbations, and as such this Council very strongly objects to the UKOG application.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rob New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I completely support this motion, but I think I've got some information here which actually might help with Councillor Galloway's amendment. On Friday, I actually wrote direct to South Downs National Park Authority as well as to the Environment Agency. I was also with Penny Mordaunt MP who supports this, and I also wrote to Flick Drummond already. I appreciate I'm not the Chief Executive, but as Environment Cabinet Member, I thought it was appropriate to put in our own personal deputation on this, and I'm sure that, although I can't speak for Flick, I'm sure that she would broadly support this, especially given that the effect will come across to all residents, not only in Portsmouth, but beyond the city limits as well. And I just think, really, just to echo all of the sentiments that Councillor Hugh Mason put forward, I can't see that anybody would be against supporting this, but I thought I should give you some points there on your amendment, and then down to whatever you want to do with it, but they are actually already aware, and I'm sure that Flick would probably pick this up already today.
Any more speakers on this one? Oh, Councillor Denny.
No, I'm all right at the minute. Thank you, Lord Mayor. The councillors wouldn't be aware, but in fact I had a very similar motion put forward for this notice of motion, the same as Councillor Mason's. He got in first, so that's fine because I was happy with his wording. But I found out only this morning that we can still object because the window for objecting has not yet closed until Thursday. So that's why I think we should very strongly object, because if this goes to appeal, if South Downs National Park Authority refuse the application and UCOG goes to appeal, this is likely to go to the government. So therefore I think it's important that we strongly object rather than just say we're concerned, because obviously this will have, or we would hope it would have, a little more weight up in Whitehall than just saying, well, we're concerned or we're one of a number of residents or whatever. So I'm very pleased that it looks as though we're all going to support this and say, the security of our water is very, very important to us. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Seems there's no one else to talk on it. Councillor Mason, do you want to sum up and finish off? Thank you.
I am pleased to learn that the window for making an objection, which was to have been closed earlier, is now open until Thursday, and so I am very happy with the amendment which has been proposed in the name of Councillor Galloway and Councillor Denny. And I would urge everybody to vote for this, because this is the security of us in the future.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So that's before us now. So do you want to just read the bit out, please?
Certainly, Lord Mayor. Obviously, the motion incorporating Councillor Galloway's amendment has been subsumed by Councillor Mason, so just having the one vote.
So all those in favour of what Stuart's just said, please show. No, I think no. I'll go through it. Thank you very much. Anybody against? Any abstentions? No, so that's been carried. Thank you very much, councillors. So moving back to motion B, Councillor Galloway, I understood that you will not be moving this. Is this still correct, sir?
That is correct, my Lord Mayor. I shall not move this motion.
Thank you very much. So that concludes that. So we're now moving on to the next motion, which is motion E, concerning the Royal Mail. Is motion E proposed by Councillor Denny and seconded by Councillor Morgan? Okay, Councillor Denny, would you like to start, please?
Right,
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I should like to have this motion discussed in view of the time scale that we're involved in with this, as the Royal Mail office has only opened within the last month, and we're approaching Christmas, and I think that some of the wording of my motion is quite relevant to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, are you in favour of discussing this evening? Could you all show, please? Thank you. Anybody against? No abstentions? Okay. Councillor Denny is to start off, please. Thank you very much. Councillor Denny.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think we have to say that, unfortunately, the Royal Mail is no longer right. You don't want to miss any of my words of wisdom or whatever, do you? Unfortunately, as the Royal Mail is now a private body rather than a public one, we obviously don't have any direct influence, except to say that we are here representing the people of Portsmouth, who now suddenly find that the service that they've expected for the last 150 years has been very much diminished. And obviously, again, as I say, we can't actually tell the Royal Mail what to do, but the suggestions I've made in my motion are, I hope, practical ones to help people, particularly in this forthcoming season of when people are going to get parcels that they don't normally do. I expect you all know of your residents having already had difficulties with the new arrangements at Voyager Park. The office does not seem to be adjusted properly for public access. There are stories of queues, people waiting outside in the rain, not proper disabled access or for people with buggies. And of course, if you haven't got a car, it's very, very difficult to get to. Fine, if you're active and you like walking, you can have a nice stroll around the airport industrial estate if you've got nothing better to do. But the nearest bus service is the current one through Anchorage Park, and the only way I can see we could get a bus there is if Stagecoach is willing to organise a diversion of its Service 21. Probably not every service, but some of them, rather than going down Copner Road to go down Quatermain Road and loop back through to Copner Road along Burfields. I think perhaps Royal Mail didn't think how many people were going to be affected by this, because of course it is the whole city, as both Slindon Street and Northern Road in Cosham have been closed. And there's also the fact that the sort of people who are mostly being affected by this are, for want of a better word, the disadvantaged, the people without cars, the elderly people, the people who don't necessarily have internet access, who can rearrange their deliveries, the people who live in the sort of neighbourhoods where you can't always ask your neighbours to take parcels in for you. And we also have to factor in that for more than 150 years, the central post office has been in the centre of Portsmouth. And now this is a drastic change for everybody to accommodate. Obviously, we will get used to it, but what I'm asking the Royal Mail, if it's possible to do, is at least for the time being, on a temporary basis, until people can adjust their lifestyles, adjust their memories, adjust their way of doing things, if they could consider having a temporary office that was a little easier for people to get to during this next few months, when people who perhaps don't get a parcel from one year's end to the next will find that they haven't got the parcels they were expecting to come from a loved one for Christmas. I can imagine pensioners in particular who will tramp along to Slindon Street for one particular parcel, find the door shut against them, and just not know what to do next. And I believe we have a small duty to try and see what we can do to help people like that. And that's why I put forward my motion, which I hope you'll support. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Just for the ticking box exercise, Councillor Morgan is second in that, I understand. Thank you very much. So I have no amendment at the moment, so I have no amendment in point blank, so it's open to debate. So the first person is the leader to speak, please. Thank you.
Very much, Lord Mayor. The current arrangements for the collection of parcels post to the closure of Slindon Street and the Cosham sorting office for the people of this city is wholly inadequate. We are approaching the busiest time of year, as we've heard from Councillor Denny, Christmas, when the Royal Mail is at its most stretched. The current arrangements cannot continue. And Lord Mayor, I pledge here and now to work with Royal Mail to make public buildings available for the assistance of the collection of parcels for all the people of this city. We will not sit back whilst thousands of people across this city suffer, spending on occasion up to an hour, as we've heard from Councillor Denny, in some circumstances, exposed outside in the cold weather with completely inadequate waiting areas. I think this is a very ill thought out idea by Royal Mail to centralise everything onto an industrial estate, as we've heard, with poor bus connections and certainly not easily accessible on foot. We're trying to decrease car dependency in this city, not increase it, and this is perverse for us as a council. So therefore, I think we have a duty to work with Royal Mail to try and help, particularly over the busy period of Christmas. We are trying to, with the One Public Estate, work together with other organisations that deliver public services in this city. We do have space in the civic offices. Clearly, this is something where people want to pull up, get their parcel, get back in their car and go, or walk back to their bus, or walk home, or lock their bike up and come in and get their parcel and then go back. I think a city centre location is sensible, but we do need to think about where that is. And I do also think it would be sensible to try and have something else somewhere in the north of the city. I do, as it happened, have a meeting booked with Royal Mail already, which has been in the diary for some 3 or 4 weeks, on the middle of December, to go and meet with the Royal Mail managers here locally and some of the postmen as well. So I will take this issue up and write to all the councillors outside of this meeting to update them on where we're at with this. If this motion is passed today, of course, I'll be very pleased to write to the local Portsmouth Royal Mail manager to try and make these arrangements sooner. But you do have, a promise from me, regardless of the outcome of the motion, that I will do all I can to try and help the situation and alleviate the pressure that has been felt straight away from the changes post the closure of those two very popular and busy sorting offices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader. Councillor Tompkins, did you put your hand up? Yeah, you did. You was about there, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Councillor Fleming, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's probably useful for members of the council if I articulate what has already been done with regards to the bus services with the new Royal Mail facility. Because the notice of motion does ask me to write to the bus companies, and I can assure you they've already received a letter from me asking them to look at it. It was something that was flagged up the moment we saw where the new site was going to be. However, in recognition, as the notice of motion does, these are private companies that we're dealing with, and therefore the amount of pressure we can put onto them is limited. So it wasn't just a case of, when I was talking with the officers about it, about saying, look, let's just send a letter off and hope for the best. It was, what if they come back and say no? What can we do? So we've been looking at the bus routes that exist, and we've actually found that there is a much closer connectivity than through Anchorage Park, and that is using the route along Copner Road and the bus stop at Green Lane. At the end of Green Lane, there is a footbridge that goes over the railway line. That footbridge is owned by Network Rail, who we have also contacted, who in principle don't have any objection to it being reopened because it's actually just overgrown and just not used. But ultimately, that would allow a pedestrian to be within about 700 metres of a bus stop from the Royal Mail facility. It is more than double what they currently would have to walk to a bus stop, but I just wanted to let Council know that it wasn't just a case of sending a letter off and hoping for the best. We've also been looking at other options as well, because we need to provide some sort of access to this. And not just that, what we would do as the local authority is make sure that we actually, were that plan to come into operation, we would actually signpost from the bus shelter as well, similar to what we've done for the park and ride, stop in the city centre, signposting people to where the shops actually are, because a lot of people didn't even realise the park and ride stopped at the city centre. They just thought it was almost like a gun wharf service. So, you know, we've taken action at the bus stop, so when people pull up, they actually have a sign telling them, get off here, this is what you want, and we would do the same for the Royal Mail facility. It's not ideal, but it's almost a backup. So, you know, there is something we can do to improve what's happening, but I know with the ferocity that the leader will pursue this issue, that may not even be necessary.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hunt, please.
Well done, Councillor Denny. Very seasonal, and you've earned your money today, and also well done to the leader of the council for being proactive in this. And we look forward to the cooperation, at least we hope, of the mail company, and look forward to seeing where those parcels are going to be put in council business. I suppose security would be a big issue, so you know they'll have to need somebody guarding the parcels and handing them out, of course. But you know, both of you today have done a good service for the council and for the city, rather. So well done. Really good notice of motion. Thank you.
Do you know, councillors, I feel loved in the council meeting then. And it felt almost like Christmas. Okay, that's making me much more happier now. Councillor Lyon, please.
I never thought I'd have the day when I actually agreed with absolutely every single word that Councillor Hunt said to us all. Very briefly, I think one of the points is we should actually be saying to the Post Office that why should we be making some kind of change to our procedures in order to accommodate their stupidity. Well, Amazon and various other companies know exactly how to deal with these. They send parcels to local newsagents so people can pick them up. I understand that the Royal Mail has a different process, but they must have sub-post offices around the place that we just say, take them there. I mean, it must be something that we can just turn around to Royal Mail and say, if you want to lose business, that's the best way to go about it. People won't do it. They won't use Royal Mail. They'll just use other providers. So clearly the pressure we should be putting on them is one that is commercial common sense. And those of us who understand a little bit about business, and those of us like Jim Felling who understands everything about business, will realise that this is actually not a bad strategy. And I commend it to the council that the thing that they tell the Royal Mail is not to be so commercially insane. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor David Tompkins, please.
Just Tompkins is fine. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would just like to thank Councillor Denny and Councillor Morgan for bringing this issue up. I do appreciate it. And also to thank the leader for a pledge of support, and to Councillor Fleming for the action he's taken so far. Much appreciated. I'm probably the only councillor on this council that doesn't actually drive a car. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry, apologies. All right, loads of you. All right, okay, so even better, even better. Only Tory councillor, yeah. Apart from Gemma, I think. Okay, well, I'm reliant on public transport and very generous lift from my council colleagues, I must add, quite often. And my long legs to get me around the city, and thank God it's the only exercise I get, almost. I am thoroughly disappointed in this decision by Royal Mail. All ages of people shop online nowadays and cannot always be in when deliveries are made, as I'm sure we're all aware. To amalgamate both collection offices, which were in convenient areas, into one place in the middle of nowhere, a hard-to-reach area to say the least, is short-sighted in the extreme. How is someone living in the southern tip of my ward who doesn't drive supposed to collect a heavy package from a delivery office without getting a taxi or relying on the kindness of friends or family for a lift? I appreciate the Royal Mail is a private company, and I'm always one to wave the flag for the private sector. But surely the Royal, in their title, implies an element of public service, I would say. They're letting people down with this decision, so I would say let's support this motion. I'm sure we all will. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whittington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And I'm going to shock someone else. I'm going to say that Councillor Lyon, I agree with just about everything you said. So
it's getting better, members.
and just following on from Councillor Tompkins, really, his point about people who don't drive, as everyone knows, I'm a keen cyclist, and even to get a non-heavy package, it would be very difficult. I have to say, before I saw this motion, I hadn't been following things, I hadn't got a package for ages, so I didn't even know that it was moving. And then I've just had a look today, as we are here, of where it is. And it's just about the most inaccessible place in the entire city. It's over the railway line, on an industrial estate. The only place it's near is Anchorage Park, which of course has its own problems with actually getting to, and its public transport links are not great, apart from the 21, of course. But it is just a really, really difficult place to go. A bit of an anecdote time. So about 20 years ago, they did exactly the same thing in Hastings, where I grew up. And they put out, so if you know Hastings, if you know Hastings at all, it's all on the coast, everything's down at the south of the town. And they put the delivery office, the place where you went to collect, is right up at the back of the town, no transport links, on an industrial estate, off a dual carriageway. So if you're a driver, and of course Hastings, unlike Portsmouth, is very hilly, so it's even worse. So if you're not a driver, if you're either reliant on public transport, on taxis, on bikes, it's virtually impossible to get to. And yet that has been going for 20 years. So unfortunately, we thought as a larger city, we were kept away from that kind of problem, but no. We're stuck with the same thing. Eventually, they're getting round. It's happened in lots of other places as well. Liverpool, of course, they lost their sorting office. A lot of people there, if they want something, they have to go to Warrington, so they have to go to a different place. So it's even worse than here. But we must stand up and say, as Councillor Lyon said, they made commercial decisions that are crazy. They've done things that stop people being able to get their packages in their local area, in the centre of the city, which is right next to all the bus routes under the sun. So I commend this motion. I think it's great. I thank both the leader and Councillor Fleming for the work they've done already, and that they will continue to do. And I hope all of us will support this and speak up against Royal Mail's stupidity and the lack of service that are given to our city. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. 2 more to go. Councillor Morgan, please.
My Lord Mayor, thank you. I'll be brief, partly because I've got 2 new sofas at home and a dog that likes soft furnishings and likes to chew them, but also because I'm keen to hear what other members think on this issue. 3 points I'd like to make. I'd like to thank those members who have spoken to me about this motion and welcome the comments I've heard so far from colleagues, and also grateful to those residents who have been in touch with regards to this motion and the impact that the closure will have on the parcel collection facility in our city. These are practical ideas and suggestions which aim to mitigate the impact of the closure in the city centre and also to support the elderly and the disadvantaged members of our community. This is a cross-party motion that demonstrates to the public that in this chamber we can work together for the common good. I therefore urge members to put the people of Portsmouth first and support this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor John Ferret, please, Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I might throw a spanner in the works here of the, but hopefully not too big a spanner in the works, because I think this is really a motion that shows that there are consequences. There are consequences to privatisation and pushing ahead with something on an ideological basis, rather than considering some of the warnings that you've had given to you about some of the consequences there might be. I welcome the cross-party motion. I was very intrigued to see UKIP and Labour putting forward a joint motion. and I wish Stephen all the good luck at the next General Committee meeting.
It's getting better.
In explaining that to Momentum when the time comes. Having been through that particular mill myself on a few occasions. But this council did move a motion. I did my research for this meeting, clearly, but this council did move a motion back in October 2013 and very much could see what was likely to happen. And it was Councillor Ken Ferret and Aidan Gray, and we had worked with the CWU on putting that motion before council. And it said in July this year, the Business Secretary Vince Cable announced the privatisation of Royal Mail, selling off a stake between 50 to 70%. The Royal Mail is a thriving, profitable business, which last year made a profit of £430 million and is a major employer in Portsmouth. Privatisation could endanger the financial stability of many of the country's 11,500 post offices by hastening their separation from Royal Mail. Those who most need Royal Mail will be most vulnerable to any changes. The National Federation of Sub-Postmasters described privatisation of Royal Mail as a reckless gamble that could put the future of the post office at risk. Bizarrely, there was an amendment blaming the last Labour government for the privatisation, but the privatisation did take place under the coalition government. And so those consequences that we are now living through, the government was warned about that at the time. And, and I have to say that this council could also see that and supported it. So when I hear about businessmen understanding business, and I recognise that, it's not necessarily the case that they fully understand a public service requirement. And clearly that is what has fallen down here in terms of the way the Royal Mail has been privatised, that public service requirement is not being upheld. And obviously I agree with everyone, it's absolutely crazy what's been put in place. Going to Slindon Street and waiting for a parcel was dispiriting enough and would take most of your day, and might take 2 days or your whole weekend if you got there at the wrong time. That was an appalling experience. And now it seems to be far worse. So how the Royal Mail have managed to get themselves into that position, I really don't know what on earth they were thinking about in terms of inflicting that upon. And people have said, yes, they are their customers, but also people perceive it to be a public service. And it just, to me, it is just absolutely appalling. So clearly support the motion and hope everyone votes for it.
One other person, Councillor Sanders, please, and then we'll go to Councillor Denning then, I think.
Thank you very much. Yes, I enthusiastically support this motion. Like Councillor Tompkins, I also rely on the pleasures of public transport. I rely on the pleasure of the 21 bus, even, which is lovely, beautiful, wonderful, and very fast, as is the number 2 bus, and I want to return to that in a second, because I'm delighted that the sinner is repenting. I'm delighted that we're actually able to discuss a motion that doesn't directly affect us, and I'm amazed at the level of response that happens when we actually do these things. I noticed even Councillor Ferret voted for something that wasn't directly affecting this council, and as a result we've now come up with the beginnings of a package that will suit us, that will start to suit the people of this city, because that is what this city believes we should do. Not just debate things that relate to us, but debate things that affect them, that they want us to do stuff about. I wish there's more of it in future, and I hope it will have similar results. I just want to offer a couple of words of warning before supporting this motion. Good luck with Stagecoach. As someone who's had the pleasure of trying to get first bus, to be vaguely sensible about the number 13 and 14 bus recently, good luck. I would respectfully offer the Cabinet members some gentle advice, perhaps, on how to work this, because there are some people in my ward who said for ages that the 21 should be diverted, they said, down Lancaster Road, but I could argue down Hayling Avenue, which has no bus, rather than over Burnham Cotton Road, down the Eastern Road, down into Quattremain Road and back down Burfields and into Anchorage Park. That's, I think, a sensible suggestion. It's 1 bus an hour out of 6 buses an hour for Stagecoach. And I think that would be relatively useful. And if they're arguing with you Councillor Fleming, about passenger numbers, you could say that it goes down a route where 2,000 people don't have a bus at the moment. If that fails, and I understand your backup plan, which is excellent, Councillor Fleming, we have put forward a vague suggestion previously around buses that we do. The 19 bus, for instance, which at the moment has the grand total of bugger all passengers and is a socially necessary service. We, both Councillor Stagg and I, as you know, Councillor Fleming, have put forward ideas to bring it back down Burfields Road because that is a sensible way of actually enabling several hundred people who lost their bus because first couldn't get the buses down the roads because the buses were too big to actually have a service back. I would respectfully suggest, Councillor Fleming, that if we showed it even more imagination than you've done now and actually put it up towards Voyager Park, it might actually get some passengers and that might actually reduce the subsidy that we have to pay because actually people who don't need concessionary fares might start using it. And that might actually work. And I hope that Councillor Fleming develops the idea that Councillor Stagg and I have put forward a couple of months ago as another way to back up what he's excellently done with the signage and with the footbridge. And I wholeheartedly support this motion. I hope I've put forward some alternative suggestions that may be able both to help us increase bus patronage in the city and also deal with the problems that Councillor Denny and Councillor Morgan have rightly raised. And just following on from Councillor Ferrett's point, I've got 2 suits of armour and a baseball bat, just in case Councillor Morgan needs it at the next Momentum meeting. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Denny, to sum up, and then a vote will be taken. Councillor Denny, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I'm very pleased at this grand consensus. I did think probably we would manage to get this, and I'm even more pleased to hear that the leader has been so active already in coming up with suggestions that will actually have a practical resolution. Of course, we can only hope, as we've said, it is Royal Mail is a private company, but we can perhaps, as you say, offer them some practical ideas to solve the problems that have occurred for our residents. Thank you very much, Councillor Sanders, for your suggestions about the bus services. As you say, a bit of lateral thinking always helps. Whether we can turn it around like a liner at sea, who knows, but we could, again, only put forward these ideas. We obviously have got to say to deal with a commercial company, perhaps the idea of competitiveness. We can try suggesting that. And I do believe it is possible normally for parcels to be left at another address and at another post office. If people receiving the parcel get one of those cards, occasionally they can tick a box on it that said, please deliver to a local sub-post office, or arrange a delivery to a neighbour, or this, that and the other. But there again, as I said in my opening remarks, we do have to remember the people who are perhaps not as fortunate as ourselves, who have cars and who have computers and who are relatively with it in today's modern world. And why should we make things more difficult for our residents than we have to? Thank you very much. I'll sit down so that we can eventually get home before tomorrow morning's postal deliveries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Denny. So, members, the notice of motion is put in front of us, proposed by Councillor Denny and seconded by Councillor Stephen Morgan. Can all those in favour please show? Any against? Thank you very much. Abstention? No, that's carried. Thank you very much, members. So that brings us to the end of the motions today for today's meeting. Number 11, questions from members under Standing Order 17. Members, there are 3 questions under Standing Order 17 that has been previously circulated to you. As you know, there is a total of 45 minutes allocated within the standing orders to deal with questions. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the original question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must arise directly out of the original question or the replies. Question 1, Councillor Potter.
Question number 9.
Thank you very much, Councillor Potter. This is to Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Council and I personally am committed to improving the operation of parking zones and influencing attitudes towards vehicle use in order to promote sustainable transport. The increased charge for a third resident permit aims to influence behaviour, to encourage residents to fully consider whether an additional vehicle is actually necessary and to reduce the number of households with multiple vehicles over the long term. Consideration has been given to the risk of the increased charges displacing vehicles into unrestricted streets adjoining RPZs. However, given the low number of third permits issued each year, which is 139, the impact is expected to be minimal.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor. Oh, sorry, I forgot where I was then. Yeah, Councillor Potter. Sorry. With that, are you? Yeah. Okay. Any other? No. No. Okay then. Oh, yeah. You see, I was right. You see, you all said no, and I was right. Councillor Hunt, please. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Jim. Councillor Fleming. You're bound to expect a question from me, I suppose. Anyway, so, will you explain how come the can't read my writing. How come the Conservative administration deleted MB&MC scheme, the amount of which would be equal to the money raised by the increased charges for the third permit?
I can't comment on what happened before my time, Lord Mayor. However, what I would say is Councillor Hunt's question seems to be predicated on a false assumption, and that false assumption is that this is going to generate income. It really isn't. The expectation is for the number of third vehicle permits to more than halve, because people won't pay it. This is not about raising extra revenue. I had a big argument with officers at the time who actually said this is going to lose us money. And anybody who sat in a cabinet role will know that officers don't like members taking decisions that potentially have an impact on income. Councillor Stagg is nodding away because I know she took a similar decision when she was in my particular portfolio. So it genuinely is not about raising money. So the money raised couldn't be used to re-implement a scheme because it won't be there anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Any more questions, Councillor Fleming? No? Okay then. Question 2 then. Councillor Morgan, please.
My Lord Mayor, the question in my name.
Councillor Robnew, please, to answer.
Thank you to Councillor Morgan for raising this. I too share your concerns, and I just wanted to give him some reassurances that not only as the lead for community safety, but also with my hat as chair of the Safer Portsmouth Partnership, not only do we work closely with the police, but also we've enjoyed a more fruitful and productive relationship with the new Police and Crime Commissioner as well, specifically, which is probably fair to say wasn't there previously. And so we are working ever closer, not only just with him, but also with additional partners, because I'm sure that he'll appreciate when you look at some of the serious crime incidents that have happened, certainly in the last sort of 10 to 11 months alone in the city, it's quite worrying when you see that there's not actually a trend behind them, and quite a lot of them are isolated incidents. And working on that assumption, it's important that the Safer Portsmouth Partnership continues its work across partners, including probation, etc. And I'm quite happy for any of the opposition members or any of my Conservative colleagues as well, for anyone to come and see us at any time. We've got the police now inside of the building as well on floor 2. They're more accessible than ever. And also, I'd just like to go further as well and say our support to Superintendent Will Schofield on the successful application to the powers that be on the creation of his new team to tackle serious crime, specifically for this city.
Councillor Morgan? No? Okay. Members, any questions? Councillor Whittington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Would the Cabinet member be able to give us a bit of a breakdown as to some of the nature of the increase in violent crime and perhaps some of the areas in particular of the city that have seen an increase?
Councillor New.
Thank you. I think it's probably fair to say that there's no one area that's actually seen a direct increase, Councillor Winnington. However, one of the areas specifically that is of large concern, and which I'm happy to share with you now about some of the work that's actually been going on for a little while, is specifically in Southsea around Waverley Road, the Alhambra Road, which obviously is raising concerns. And I understand that these issues are historical and going back 10, 50, dare I say even 20 years. So before, to be fair, most of our time in this chamber. And I also understand that there's not been a joined-up approach in terms of actually looking to tackle this for whatever reason. And I'm not looking at politicians here. I'm looking at all of the different agencies and partners. So, and I'll just go into a little bit of detail on there, because I think it's important that members should know that our next Safer Portsmouth Partnership meeting specifically is around serious crime. And actually, the Housing Department here, under Bruce Lomax and Owen Buckwell, are bringing a report forward for myself and for partners to actually consider, because one of the actual serious issues that we have in the city are rogue landlords, and there's no other way to dress this up, and opportunistic landlords. And unfortunately, Waverley Road is a real hotspot, and obviously, unfortunately, we had the murder there on last New Year's. And when you look at this, it's all linked in with HMO policies, but also with opportunistic landlords, which are exploiting loopholes, and they're picking people up with complex mental health and addiction needs, where they're taking them straight from the prison, getting them into those HMOs, and it is a melting pot. Well, it's disastrous, because these people aren't having their needs met, and so it kind of all ties in with a wider issue. So I know, for example, colleagues in probation are seriously concerned about what happens to people when they leave the prison service. And also, we are quite concerned, and I have to say, credit where it's due at this point, because I think that there's a hell of a lot more work to do, certainly from the housing side, and the commitment working with the police, and actually having a joint focus on this, in terms of actually tackling the landlords who are proficient in the exploitation of loopholes around certain housing laws, and they've got huge amounts of stock, and the way that they're actually attracting these people is they're dealing direct with their DWP benefits, for example, that allow them to have this housing, and they're putting them into these HMOs. They're in direct contact with people that are drug dealers and worse, and it is a real issue. And I'm quite pleased, actually, that everyone is finally getting around the table. And do you know what was kind of strange? When I first met with Superintendent Schofield, with probation service, etc., for such a long time, as long as I can remember, everybody had been saying, yeah, absolutely, we should be doing X, Y, and Z, but nobody was taking any commitment. And I was really pleased to see that, unfortunately, due to, I think we got to the point where you couldn't ignore this anymore, Lord Mayor, that actually somebody's really got to work, you know, to actually drive this through. And I'm pleased to say that the Safer Portsmouth Partnership is. There is no silver bullet for this, but on this basis, I would like to just reassure members that we are taking it very seriously.
Thank you, Councillor. Leader, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Does the Cabinet member agree with me that the growth of cuckooing in the city has become a big issue? And that is, both the Cabinet member and I have had the benefit of speaking. I spoke to the Chief Constable on the telephone after the last homophobic, I think it was a grievous bodily harm about 2 weeks ago, and the murder the week before that. I've spoken to Chief Constable on the telephone, and Councillor and I have met with Will Schofield and his boss, who has more of an area outside of Portsmouth, a wider South Hampshire command. And they explained to us that the drug dealing issue is a real problem, isn't it, Councillor New? And it's creating a lot of crime for us in the city and concern for the police. And cuckooing is where drug dealers will highlight a vulnerable person in a community and use them, maybe just for a few weeks till they become surplus requirements, to deal with their drugs locally. And they have hotlines, phone lines, where they use these telephone lines that go up for an hour or two, then they close down again, they go up again, they go down again, and it really is creating an issue in the city of Portsmouth. Does Council New agree with me that the City Council, you know, through the Safe Portsmouth Partnership, need to do all we can to support the police on that issue?
Long question there, Leader, but thank you. Councillor New.
That's okay, I've got a shorter answer. Absolutely, and in fact, actually, Superintendent Schofield spoke to me at Remembrance Service before it started, specifically about cuckooing in some instance of it. And what's particularly troubling as well is that this is a nationwide issue. It's not actually exclusive to Portsmouth. It's just seemingly only coming to the fore as the police are actually starting to do more entrenched work on this issue. It is a worry because it is not only seeking to attract and exploit vulnerable people, but say, for example, the cocooning is starting up in central London with drug supply gangs. The A3 is the prime conduit down here. The police are now having to work on sting operations, etc. But they're saying that large supplies are going across the south coast within, say, a 2-hour window, and it's happening within people's private homes. So it's a very difficult issue for them to deal with. Nonetheless, it is something that they are dealing with.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sanders, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'll try and be brief. Firstly, I would endorse what Councillor New has said with regards to Waverley Road. The Milton Neighbourhood Forum had a quite detailed presentation from the Superintendent about it, and it's great that something is finally happening. There are consequences as far as the housing department is concerned. You've got to put people somewhere. But I'm delighted to say it's being tackled. I'm also delighted that the additional licensing powers that were brought in 2013-14, I always envisaged there would be a time whereby we will be taking over properties from bad landlords because we can do a better job. And it may have taken 3 years, but I'm delighted that that was something that was always in my head, is being taken over. The scrutiny panel, which I'd share, is actually looking, as you may know, at empty properties and housing need across the city. And I would just like to ask the Cabinet member whether he would be able to share Bruce's report to the Safer Portsmouth Partnership with all members of the scrutiny panel, as that may have an impact on what we do as we trundle along. Thank you, my Lord.
Absolutely. I think it's only right that in order to seek to form new policies that we should absolutely share information like this. The report's not finished. I do have a draft version, but I'd be happy to meet with you offline and then also at your additional scrutiny panel meetings, actually, Councillor Sanders. I do think that it's something that we all have a stake in, and you're absolutely right in terms of the landlords that are owning large stocks, such as in Waverley Road. It's incredible how well they know the law. They know it better than many of the top barristers who are actually looking to, specifically to deal and close down these rogue people. And then there's the additional problem as well, is that for such large stocks that are being confiscated, how do you manage it? Because there's not always expertise in the local police force or their resources to actually be able to proactively deal with the people that are causing antisocial behaviour, for example, in that, or enabling further addiction. And as Councillor Sanders says, you've got to put those people somewhere.
Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you. I wonder if the Cabinet member would be able to provide us with some more information. I'm very grateful for what you've said about this, but the impression I had a couple of years ago was that the police, probation, the housing department, etc., had identified this as a big issue and were working together and had got agreements, for instance, with the prison not to dump people down here, and with charities who were dumping drug users down here as well without telling anybody. I'm really concerned to hear that some of the things I thought were in place have seemed as if they've fallen off and need to be recreated now. It'd be very helpful to know why that kind of happened. And I don't know, is it just a change in police inspectors, which is so frequent? But it's going to be a continuing problem because, as you're completely right, the landlords are a real problem and a real challenge. And we've got to make sure that this doesn't dip again.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I have to say last year it was one of my first questions saying, why are you guys still doing this? You came to a previous meeting advising that the practice was going to be ended. And you probably won't be surprised that actually, despite these people being operationally the head of their various organisations, they don't have final say on their policy. They can only influence. And I have to say, I think here in Portsmouth, we are more fortunate. So, for example, with our probation representatives, and I think that they have been really sort of, shaking the cage, so to speak, and also with Superintendent Schofield and also his deputy as operational chief, Jim Pegler, who I think actually we owe a huge debt to in terms of their actual commitment to tackling these things. I completely agree with you, and there can't be a dip in it, and they've got to build on momentum on this issue. However, they tell me that the crux of the issue is that probation specifically have not had the tools in place to guide people, say, for example, that are going in for a 2-3 month sentence into the right treatment afterwards, and then these opportunistic landlords, I keep referring to them as that because they bloody well are, you know, to coin a phrase, but they're paying people to physically be there to greet them, and it's really bizarre because they know exactly who these people are, they know what time they're coming out of the prison, which someone like a landlord should not be privileged to this information. So they're clearly working in a wider network, and it is very disturbing, so absolutely. However, I am assured and I'm pleased to welcome that the probation are now taking a new stance on this, and I can only work with them in my capacity as chairman of Safer Portsmouth Partnership, and that's what that panel was also there to do, is to hold people to account. And since the streamlining of it last year, it's actually become far more productive.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hunt, please.
Yes, thank you, Councillor New, for a lot of information there. There's some good detail. So what I'd like to know, I mean, this is very worrying. You know, we're talking about murders here, stabbings, women. We saw recently a woman in the newspaper with huge black eyes, taxi driver late at night, 4 o'clock in the morning, finishing his duty, and was really very badly attacked. So would he be kind enough to write to the Michael Lane, the Police Crime Commissioner, and ask him to come to our city and explain to this council what his strategy is to deal with this, to provide the residents of Portsmouth with some reassurance that someone's going to get on top of this. You can't do it on your own. The police can't do it on their own. It's got to be, as you've been describing, a joint approach. But could he not invite him to this council? It's really exceptional what's going on in the city at the moment, and I'm sure you're as concerned about it as I am. Invite him here, come to us and explain what it is he's doing to get on top of this increasing violent crime as opposed to crime. It's the violent crime that, as you know, is the problem.
Thank you, Councillor Hahn. Yeah, I mean, he actually came here on Friday and met with myself specifically to address these very problems. And I'm sure, although I can't commit him to anything, I'm sure he would be happy at some point in the future to come and address the wider council. He shares these concerns, which of course I welcome. And, you know, I know it's not long after the election, so of course he's inherited all sorts of things, but that ultimately is his job, and it is to manage his budgets appropriately in terms of the teams that he's going to fund, and working with Olivia Pinkney, obviously, who deals with the operational issues across the city. I hope that together, and I do feel reassured after meeting with all of the senior police chiefs that they are taking it seriously. But I welcome that. I think it's a wholly sensible idea, Councillor Hunt.
Thank you very much. We're moving on to question 3. Councillor Chowdhury, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The question number 3 from me.
Thank you. Councillor Jones, leader, please.
Yeah, I mean, what are my plans to address the road that's been delayed? And it's not been delayed, so I've got no plans to address it. Councillor Chowdhury.
Councillor Chowdhury, please. Do you want a supplementary question to the leader? Was that no?
No, thank you.
Okay. Anybody want to ask? No? Hold on. Councillor Hugh Mason.
Could the leader inform us about how the development of Downsbury Hill Farm is progressing, and whether there are any hold-ups of any sort in its progression?
Thank you very much, Councillor Mason. Yeah, the road was completed on the 5th of August. It cost 9.6 million, of which roughly half of that came from the LEF as part of Growth Deal 3 monies. Very welcome. I mean, I've driven on the road twice since it's been open. The road was started in June or July 2015, and it's the main access road, as you know, driving into the site. The first tenant, Fatface, took occupation of their site, I think the 29th of October, so literally last week, 2 weeks ago, and they are doing all their own internal fit-out, which will be completed by January, and from January they will then start paying us rent. We have appointed Lambert Smith Hampton as our marketing agents to, you know, we've got we had one party very interested, one did a bit of a loose kind of look around, but Lambert Smith Hampton, now the road is done, can go full steam ahead with the marketing of the site. And there was a soft launch of that on the 1st of November. There is another event coming up at the Spinnaker Tower where a whole load of interested people are going to be coming along, and BAM, who are the construction company who built the Fatface site for us, will be there giving overview and etc. There are some, I've actually brought along one of the marketing brochures that have been produced. So there's a couple of these in my office. If anyone wants to have a look at one, then there are several around. And I think the next thing now really is the key person for this development is the project manager that's going to take it forward, because we are a council working in a commercial world, obviously, and trying to get Dunsbury built, developed and tenanted fairly quickly. We've worked with Hampshire County Council. To be honest, there's been no delays. The road came in on budget and it was due to be finished by May, June. It came in August. That's because Hampshire County Council's inspection team raised some issues. The first inspection team that were dealing with the road were more than happy with it. A new inspection team, someone left in the team, a new inspector was appointed. They came up and flagged a couple of issues. We had to get Volker Fitzpatrick, the road company, to come and redo a few bits that the Hampshire County Council inspection team weren't happy with. That was earlier this year, March, April time. That's been done and sorted, but that's what created a tiny bit of delay. But it was literally a few weeks. So that's all done on budget, and now the only other roads that will get built will be the ones that individually at the driveways to each of the individual buildings. But the access road is done. I think we're still engaging with some hotels, a couple of travel lodge type things that are looking at the entrance, and the main roundabout works by Asda was Hampshire County Council. That was nothing to do with us, so we didn't get involved in that.
Okay. No more? Okay, so that concludes today's council meeting. Spreading the love even more, finally, can I invite members and officers back for light refreshments in my parlour. Thank you very much, members, and good evening to you all.